Yo, what's going on? Crypto got some shit on his mind, like he always
Hey, what's
do.
happening, everybody?
Yeah, we'll get to the topic of the jour right after this.
New seasons, new gear. Show the world what it means to be a fan in 100% authentic gear. Fanatics, officially licensed everything.
Get ready to dive into a new world of online shopping with the Fins Tailgate. Whether you're a die-hard sports fan or just looking for the latest fashion trends, we've got you covered. With a wide variety of products from your favorite sports teams to stylish accessories and home decor, we're your one-stop shop for all things tailgate. Our easy-to-use website and hassle-free checkout process make shopping with us a breeze. Plus, with frequent sales and discounts, you won't want to shop anywhere else. So come on in and join the party at the Fins Tailgate, your new go-to destination for all things tailgate.
And don't forget the fine folks over at Dubby Energy Drink. One scoop of water one scoop of powder to your water, and you have energy and focus with none of the crash. All smash, no crash. And don't forget, with the holiday season coming around, holla at my man Chef Jew. He services Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach County at 786-804-8096. He does soul food, Asian food, Italian food. This guy, fresh ingredients, everything from scratch. Call my man 786-804-8096. Tell him that the Fins I'll mention the Fins Tailgate for 10% off your first catering order. And let's talk about the daily lineup. You have El Capitan. You have Color and Ali doing the top of the tailgate. You got myself and Lewis doing the drive times with crypto on Wednesdays and Fridays. You got Tonk TMI Tuesday tomorrow. You got KP doing his first fantasy show from hiatus. And don't forget the insomnia episodes where I gave crypto a lead, to make the show a little more entertaining. And with
I was in the Christmas spirit.
Yes, the Christmas spirit. I'm in the giving mood. And with no further ado, tonight's the man, the myth, the legend. We all love him. What's going on, crypto? What's on your mind?
Oh man, what's happening, everybody? What's going on, Shake Money? 2 weeks ago, I did a show called Deja Vu. Remember? And it was about the feeling of deja vu. We went on to go 7-3. Well, we were 7-3 at the time doing the show. Then we had a game on Black Friday, the first ever Black Friday, taking us to 8-3. And lo and behold, we're in the exact same position we were 364 days ago. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So 364 days ago, our game was against the Niners. Our next game this week is against the Commanders. And before I get started, I like to shout out to people in the chat: John, Flavor J, Raphael Courtnight, and none other than my sister soldier, Nene. You got Michael K in the building. I think that's him. He got
That's Michael K.
Yeah.
He's chirping about how the Dolphins are going to get exit first round, but he should know about that.
Yeah, he should know about that. Eccentric game or Gnome. Gnome. Yes, eccentric Gnome. Yeah, I hacked that up. Dolphineer. And I think
that's name in the business.
Best name.
By the way, eccentric Gnome is Liz. By the way.
Oh, it is.
It's Liz. Hey,
Very sports.
Hey, I gotta handle some business, but I'll be in the back listening. All right.
Yeah, sure. And Samuel Lance, Joe Rist is another regular. Go down here and do some more work. And yeah, so everybody, welcome to this week's topic. It's kind of an extension of from 2 weeks ago because now we're exactly identical records as we were before, and we all know what preceded that 8-2 start last year was the great December debacle. So now we are here approaching December, and our fate is in our hand once again. We are sitting at the fourth seed in the conference. I think last year we were, even though we were 8-3, I want to say we were either third or second seed. No, we were second seed, my bad, because we needed to beat the 49ers because the Bengals had lost. The Bengals beat the Chiefs. So when the Bengals beat the Chiefs that weekend, all we had to do was beat the Niners and we would have been the one seed. So as far as the positions we're in, as far as our pole position, we're now fourth. This time last year, we were actually in a better position, even though we're in first place in the division, but we were like tied last year with Buffalo. But we had the tiebreaker because remember, at this time last year, we had already beat them. So we owned the tiebreaker at this point last year against Buffalo. This year, we have it obviously because Buffalo is 6-6. So as far as the overall record goes in the conference, we were better at position this time last year than we are now because we're the fourth seed, and then we were just the second seed last year. So same record, but better position last year than this year. But the margin in the loss column is about the same. You got the number one seed, which is now the Ravens, 9-3. They got 3 losses, but the 7th seed has 6 losses. So you have not 6 losses, my bad, 4 losses. That would be 5 because I think Indianapolis won. They got in. I think they finally in that last spot. So you got 5 losses and 3 losses separating the first seed to the 7th seed. Only separated by 2 games in the loss column. And check this out. The Baltimore Ravens lost to the current 7th seed in the playoffs right now, and that's the Indianapolis Colts. So you have technically a 1.5 game lead between those 2 teams. 9-3, 6-5. So I guess you could say 2.5 because they do got that extra win. They got 9 wins versus 6. And then you got the 2 losses. So that's a half game. So 2.5 games separate the 7th and the 8th seed. I mean, the 7th and the 1st seed. And yeah, that 7th seed owns a head-to-head victory over that team. So guess what happens? If Baltimore was to theoretically lose 3 games in a row and Indy wins 2 and everybody else stays in their current positions, Indy will be the number 1 seed. It's unthinkable, but that's how the math works. If everybody just stayed at 500 and just stayed stagnant, basically win 1, lose 1, win 1, lose 1. And then those 2 teams will be the only 2 teams swapping positions. It's a tight one, fellas. That's why I titled the show, and now the season begins. We basically had an 11-game preseason. Now, obviously, it's not 11-game preseason. We played 11 regular season games, but follow me here. Follow my logic. Only reason why I'm saying it's now the season begins because we have the exact same that we had last year this time around. Now we're now in position to correct the record and not have a December slide. So technically, yeah, the season has just begun. December's upon us, and we have to go 4 out of our next 6 games, and that locks up the division. Our magic number is 4. If we can win 4 of the next 6 in any combination between us winning and the Bills losing, that gets us the division title, and then that breaks the curse, the December curse. You know, technically, because we would have clinched the playoff and we would have won the division. Now we got Michael K out here talking about we're gonna lose in the playoffs. Okay, we'll see. Well, that's yet to be seen. But yeah, we're looking at um, in my opinion, Dolphiniers said we lose to the Ravens and the Cowboys. Yes. So if that happens, that puts us at two more losses than now. That puts us at 5, which means we definitely have to win those 4 games. Because if Buffalo was to run the table and we lose 3 games, guess who's the division champion? The Buffalo Bills is. So if those are our only 2 losses, I mean, if we lose 3 games and that those last 3 games and Buffalo runs the table, then they're the division champions because we're both 11-6 and they beat us head to head. So we don't want that. So that will be a somewhat of a December collapse too, because we would have given up our number 1 spot to a team that's 6-6. 3 games ahead in the loss column. Magic number is 4. It's that simple. Let me see who's down the comment. Welcome, 72 undefeated. Will Tua have more or less than 35 turnovers? Well, at this place, he will have in the 30s if you add all the fumbles and interceptions, because he's over 14 or 15 now. So he would have somewhere close to 30 if you project it out. That's if he stays at the same pace. Then the answer is yes, he will be close to 30, not 35, because we only got 6 games left. And CCRR, what's up? Never forget. Oh, shake money. Right. Never forget. Listen to me carefully. The homie Pete got a, I know he's not in here yet. At least I don't see him. But yeah. Scrappy. With the Broncos 6-5, we beat a team over 500. Unfortunately, Scrappy, it don't work that way because they count the record of the team when we play them at the time we play them. That's how that goes. I wish it did. I wish that did happen. I wish that was the case, that we could just backdoor our way into beating a team over 500 because they became hot, but they was utterly trash at the time that we played them. You know, but yeah. And the Broncos, yes, they are in playoff contention. I think they're currently sitting at the 10th seed right now. They're the ninth or 10th seed, I think. Raiders lost the game, of course. Buffalo Bills lost, obviously. We were feeling good about ourselves because the Bills lost to the Eagles. You know, that was great to see that Jalen Hurts once again did his thing. And yeah, they pinned the loss on the Bills. Now they're crying about the officials. Oh, how funny how that works. Because it was some calls that the Bills got in their favor in that same game, even though they want to point out it was a 10-1 difference, just like it was 10-0 difference on the calls, right? I think it was 10-1 in halftime, and then they start getting calls against the Eagles in that game. You know that you could say Jason Kelsey, that ticky tack false start on the barely even flinched a microsecond, and they called him for a false start 2 times back to back. Yeah, that almost costed the Eagles that game, but they made up with it with the clutch field goal kick. And we all know what happened in overtime. Gabe Davis took a left turn on his route in the end zone, and the rest was history. The Eagles took that ball and drove down their throat and freaking ran it in, and the rest was history. Fly, Eagles, fly. That's all I have to say. Buffalo Bills are in the dumpsters right now. So feel free to send your care packages to the Buffalo, New York. Send your care packages. You know, they need it. They're in mourning right now. And them and the Jets. We got Dolphinaire. Yeah, I think I say that. Dolphinaire. So we got So speaking of now the season begins, we're looking at the Commanders, right? The Commanders are under 500. A lot of people don't realize when we played the 49ers at this time last year in the upcoming week, a lot of people think the were a juggernaut. They wasn't as bad as the Commanders, but the 49ers, if I recall, they were either at or slightly below 500. When they beat us, their winning streak started on that day. So a lot of people like, oh man, the 49ers were good. They're good. They're good. They're good. But at the time we played them, they were really no different for what the Commanders' record is now, maybe by one or two games. Because when Garoppolo got hurt in that game last year, we was like chalking it up for an automatic win. Remember how we was feeling in that game when we threw that 75-yard touchdown to Sheffield, and Garoppolo got hurt. So it was the same feeling, you know. We're about to play a somewhat a bad team that nobody cares about, you know, and then all of a sudden, if they get a win, they start a winning streak, and then all of a sudden, they're starting to play good and feel good about themselves. When Brock Purdy got entered in that game last year against us, it was our team that boosted the 49ers and made them feel good about themselves. So yeah. It is eerily similar to last year, even in this upcoming week. Because the 49ers wasn't playing good football at this time last year until they played us and start going on. They went on a 7-game winning streak. Our game was number 1 of a 7-game winning streak for the 49ers. So there you have it. It's almost eerily similar. Going on the road in a hostile environment. And then what are we going to do? Now, granted, the Niners and the defense is a lot better than the Commanders' defense now. But people were kind of writing them off. They weren't saying the Niners was going to be as good as they did. And Brock Purdy caught lightning in a bottle. I'm not saying Sam Howell's going to catch lightning in the bottle as we lose to him. But who knows? If we allow that team to get off the mat like we allowed the 49ers last year to get off the mat, who knows what the Commanders are going to be. You know, they could reel off 7 straight. You know, make the playoffs, win 2 in the playoffs, and next thing you know, they playing an NFC championship game. Exactly what the 49ers did last year prior to them playing us. So, yeah, deja vu continue, fellas. The show now is the season now begins. That's what it is. Let me see. CCR says 7-10 is where they're finished. 7-10 for who? Who's finishing 7-10? The Buffalo Bills or the Commanders? Who are you talking about, CC? No, they were not a playoff team when we played them, and they wasn't a playoff team last year. They were in the trash. They were in the dumpster. And they will most likely finish 7-10. I agree with that. I mean, yeah, they call it a mini season lightning in the bottle. They'll fall back down to earth. Yeah, they'll. I believe they'll come crashing down. They play enough teams in the AFC West. I think they got to play the Chargers one more time before it's all said and done. Now, most likely the Chargers will be finishing 7-10 too, or maybe even 5-12, because their schedule is brutal to finish the season. So y'all better hope that the Broncos win so we can say we beat a playoff team eventually, or just hope they make the playoffs and then hope that we face them again and let the chips fall where they may. That would be the better outcome. The Broncos continue to go on the run. They get a playoff bid, and we play them in the first round. There you go. Mathematically, yeah, because they're now mathematically eliminated. Yeah, mathematically, the Jets can still make the playoff. They haven't been officially eliminated. So that's neither here nor there. But we all know who the participants going to be. Let's be real. It's somewhere between the top 8 teams that's in there right now. I'll say 1 through 9. It's going to be between those teams. There's 7, 6 and 5 for the Colts and Texans. The Colts because they have the head-to-head tiebreaker, but the Texans is the 8th seed. Steelers are numbers 5 because they won. Bengals are like number 9. No, they're 10th now because they're under 500 now. I think they're 5 and 6. We'll send. Let me see. We'll send the Bills tissues and NyQuil so they can blow when they sleep because of the rest of the season will be done. Right. There you go, eccentric Nomi. You're gonna send them some tissues, NyQuil. And now Pete has just arrived. Pete is in the building. Welcome, Pete. As you can see, the title of the show, Pete. Now the season begins because we're at the same spot we were last year. And yeah, we're going on the road, and we're gonna be here in my backyard. Matter of fact, let me let y'all know that I will be at this game this week because the stadium is literally 13 minutes from my house. I can walk to the stadium if I wanted to. That's a 13-minute drive. It might turn out to be like an hour or so walk. Because it's kind of still far for walking. But yeah, I'll be there. I'll be at the game. Gonna have fun. Hopefully, I'm not going to witness the beginning of a December collapse like what happened this time last year. So I think we should be able to turn it around, or at least turn the December month around because we got the same record. Welcome, Bo G. Let's see, just to be clear, 2 has 4 turnovers due to fumbles. The defense says jump on the ball and count as a turnover for the haters. Wait a minute, say that again. Okay, 11 fumbles. Yeah. Yeah, they have to count. Yeah, obviously the defense have to count. Jump on it to complete the turnover. Obviously, yeah, it's a no-brainer, Bo. The team has to, the other team has to get possession in order for it to count as a turnover. That goes without saying. Hey, Shake. I think your mic's still on, Shake. See, it's lost 4 fumbles. Yeah, those 4. So 14 total turnovers, which is his high at this point of any season. So yeah, that's about it for that. Yeah, welcome, Color. Yeah, I was just setting the stage for the week, and basically saying the season starts on Sunday. The season officially starts. Our 11-game preseason is over, and the season is just beginning. Hey, Shake. I think your mic is on. Background. There we go. All right, cool. Let me see. Bo, you should send the NFL on email about that. They have 11 in the fumble column for Tua. Well, they saying fumbles total, but I think the fumbles loss is like less than that, 11. CC. They may only credit him for the 4 lost, because remember the defense has to recover, has to recover the ball. But yeah, you could say 7 of those 11 fumbles were near turnovers. You could say, yeah, but the offense falling on top of it, the center falling back on the ball, or the guard and the tackles. But yeah, the narratives about other quarterbacks also go out the windows too, because now we're going to start adding fumbles and interceptions. We have now to stop this campaign of trashing other quarterbacks about their total turnovers, because it's starting to boomerang back to our own guy. And then we kind of lose the argument about turnovers, because all turnovers matter. Turnovers, fumbles are turnovers if the defense recovers the football. You can't make a blanket statement and say turnovers, fumbles are not turnovers and just leave it at there, because that's an incorrect statement. You have to you have to finish the sentence out and say if the team doesn't recover the fumble, then it's not a turnover. Michael K. Ross. Yeah, you guys are just going back and forth between what's the definition of a fumble. But yeah, that's neither here nor there. Obviously, interception is a turnover, because that's that by definition. When you intercept the ball, it ends there. And he learned about judo class. Raphael, what's your point in saying that about the judo class? Oh, JM Sports. Yeah, I know that AFC East roundtable is juicy. They also have a new thing up, the AFC South and the NFC North. So they're kind of branching off into all the divisions. So yeah, I know it's gonna be spicy today because of the Bills debacle, the Dolphins over the Jets, and Richie in being in the basement. I was just going to ask that. Thanks for explaining it better. Oh, no problem, Eccentric. Yeah. Yeah, that's all. Interceptions, fumbles, we just got to clean it up. We got to keep it clean. We got to keep it clean. Tua uses hands on, or he's just trolling Raphael. Tua uses hands on defenders and drops balls. Yeah. Yeah. But look, like I said, here we is. The month is about to turn. We got 2 more days left, or 3 more days left in this month. And then Sunday it will be officially December, and we gotta put on our A game. Despite the team we playing, the Commanders, we can't treat them like we did the Niners last year and just think we got an automatic victory. Because if memory served me right, there were about 90% of everybody in our fan base were saying we was going to beat the Niners, even though that was a road game across country, because of the Niners record and who they had at quarterback.
Yep.
We didn't have no respect for Jimmy Garoppolo. Let's not sit up here and get selective amnesia and think that we was coming in there with all respect for the Niners. The only thing we respected of the Niners is maybe their defense. That's it.
And their head coach.
And their head coach. And here was let me paint the narrative too that was going into that game. We were all saying that Mike McDaniel had an edge over Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan, because Shanahan doesn't know what Mike McDaniel is going to do, because Mike McDaniel is new, even though he came from on this system. Mm-hmm. They was trying to spin it like as if the student was going to outdo the teacher.
Yeah,
I remember those narratives going in there, because how could he know what his pupil is going to do? Because he's brand new at it. He's going to change it up. He's going to switch it up. So they was, instead of saying that it's going to be hard to overcome the teacher, they was giving Mike McDaniel the edge in that coaching matchup. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Of course, I got a long memory, Shake Money. I remember all the mantras and all the themes and all the stuff going into each week. And I take my number 2 pencil and I write down and jot down and say, "Oh, okay, is that what we?
You want another
say?
correlation?
That's the thing.
You want another correlation? What happens with Washington and San Francisco?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, last year he went to San Francisco, a former stomping ground. He made, he learned a lot of his offense under Kyle Shanahan. Just like in Washington, he learned a lot under Jay Gruden and Kyle Shanahan.
Under Kyle,
they were all there in Washington. Kyle, him, McVay.
And McVay, yep. They were all here in Washington.
That was the former stomping ground of his in Washington.
Right. Because his father was the Washington head coach.
Yeah, one time, yeah.
Yeah, his father actually coached him. Yeah. He was the guy that started with RG3, right? I mean,
you know what's funny is
started with him. So, yeah.
You know what's funny is that Kyle Shanahan, what's his name? Shanahan?
Yeah.
Said
Kyle.
that he was Mike Shanahan, he said he was such good friends with Jerry Jones that he didn't want to work for him because he didn't want to ruin his relationship.
Oh, okay.
Because at the time, Cowboys looking for a coach, and how come you don't go for that? Goes not. He's too much a good friend of mine that I don't want to ruin that.
Yeah, that's cool. That's interesting. Technically, Sean McVay is not under Kyle's system or either one. Technically, he's a part of the John Gruden tree. That's his first ever job. Who it came underneath of.
Champagne?
So, no, not Champagne. The guy from the Rams.
Oh, McVay.
Sean McVay. Yes, he's technically part of John Gruden's coaching tree. A lot of people confuse it with being a part of the Shanahan tree. Yeah, he's not the Shanahan tree. That's not the Shanahan system tree. Similar system, but the tree came from Gruden. He's a descendant of John Gruden.
Well, think about it. Those guys, after a while, remember they worked in Washington. McVay also worked in Washington under Jay Gruden.
Under Jay, yeah,
right,
exactly. So that's what they get. That's what the similarities coming in and the mix coming in at, right? MC CCR, you starting to sound like that Clown Pete's take. Wow, damn. That was a shot fired. Damn. You said Pete, be careful now. Pete is lurking in the background now. So you might want to be careful there. Hey, what's up, Joe Risk? But yeah, I think it's crazy because it's so crazy. You won't know what happened because the Titans won last week. And if they win this week, guess what record the Titans would be? And guess what record the Chargers was at the last time we played them?
What's that?
It'll be the same record.
Oh, shit.
Because the Chargers were near 500, I think, at the time. Like San Francisco, they were like, oh, man, remember they were saying when we lost to San Francisco.
They made the playoffs, too.
They was like, remember the Chargers, right? This time last year was fast forward to 2 weeks. Remember at the time we played them, we thought we was going to get an automatic bounce back. The Chargers ranked 26th in defense, and we had like top 10 offense, right? So he's like, oh man, we'll bounce back. We lost to the Niners. Okay, no big deal, right? Everybody it was almost at 100%. Everybody was picking us to beat the Chargers last year because the Chargers was barely scraping away wins and barely getting by. And then once they beat us, they went on a run. It's like every team we played at the time at this point last year,
right?
They got confidence and went on a run. Green Bay nearly almost springboarded their season and went on a run when we lost to them on Christmas Eve.
Buffalo, the only one who didn't go on a run was Green Bay.
That's the only one that didn't go on a run. Because remember, like I said before, when we lost to the Niners, that was game 1 of their 7-game losers winning streak, not game 7. A lot of people putting this notion out there as if San Francisco was already good at the time we played them. They were just an average team by the time we played them. They wasn't this super team we see now, this juggernaut at the time. That's why we had so many people in our fan base disrespecting them to the point where they only looked at the quarterback and just start automatically chalking up a win for us. Oh, Garoppolo's the quarterback. We're gonna win. That's what we were doing.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Were we not saying that going into the Niners game? That's a win. Garoppolo's the quarterback. And man,
and if he gets injured,
when Garoppolo went down,
whoa.
it just went on freaking cloud 10 at that point. There was like no way this third string 7th round quarterback is going to do anything. And then the Brock, remember the Brock Purdy era started on our watch. Never forget. Listen to me carefully. The Brock Purdy era started against us.
Yep.
And God forbid if the Sam Howell era starts with us.
Oh, you know where who's Big Ben's first win is against?
Uh-huh. Big Ben, you talking about Big Ben? Yeah.
You know where he got his first win, right?
Was it us?
Yeah, it was Miami.
It was us. So that started his 15-game run because he went on a hell of a run after that.
Yeah, pretty much.
Damn.
Oh, when Tebow went to the playoffs, his first win was against us.
Against us, right? Right. We got this bad habit of taking teams out of the dumpster or near dumpster and putting them on the map.
Like refurbishing them or some shit.
Oh, refurb. Yeah, we take that.
We're the quarterback refurbishing.
Exactly. We refurbish quarterbacks. Right. All of a sudden, that quarterback comes out, get a new engine, get some new tires, get some brand new rims. And then next you know, they're on the road. They're going 100 miles an hour now. We refurbishing teams and quarterbacks because, I was like, I had to think about this upcoming week. I'm like, damn, it's almost like, it really is almost like last year, even though we're playing the Commanders this time around. Because Commanders had just lost to Dallas, right? They just got destroyed. If I recall, I'm gonna go back and look. Check me if I'm wrong. The game before they played us, I want to say the Niners lost a bad game too.
Mm-hmm.
The week before they played us, because remember, our game was the first of a 7-game winning streak. So obviously they lost the previous game. I want to say it was a bad loss for them. I don't know. I could be wrong. Could have been a narrow loss for them. I'm gonna go back and double check and see. Because that was Thanksgiving weekend. That was after Thanksgiving weekend last year. Because Thanksgiving came late last year, so it was Thanksgiving weekend that they lost. Yeah.
And listen, by the way, I have a one thing I want to say though is blaming Tua for this team being cursed is like blaming Thanksgiving for you being fat.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't count if you're hefty in August.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you can't blame Tua for this curse. This curse came before Tua was an itch in his daddy's pants.
You got that right.
Yeah, it wasn't even an itch in his daddy's pants when this curse happened. So yeah, it's crazy. It started back in the Jimmy Johnson era. Well, Jimmy did good in his first couple of years. You know, he had some good seasons, but he never could finish the deal, especially when Dan was his quarterback and he tried to handcuff him.
Yeah.
And then Barry Sanders and Detroit did the unthinkable and blocked Barry from coming to us. That would have completed Marino's career, just like Terrell Davis completed Elway's career. That would have been the icing on Marino's on the cake. Had Detroit gave him permission to leave and go to us, it would have been a wrap. Then our Super Bowl drought would probably only be, let me see, so that's 2000, late 90s, 2000. So he could have went to 2000, 2001. So you figure it will probably only be a 20-year drought instead of a 50-year drought, you know? So
Yeah.
yeah, it would just only be a 20-year drought, which is much more palatable than a 50-year drought. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I could take a 20-year drought, especially if they win in your lifetime, then you kind of, you know, me being a lifelong Cubs fan, I
Yeah.
was just having to be born in the right time because there's a 108-year gap between titles.
Hmm.
So if somebody was born in 1909 and died in 2015, it's a long life, right?
Yeah.
Like
It's like
106 years, right? But they
yeah.
would have
It's like
missed
trying to
both
it's like trying to blame that.
championships.
You can't blame that 100-year streak on that fan who caught the pass on that on that
Yeah.
fan who
Oh,
caught
interfered with the
the
ball.
home run.
Bartman.
Yeah.
Yes. Right. Right. So because that person was still alive at that time, it would end it while they were still alive, right? They
Uh-huh.
was so that person at that time, because it was only 12 more extra years played, right? So you figure that person was 92 at the time, right? So you figure finally on your 92nd birthday, your team win the World Series,
Yep.
but they went on to pass away in 2015, so they missed out. Born in 1909, died in 2015. They missed both World Series. You know, sometimes it's just born at the wrong time, I guess. You
Yeah.
know, unfortunately, right? So us as Dolphin fans who were born after 72, like myself, 3 years later. So we're waiting for that one
Hmm.
because let's say, for instance, I can live to I'm 100, which will be 2075, right? But if the Dolphins don't win a title until 2076, then guess what? That story happened to me. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If they don't win a Super Bowl until 2076 and I pass away in 2075, then I missed the boat too, even though I lived 100 years.
Yeah, man. That's why.
Great. It's crazy. That's why I'm happy if we just get one. Because you only got one life to live. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So
That's
they
why you know
I remember in
this
the
bull.
space shake money. I think it was in the space. They were like, what are these Patriot fans doing, man? They spoil. They got 6 titles. They come in there and talk their stuff, right?
Uh-huh.
But yeah, you're talking to a 30-year-old Patriot fan who been through the end of Bledsoe's years, let's say 40-year-old Patriot fan, been through the Bledsoe era and maybe some of the Tony Eason era. They were probably a teenager at the time, right? Then they finally got to the Brady years. They got 6. They can hang it up now, right? They got more than enough to feed off of. They you think they care about sucking for the next 50 years when they've gotten 6 in the first half of their years on Earth?
Hmm.
Probably not. I would be spoiled too if the Dolphins served me up that many titles in the beginning parts of my life.
Oh yeah.
Who wouldn't be spoiled? You
That's
see
why
what
when
I'm saying?
but
Shit.
you know what's funny is real quick about the baseball. That's why when people say, "Oh, the Marlins bought their championships," bullshit, man. No, it's not just because you spend a lot of money on players doesn't guarantee success. Ask the Mets last year.
Yep. Yeah. Oh, yeah. They spent a lot of money too. I think they punished the Houston got penalized for that. The sign stealing crap, right, and
Yeah.
all that other stuff. But had they been winning, they would have had this mystique, like doing the spy gate and all that other stuff. But they didn't. They didn't. It didn't necessarily help them. It kind of hurt them in a way, but they just got caught. Maybe they did win the World Series, one at least one. But you know what I mean.
Yeah. The manager got fired, which
Yeah.
is oddly enough.
Oh, guess who's in the chat?
Who's
The
that?
None other than Duke Tomlinson, the greatest in men's wear. So yeah. So yeah, welcome, Duke. He showed up. He's there. Hey, we got some. Do you have any Cyber Monday deals or some Black Friday deals that may be there, Duke? I'm trying to get some. Trying to get some slacks and some a couple of ties. You know what I mean? you know. Yeah. I'm just trying to find a nice little suit, to go
Mhm.
out in, the Duke Tomlinson wear. Yeah. I could see the you know how have the special cursive signature when
Mhm.
you got the name stamped on the inside the breastplate of the suit. I could see it now. There go the homie Bon Joe showing up. It's a good evening, man. It's a very good evening, man. We just chopping it up, man, letting them know how eerily similar this season is to last because we were in the same situation, 8-3. Good things were happening for the team. We were feeling good about ourselves. We rolled into San Francisco. Now remember, San Francisco wasn't all that great of a team at the time we played them last year because they was like barely 500 at the time.
You never
And when
forgetting?
they beat yeah, when they beat us, they went on a 7-game winning streak. We started their winning streak. So we started the Brock Purdy era, you know. So that's what it was, Bon Joe.
Is
So
there a
we
Monday
we
night
kind of
game or no?
yeah, it is the Bears Vikings. It's a
Oh,
divisional matchup. It's the continuation of rivalry week. So they
okay.
they finishing up with the Bears Vikings because that's somewhat of a rivalry. I'm surprised it wasn't Lions Packers or Packers thing. But see, they play on Thanksgiving, so they already got them too. So they had to finish it up with the Bears and the Vikings to kind of cap it all. Now the Ravens and Chargers is not technically a rivalry, but even when the Ravens used to be the Colts, I'm trying to make a connection. There were the Baltimore Colts. Then there were the Cleveland Browns because actually this version of the Ravens are actually the old Cleveland Browns. A lot of people forget that. Um, so the Ravens Chargers, I want to say the Chargers Browns. Maybe I'm trying to think of some classic games that the Chargers and Browns played in the mid '80s. They did have some classic games with Kosar and Dan Fouts. So yeah, I guess you could kind of say the franchises is kind of a rivalry in a way,
Mhm.
but since they play so many division games, they just kind of ran out of matchups and said, okay, these two teams made the playoffs. We'll just save them for two, right? Put them on Sunday night. You know what I'm saying? One team is doing good, the other team is not doing so good. So okay, we can get away with it. It's still the Chargers, so they kind of like threw that at us. But you have to do a lot of digging to look at the history of the old Cleveland Browns and the Dan Fouts led Chargers. Then you can kind of see the rivalry there a little
Well,
bit because both of the wide receivers they had great wide receiver core
mm,
with Kellen Winslow. Remember, Kellen Winslow Jr. played with the Browns, which were the old Cleveland Browns. His son played with the other Browns, but the father played with the Chargers.
mm-hmm.
So you kind of got those ties. Now I'm really
Well,
digging. Shake like damn. But yeah, I'm just trying to make the connection on why the Ravens Chargers can be considered a somewhat a quasi rivalry.
well, you know what's
Because of the
cool is
franchises, only the franchises.
what's
But
cool
yeah,
about the matchup between um this game tonight is you got two OCs that are head coach hopefuls.
mm-hmm.
Brian Flores versus Bienemy. Two guys,
Yeah,
two no nonsense guys that are supposedly you know can't get along with folks.
can't get along, right? Yeah, and his defenses are playing well now. I think they're top 10 now. He's the top, maybe even top 5 now. He's gotten them to a level of what we were at the end of 2020. We was fifth in scoring. Well, actually, we was maybe third or fourth in scoring. We dropped to 6 because that 56 points really took us down quite a bit. We slid like 4 slots or 3 or 4 slots. Um, and our points allowed because that 56 points really hurt at the on that last game. But Flores had us humming. We needed the Ravens to beat the Patriots or something like that. And then we would have won even though we lost to the Bills. See, we had to play that game. And then that was it. The rest was history. Tua had a bad first half. I want to say he had a pick six in that game because DVP slipped on one play. He threw it, and then they took one to the house on the short field. And I was like, oh, that's it. A lot of people forget. Never forget. Listen to me
Yeah.
carefully.
It's,
We
it's,
lost
I don't forget.
56. We lost 56 to 26. But guess what? A lot of people forget we actually led in that ball game 3-0. A lot of people, oh damn, we were blown out. My philosophy is that anytime you lead in any ball game, by definition, you have a chance of winning. I don't care if it's a 1 point game, 1 point lead, because that tells me that if you can get up on somebody, you have the ability and should have the ability to keep them down. I've always carried the philosophy if you have a lead on any team at any point of the game, that is a winnable game. That's just the way this is the way I'm bred, you know, because your defense should be able to hold them down the rest of the game. Then obviously your defense held them down if you're able to get the lead, unless you got the ball first and you scored. But to me, I'm saying you should be able to play enough defense to win that game if you get a lead at any point in the game. It is tough, but it's football.
Yeah.
You got to play offense and defense. Now, if you lose, if you never lead in a game, then to me, by definition, it's not a winnable game. If you never went ahead in the game at any point, how is it winnable? Unless okay, you go down 3-0, you get the ball. Okay, technically you can go up by 4 because you can score a touchdown. But if you trail by more than 7, right, at the start of a game, it's not winnable. I mean, it's winnable, but it's if you never get the lead, then you were just out of it from the start. If you fall down 14-0, tie it, and then you could go down 14 once again, it's no longer winnable. You're losing control of the game. To me, you don't have control because the minute you go down by double digits twice, are you really controlling the game? You're not in control. You're kind of like it's like cat and mouse. When the cat is playing with the mouse, he can kill it at any time. Just slapping it around with his paws a few bit. He's running around the corner. Then he goes over there and slap it around again, just playing around with it. He he can kill it at any time. Eventually the mouse gets away a little bit, then goes run and slap it around again. And then it takes the bite to him, and then it's over. That's how I feel about some football games. Some teams, you slap them around, they get back in it, never take the lead, they get back in it, and then the team just goes up again by 2 touchdowns or more, and they get a score here, there, a field goal, and then they finish you off. You know, but yeah, it's a cat and mouse game. That's it for the cat and Tom and Jerry lessons of football. But Sal is in the building. Welcome. Let me see who else. Somebody else creeped in here. Hang on, give me a minute. I think it was just Sal. Okay.
By the way, the Bills don't got to worry about losing next week.
Yep. By default, they're losers. They don't have to play. At least we ain't got to worry about Dan Mitchell, and I'm gonna tell TD just give him some, console him a little bit tonight because he's going through it. He's gonna send you gift packages.
Care packages.
Yeah, the care packages. Michael K said Sal is an idiot, making a bad throw on McDermott. How is Allen making a bad throw on McDermott? Yeah, it's either your wide receiver took a left turn in the end zone, and he was supposed to break it inside, or Josh Allen's supposed to throw it outside. There's only one or two options on that play, Michael K. If it was miscommunication between the quarterback or wide receiver on that last play, which I think y'all talking about, either he's supposed to throw it to the outside, or the play was he was a spot thrower throwing into a spot that the receiver's supposed to been in. Only one or two things could have happened.
By the way,
on that play.
one thing I admire about Michael K is he doesn't discriminate. He's an equal offender.
Yeah.
He'll troll everybody.
Oh, he's saying it was an option route. The receiver decides which way to break. Now tell me this: if it's an option route for the receiver and he sees the ball going in one direction, it's up to the receiver to make the judgment on the direction and the flight of the football. So he has to adjust to go to the ball then that's basically the receiver fault then.
Listen, the only option the receiver has is to catch the fucking ball.
Yeah.
That's his option.
Because remember, it was a 20+ yard pass, so it's probably about 30 air yards, I want to say. If I remember correctly, it was probably 30 air yards. You figure he's 5 yards behind. And the ball fell 5 yards in the end zone. But it was to the right of the receiver. Which means technically, if Gabe Davis comes out and he sees and he's watching the trajectory of the ball, some receivers still make a hard cut and try to get over to the ball to try to make a play on the ball, even if the receivers, timed it badly. Well, Josh Allen was just throwing to a spot. So now is Josh Allen a spot thrower? I'm kind of throwing that punt out there because they like to label quarterbacks as spot throwers. So technically, he's a spot thrower. David wasn't looking when Allen threw it.
Yep, and
okay. Well, he was looking at the defender. He was already past the defender by 4 yards.
Spot thrower.
Let me see. Yeah,
and Jalen Ramsey is a spot remover.
Right. The easier throw is rear pylon, middle of the field, or safety help. No, I don't think it was a safety over there. That was totally blown coverage on both sides. Remember, Philly sent 6 guys. They sold out on that play. If I recall, they gambled. Well, the gamble paid off, obviously, but it was because the quarterback miscommunication on the freaking play. But they gambled. Josh Allen threw it to a spot, and Gabe Davis said, "I'll go left," and the ball went right. So, can we say that was another no good ride right in the aisles of Buffalo history? Because no good ride right was the field goal kicker in '91. In 2023, it was no good ride right by the passer, by the quarterback on an option route. Can we say we have? So, Michael K., are you saying we got 2 no good ride rights from the Buffalo Bills? Is that what you're saying, Michael K.? 2 no good ride rights.
Wide rights.
Yeah. Okay, it was. I get it. It was played on TV. I was watching TV too. But it looks like we have 2 no good ride rights for the Buffalo Bills. No good ride right. That's becoming a staple. If I remember, on them 13 seconds, Tyreek Hill, that touchdown he scored, and when they got it, it was to the right. On the right side. It was on the right side of the field. So damn, all this right side, right action on Buffalo is A curse. Won't you say that, Shake Money?
Yeah.
Anything that goes to the right side of the field and on, it's bad. It's not good.
And maybe if they get a left-handed quarterback, their luck will change.
Uh,
Oh man.
no,
But hey, let me ask
technically
you
it
this.
wasn't because Davis doesn't throw the football. Yeah, you could say it wasn't Davis' fault because he didn't throw himself the football. Yeah, I got you there. But you said it was optional for him. Quarterback threw it to a spot. But yeah, y'all only chance, Michael K, to revive your season is for us to lose 3 games, and one of those 3 games is to you guys. That's it. That's your only option. We will have to lose our final 3 games or in any combination, but one of those 3 being against y'all. That's y'all only route to the playoffs. That's it. Not well to the division. Of course, if you win a division, it'll be the playoffs. That's it.
Yeah.
I just gave you guys your only route to the playoffs.
Win
3
the
losses
division.
by us, and you went off. Yep. That's Buffalo's only route to the title. Our route is just 4 wins or a combination of 4 games between Buffalo losses and Miami wins. That's the magic number. Yeah, they'll make the playoff. I'm telling you your route to the division title. Yeah, I get it. If you guys win out, you guys still make a wild card. That's true. But your route to the division title has to be us losing a total of 3 games and you guys winning out. Yes. That's your only route. That's your only route to the title. But yeah, you guys just win out and still lose the division to make the playoffs. That's true. Yeah, the head coach is out of there. Yeah, he's out of there. Get him out of there. He's out of there. Get him out of there. McDermott's done. He's toast. He's chopped liver. What's up, JR Black?
By the way, you remind me of.
What was that?
Don't you remind me when you said get him out of there?
What was that?
Back in the day when Trump was in his rallies, get him out of here.
Oh yeah.
Get him out of here. You're gone.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Tell the security guard, get him out of here. Get him out of here. Get him out. Get him out. Oh man. Get him out. JR Black. JM used to be around too. I haven't seen him in a minute. You got the let's see. I'm just double checking. Y'all give me a minute. Let's see. Okay, another thing we got Cleveland Browns lost, right? So they're down to the 6th seed. And we're at 4. If the playoffs started today, we will be hosting the Steelers. The Colts will be playing the Chiefs. The Ravens will have the bye. And the Jaguars will be playing the Browns. So that would be that's your current playoff standings as of today. If the season was called off and we had to start the playoffs next week, we will be playing it Sunday. It will probably be a Sunday noon game, or Saturday noon game at the Hard Rock against the Steelers. So I'll give you guys updates. Who will we be playing if the season ended for the remainder of the schedule? So let's hope that what's up, Robert? Let's hope that we can continue that, because remember, we are the season is basically now just beginning. The month of December is here. So I'm gonna give you guys an update on who we would be playing if the season was to end. So right now we'll be playing the Steelers either Saturday or Sunday at 1:00 if the season ended today at home. So that's our matchup. Now, of course, things can change. You know, we was only in first place for, let me see, we played Friday, right? We hit the number one seed for about 48 hours. No, when did the
Son of a bitch.
Chiefs win? No. So it was about, yeah, so it was about 48 hours because the Chiefs had won in the afternoon game. So we had we were in first place for 48 hours, and by 50 about 50 some hours at the 50th hour we dropped the fourth. So it's fluid, fellas. We went from first to fourth in a 3-hour time period. So there you go. There you have it. So it's all good. It's all good. Next year we can, I mean, next week we can go up to first, or now I have to give you the worst case scenario. We can go as low as 6 is if we were to lose, if I recall, because we are only 2 games ahead of the 7th seed, and we're the 4th seed in the loss column because Indy's got 5 losses and we got 3. So I think the lowest we can get is 6 if we lose. That's the lowest seed we can slip to. So we got to keep it up in December. Don't go on no 2-game losing streaks. Now, a 2 or 3-game losing streak, you can go as low as 8. It can drop that fast. That's what was so crucial about last year because it happened. We did lose those 3 in a row, and we went from the 2nd seed to the 7th seed in just 3 weeks. And then by the 4th week and 5th week, we were on the outside looking in, and then we had to play the Jets, beat the Jets, get help, and then get the 7th seed.
Yeah, man.
So,
I'm still.
Yeah. So by the 7th, so by week 17, we were the 8th seed at the end of week 17. We went from
still
2nd to
ashamed of
8th.
myself for room for the Bills.
Oh yeah, we had to root for the Bills. Yeah. So everybody remember that dreadful fall, you know. We went from the 2nd seed to the 8th seed in less than a month.
Mm-hmm.
Brutal.
Yep.
Less than a month. Less than 30 calendar days. We went from 2 to 8.
2 to 7. Yeah, 2 to 8. Yeah, then yeah, because we had to lose. We had for the Patriots to lose. Then we went back to 7.
Then we went back to 7. Once they lost, then they went. That's when we went to 7. We were still 8, even though they lost, because even the Patriots losing, had we lost, we still would have been 8 because the Patriots had the tiebreaker over us.
Yeah,
that's what was so brutal about that game. We hit the scoreboard watch after our game ended.
Yeah, because all we had to do was beat the Chiefs.
Watch. Yep.
There was a couple of teams we had to beat, and then we would have beat the Chiefs, and we would have beat the Chargers and the whatchamacallit. We would have punched our ticket in. We didn't have to root for nobody.
Right.
Yep.
Or we'd have beat the Packers on Christmas Eve or Christmas.
Yeah.
We would have punched our ticket then. Those last 2 games wouldn't have mattered as far as clinching, because the Bills pretty much had a 2-game lead on us, so they had won. They had won the division after the 14th week, I want to say, because one of their games got canceled.
Yeah, the Bengals.
Right. So they clinched. So all we was vying for was a playoff spot at that time. Even though we were the 2 seed going into the San Francisco game. This year we're the 4th seed going into the Commanders game. So yeah, the math is a bit fuzzy. So any slip up now, which we got total control over, it's totally in our hands.
Yeah.
We can go from 4 to 8 in the same amount of time period.
We're in the driver's seat, pretty much.
Right, we're in the driver's seat. It's either, put it like this: you're going to the fast food joint, you're driving up to the thing, getting your fast food burgers or whatever, and then as you're driving up, you just jump out of the car and just let it roll. That's basically what we did last year. On the way to the joint, we just jumped out of the moving vehicle and then because we're no longer the driver, we just get out of the moving vehicle, say up, just jump out, let the car continue to roll to get to where it's going,
Mm-hmm.
and then we needed help. The Jets were that brick wall at the end of the road, but we weren't in it. We hit that brick wall, and then something else happened. The Patriots lost, but we were no longer in it with the driver. We just had to wait for that brick wall to stop the moving car. Then the Jets were that brick wall. We smashed through it because we beat them, and then something else had to happen.
Mm. What's going on, Jr. Black? Haven't seen you in
Yep.
a while. How you been, my brother? I hope it's a great day for you. So are you gonna be dropping the link soon?
Yes, you can drop it. You
All
can
right.
go ahead and do it. But yeah, but that's the story going into next week, fellas. We gotta tighten things up. We've been a little loose with handing in a little football. The team has been Jekyll Hyde when it comes in and out of the first and second half. You
Mm-hmm.
just got to clean some things up, and if we can clean these things up, then the deja vu would not happen. If we don't clean things up, the trend is deja vu will happen, and that Commanders game will be the Niners game last year. We don't want to make Sam Howell look like Brock Purdy. That's the lesson going into this week. In Michael K. in classic fashion, we will be rebuilding after this year. A lot of free agents and salary cap issues. Greer's going to get that fixed. Trust me. All right. Yeah. Yeah. I try to acknowledge it. Yeah. I try. Yeah, I try to do my best to acknowledge it. It's gonna be a lot of changes coming up for a lot of franchises that's pressured to win now. We're pressured to win now because now it looks like we're gonna have at least three new participants in the playoffs. They're not household names by any chance. We can have the likes of Garner Minshew, Kenny Pickett, and TDR as playoff starting quarterbacks. So half the field is almost eliminated in everybody's mind on advancement. So if we don't take advantage of this opportunity, with all the AFC supposed to have all the great quarterbacks in it, but it looks like all the great quarterbacks won't be participating in this year's playoffs. So those teams with starting quarterbacks like ours, the Chiefs and the Jaguars and the Ravens, that's it. Those four teams, the only one got their starting quarterbacks healthy. That's playoff participants. So the pressure is on those four, us four. You can say the Chiefs, well, they won the title, so they really don't have nothing to prove. Just continue doing what they're doing. The Ravens, us, and the Jaguars are the only teams that's in the playoff picture right now, sitting in the playoff spot, that's got the most pressure to win because all the other teams don't have their starting quarterback. So if any one of those teams don't win, Lamar, Tua, Mahomes, or Lawrence are not, just for the AFC, is not representing the AFC in the Super Bowl, then you're looking at a true realignment of the stars, because that opens it up for Brock Purdy to win his first one. That opens it up, of course, for Jalen Hurts to win his first one, because that's who they'll be facing, one of those other backup quarterbacks in the Super Bowl. Or golf to finally have a playoff, a Super Bowl, with his second team. So you have a brand new team there. You have the Vikings in the playoff picture, and the Saints, I guess, by default, somebody in that division. David Carr will be a participant. So look at all these brand new participants. Now, I would drop the Colts out and put C.J. Stroud in there as a rookie. Is he trying to be like Ben Roethlisberger, become the first rookie to win a Super Bowl? Who knows? Just you never know. So this year is interesting, fellas. This is really interesting. Yeah, don't sleep on the Cowboys. So I'm gonna name off the NFC teams, dude. You got Dak Prescott, Jalen Hurts. You got the kid from Minnesota who just went there, Dobbs, right? You got Carr, right? There's only one team from that division making. That's the division winner. So it's Carr. Then you got Green Bay is actually still in the mix. Lo and behold, Jordan Love makes a push. He's still in the mix. And you got the I think I named 7. So that's all 7, Shake. We got the Eagles, Cowboys. That's just one division. The Detroit Lions, the 49ers, and the Saints. So that's 5. And then the other 2 participants, Minnesota and Green Bay. That's it. So you got only 3 teams in the the Rams are starting to make a push. So you can say the Rams are back in it in Seattle. So other than that, that's it.
And
You got brand new participants in the playoffs. I've always predicted at least 1 or 2, one from each conference, brand new participants. Each year you're going to have brand new teams going to the playoffs. It's just the way the deck's been shuffled for the last millennia. You're always going to have some brand new participants. So I this year my team was Texans to be that brand new team. And then in the NFC, I chose the Packers.
mm-hmm.
But yeah, we got to win.
You seen Jordan Phillips almost got into a fight with that fan?
You talking about from the Bills?
No, Eagles. Yeah, Jordan Phillips.
Yeah, the Eagles fan. Yeah, it was the Eagles fan that was sitting in the stand. He came up to her.
Yeah, and what's funny is like he wasn't like the other dudes that backed down. He was you know what I mean? He's like, fuck, go ahead, hit me, please.
Yep. Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, he was.
I noticed a lot of them, a lot of the fans, they'll get nervous. I'm like, go ahead, please hit me. I'll fucking. Yeah. The smart fans be like, please do. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna sue your ass.
Yeah, I think the Bills, Hannah, welcome, Hannah.
As a matter of fact, it was him.
In 2025.
He was the one who cost.
I have no idea who we drafted in 2025.
He cost that game that we lost, that Josh Allen lost, the first time Josh Allen lost to Miami, right?
Yeah, he
played a big part of that because he got a fucking what's that he got a unnecessary roughness on him. They got us the first down and made us score.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Are you talking about the first game last year
that he ever lost? Yeah, because had he not did that unnecessary roughness,
yes.
Josh Allen wouldn't have to throw that touchdown to Clay to win that game.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. The first playoff game, McDermott was a choke. Riding Allen's coattails. So yeah, I guess that's the argument in Bill spaces now. Who drug who? Did McDermott drug Allen or Allen drug McDermott to the semi-promised land?
Well, apparently, whatchamacallit, look, here's a fun stat. I seen yesterday. Josh Allen is 0-6 in overtime games.
Yep. He lost his 6th one. He's 0-6.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And then
And 6-6. So that's 6-6-6.
Dan Mitchell also brought up the fact that he was playing soft coverage
Mm-hmm.
towards the end, which was something that people were blaming Frazier on. Remember,
Mm-hmm.
everybody was saying, "Oh
Yeah.
man, this is," and so
It's Frazier's defense. Yeah.
yeah. So the same thing that cost him the game in that 13 that cost him the 13 seconds reared its ugly head yesterday, and he wasn't even in the sideline.
Right.
You know.
Michael K saying he stepped down. He was never fired.
Well, yeah,
He will
you're
be
right.
working in
I
the
mean,
NFL.
yeah. Listen, Michael K knows what he's talking about, but I'm talking about what these Bill Mafia. All of a sudden, everybody's saying that he got fired.
Yeah.
But hey,
Right.
listen, I agree with Michael K 100%.
Right. Crunch time. You can't stop a nosebleed. Well, that was a lot of points. Given the weather conditions in that game, it was a lot of points put up on the board by both teams. I mean, the Eagles' defense probably played the worst they played all season. Right? They were giving up a lot of boneheaded plays on the quarterback that was allowing him to break containment and get these big runs on 3rd and long. I think they converted like 8 plays with 3rd and 7 or longer. Like they're the worst in the league. The Eagles are. The percentage is bad.
And the fans complain when McDermott blitzed twice in a row against the Broncos. The fan base are morons. You can't make this shit up, can you?
Yeah. Well, that play, that pass interference will go down in history. And the pass interference, the 12 men on the field after he missed the field goal will also go down in history. So yeah, that was classic. You guys could be easily sitting at 8-3 or 7-4 with a lot of would clean up some miscues here and there. Could be easily sitting at 7-4, 8-3. But you're not. So now you got to run the table in order to get to the playoffs. In order to win the division, you need us to lose 3. Yeah. But yeah, that's neither here nor there. Are you guys getting alerts about the Miami Dolphins signing another defensive end? No, Nene,
No.
I'm not getting any alerts about any defensive ends signing other than Christian Wilkins. I guess is going to be getting $30 million a season, and Eichenberg is going to be getting a $50 million contract.
We got an Eichenberg, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, we got an Eichenberg. So Nene, yeah.
Nene, we dropped the link. Come on up and bless us with your presence, please.
The sports practice squad into the 53-man roster.
What's up, fellas?
What's going on, my brother? How you doing?
You know what?
Hey,
I'm doing
what's happening?
great. I'm doing great. I really am. You know,
Okay.
the Bills lost. It was Allen's fault, and you got clowns like Sale that don't know what they're talking about. Life's good.
Oh yeah, I don't know if Sal agrees with your assessment.
Sale forgets
that's
to wipe
neither
his
here nor
ass when he takes a shit.
I don't know. He might. He might. I don't know. It may be optional for him. You know, some people that's an optional thing.
What's up, Nene?
What's up, Nene?
What's going on, Nene?
Listen, I just got out of class. I'm so happy he got us out of there early. Boy, Lord have mercy.
Oh yeah, he had y'all bogged down in the.
Well, no, this is
every discussion.
I'm in the week of finals, so each class is basically like,
Oh, that's
all
right.
right,
It is
guys,
December. Yes,
papers are
finals
due.
week.
Finals is in Blackboard. Good night.
Oh, okay. So you turn them in over the weekend, and then
Yeah, I got into the majority of everything. Got to be done by the 5th. Semester ends on the 7th. So.
Oh, okay. Then you come back in January. That's how it is.
Yeah, January for spring 1. Yeah.
Hey, what kind of law are you
Okay.
going to practice when you get out?
So I'm doing like 3 things. So I have administrative law, which is like for veterans that's fighting VA claims and their percentages. So
Oh,
that's
really?
yeah.
Okay.
So because I mean, obviously I'm a vet, and then when I retired, they kind of just screwed me around with my percentages. I was able to get my percentages from 60 to 100%
Okay.
permanent in total by myself, just reading the rules and getting into the books and stuff. So and then the other type of law is being available for soldiers that's fighting court martials, because I'm just gonna be honest, the Uniform Code of Military Justice is not for soldiers. It's for the chain of command. So,
This ain't about. I got to tell you a funny story. My buddy, he's older now. He's probably in his 80s, I'm guessing. They have a Marine Memorial here in New York and in North Tonawanda, right outside of Buffalo. So when they dedicated this memorial, a bunch of my buddy's friends came in from around the country, and they did what Marines do, and they went out drinking and stuff. Well, he went to his doctor. He went to his doctor that following Monday or Tuesday at the VA, and the doctor said, "Yeah, what are you doing?" He goes, "Yeah, I was on a little bit of a bender." And the doctor said, "A bender?" He sent him to a psychologist
Mm.
just by having fun with his friends for the weekend. Went to the VA, and he went from 45% to 80% with his disability payments.
well, it's a
Mhm.
struggle. Like I had a soldier, unfortunately, he's a diabetic and went into a coma during a PT test. Man, he
Oh
didn't even get
man.
50%. So when he got out, he had to get like 3-4 jobs just to make ends meet. So that was a part of my passion for that part.
Man.
And then for the divinity school, I want to do pastoral counseling, like
Now,
for group.
now correct me if I'm wrong. Once you're in the service for at least 10 years, pre-existing injuries don't matter, correct? It all falls on the military.
Uh, no, it all depends. From day one, when you serve, whatever happens to you and it's in your medical records, they have to hold that accountable. It's just it's some nuances with the language if it's service connected. Like for instance,
Right.
if you were on leave and you sprained your ankle that required a surgery, that had nothing to do like with something service. You were on leave. So even though you were in the military, it wasn't a situation that came from the military, if that
Right.
makes sense. So
Well,
that's where it gets a little dicey.
it's no different than when you're off. You go to work for the day, you get out, you go to your off base apartment or house wherever you live. You fall off your step and break your ankle. It's still on the military, correct?
Well, in terms of they will see you, you would get health care. Yeah, they'll bandage you up. But in terms of counting that as a disability when you get out, no.
Well, that
It's-
technically isn't. Yeah, I understand what you're saying there.
yeah, so
Mm.
but when they say disability is any injury, illness, and then it's a whole process where they have to
Yeah, they
quantify it.
classify them, right? Yeah.
Yeah, you got to
See, now
quant.
my buddy just got out after 12 years, and he had a oh, what the hell is the? I can't think of the word of it. When you were born with it, the shit. I can't think of the word now. I feel like Sale. I can't think of the word.
But okay, just continue to go on. What did he get from it?
Oh, so anyways, it was something that would have happened whether or not he was in the service, because he had like a calcium buildup in his spine and his vertebrae fused together.
Uh,
So
He got
since they
100%.
accept him as a service member while he had that condition, they
right,
they, they
because
now took on responsibility.
He got 100%. He got 100% disability and a medical discharge.
let me just be honest with you. Unless you see it, a lot of soldiers lie.
No,
They
no, no.
got
He
Oh,
wouldn't lie
before
to
they
me.
got before.
He's one of my best friends. He wouldn't lie to me. I seen the
because
pain he was in.
what happens is when people get out, they be like, "I'm 100%," but it's a difference between being 100% and being permanently,
Yeah.
disabled. That's like the Willy Wonka. If you remember Willy Wonka, the golden ticket.
Yeah.
Permanent and total means you could clear out student loan debt. You get the tags on your car. Is it's a different
The
type of
whole
wealth. Let's
fun.
just put it that way.
Yeah, well, he still gets his GI Bill and he got the medical. In
Oh yeah,
fact,
everybody get that.
well,
Everybody get
they
that.
still gave it to him, but they weren't gonna. They wouldn't let him continue to get his 20 to get his pension.
Mm-hmm.
The
Yeah, and
military
that's
said no, you can't do it because you can't PT.
well, like I
Yeah,
said,
that's definitely physical.
it's a dirty game. It all depends on how it's written up. I've seen where people put you in certain jobs to where you don't have to PT. You be on what they call a profile, but I know y'all don't want to hear about that in the listen. Y'all want to hear about Dolphins football.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
but
all right, yeah, let's talk Dolphins football. How come they're not extending Tua yet?
Because Greer said so.
because it's Chris
Why?
And
Greer.
that's the bottom line.
That's good. That's totally on Greer, man. He said he ain't talking contracts or nothing with the quarterback position until further notice.
Yeah, what's the time limit to where that 23 million cap hit
It'll
can't
be
be
next year.
adjusted?
It'll be next year.
Well, no, next year is what I'm saying. At what
Yeah,
point
he's not
there's a
getting nothing
cutoff?
until then. They'll probably go until November. No, not November next year. Probably around the spring when they start talking numbers on extensions.
See, I thought there was a cutoff, and that's why all these quarterbacks are getting their contracts done in the fourth year.
Yeah, I think they have to do it within the start of the new league year. So it'll be probably March.
But see,
That's
I
the day.
think this is where I'm not mad at Greer for this one because production is
He's waiting.
power. Because if he would have
Yeah.
signed them, let's say after the first 3 games, it's totally different than the last 2
The
or
last
3
two,
games.
right?
It's
So
totally
Greer knows he's
different
playing his
market.
cards with vest. Yep, right. Greer know because he knows the trends and he knows that obviously December 3rd ongoing, he's got to see how it plays out. So yeah,
Is he trying to save salary cap money for the next 5 or 6 years by not signing them?
because he's got other players got to sign too. That's about to come under their contracts. So he's
Yeah,
he's trying to mix it in.
well, you know what? Greer kind of got spared with one situation with Jalen Phillips, because now that's one contract you don't have to worry about in terms, let's be honest, on what it would
To
have been.
give him his 5th year or his 4th year because he's a
Just
first rounder. They would have to
well,
tell him they're not picking up his 5th year.
well, the thing of it is what I mean in terms of we don't know what he gonna look like after that Achilles. That's a hard injury to come back from.
Well, I mean,
So
Well,
Yeah.
back in the
said-
day, but now
Yeah.
it's a lot better than what it used to be.
Well, hold on, Shake, because Rodgers is the first one that is trying to come back from this injury that quick.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Because that's the new surgery.
yeah, I
Look at
think
Byron Jones.
But see, we're out
Byron
of
Jones couldn't
time
even
on
jump.
Jalen Phillips. We only got 6 games. Rogers had the whole season.
Well,
and
yeah,
plus,
but Phillips should be ready for next year.
plus,
Yeah, he'll be
they're
ready for
different.
next year.
They're different positions on how they push off on that Achilles. No, it'll be a little bit more
Yeah.
difficult for Jalen than
Yeah.
Rogers.
It's more weight too. Yeah, probably because of in the rehab process. I imagine it's harder for somebody heavier to heal than somebody that don't have a lot of weight. I don't know.
But
I
what I'm
never had
saying is
Achilles,
he ain't
so I
gonna have
don't
to
know.
worry. He ain't gonna
Yeah,
have to worry
but I
about that
mean,
money like he would before that injury
yeah,
with Jalen.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
he's heavier, but he's also muscular too. You know what I mean?
Well, that's
Yes.
it. You can't really
That's
work
true.
out an Achilles tendon.
No, and the back pedal for Rogers would be difficult too, you would think.
Yeah. But see, Jalen is pushing forward almost
Right.
100% of the time. He's not
Yeah, that's
necessarily
what I'm saying.
backpedaling his initial start.
Hey, what do y'all think about who we're signing?
I put it out
I
there,
don't
but I
know.
don't know if it's official.
Jason Pierre-Paul is supposed to be signing a contract with us.
Oh, I didn't hear about that.
No,
I don't know.
remember I put it in
It just got broke by Barry Jackson.
Oh, okay.
I put it down there in the chat. That's why y'all brought me up, because I put it down there.
Okay.
That's who they were looking at.
They was looking at okay.
I
What's
saw
his,
I saw it. I saw it
what's his
before I
deal?
came
What's his
on here. I saw
concern?
it.
Because you know how
I
people
saw
is at this part of the season.
I saw it before I came on. Before I came on, that's when I was like, before I saw the show.
Okay.
Now they talked about that Leonard dude as well,
Mm-hmm.
but he's making the
Right.
he's
He's
making
with
the
the
round from
Cowboys
the
right
Dallas
now.
and the Eagles.
Right.
Which Leonard?
Leonard.
I know we're
Ah,
enjoying talking.
I can't
Shaq
remember his
Leonard.
first name.
Hey, by the way,
Shaq Leonard.
Shaq. Okay.
Jack Leonard, that's it. Thanks,
how
Don.
is
I couldn't remember.
how's
Mhm.
playoff Lenny working for the Bills? Is he doing good?
He's doing great on the practice squad.
Hey Shake.
Yeah.
Hey Shake. I know we're talking Dolphins and all, but I still want to know how the Gators lost to a backup quarterback.
We had our backup quarterback.
Yeah, that
There you
explains it, I guess.
Yeah, pretty
A
much.
backup lost to a backup. There you go. Which, well, Shake always know I'm
And
here to
that was his
comfort.
first. That was his first start ever.
Yeah. Well, I'm here to comfort Shake on the Gators because they can always get Tim Tebow if they need him. You know.
I know. It's not. Hold on, yeah, because you guys did so good against the Seminoles, right? Oh, that's right. You guys lost them too. Damn.
Hey, Shay, what's going on with them cutting up y'all field?
Yeah, but we
talking
lost.
about?
Hey, but Shake, you know what the difference is? We lost by 7 with our guy making his first start against their starter.
It's still a
Yeah.
loss. That's no difference. They lost. Still lost. You're in the loss column. Who cares? Anyway,
I care. Those my Hurricanes. We ain't do nothing to your Gators.
Oh no,
no, he's going. He's going. He's going.
I get-
Glenn Todd,
I
he's
gotta
the one who
get-
started it up. So,
I give Shake shit every week about the Gators.
and I'm gonna give
Yeah.
you
But
shit
why?
right back.
But Shay, why did they cut up y'all field? Why did those players take scissors and try to cut up parts of y'all field? I'm trying to understand the
I have
story.
no
I
idea.
missed that part. I totally missed that part. Who was cutting this field up?
That's got to
couple-
be something.
Players?
That's got to
Yeah.
have something to do with tradition. I'm guessing.
It
With
was
the
the
rivalry.
FSU players.
Yeah,
They
it is
had
rivalry
scissors
week. Yeah.
and were cutting up the field.
Yeah. Oh shit.
I have
Well,
no
I ain't
idea.
messing with Shake. I ain't never seen him so despondent about that question. It looked like I ain't trying to hear none of that.
No. We good. We good.
Listen,
And
y'all
Shake,
see that
Shake,
transfer?
Shake
That
knows he's a
transfer
brother
portal
to me.
going crazy.
It's good. It's all no, it's all good. I told Shake they might reach the 40-yard line this instead of just getting to midfield. They'll get to the 40
Listen,
this
all we gotta
time.
do. Listen. I mean, every year, last 2 years, 2 years before last, Florida State went 3-6, 5-7. Y'all went 5-7. This is our year to go 5-7. At the end of the day, we have every
Just
school has
spreading it around the state.
a down year. You know what I mean?
So they taking turns throughout the state. Each team
Pretty much.
is taking turns with bad years.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but Miami got to figure out how to close games. They shouldn't
No,
be.
we got to figure out how to recruit.
No, the recruit's good because you got
recruiting's fine.
you got some guys that's good to go. My guy, Ruben Bain, he's probably gonna win some awards this year.
But you know what sucks is Ruben Bain will be out in 2 years.
We need
he
another
gone.
we need another Gino Toretta. That's what we need. But that's
Well, it definitely ain't TVD.
Hey, speaking of rivalries,
we need a
where's
Gino
where's
Toretta.
Ali been?
Oh yeah,
I
Ali
know.
probably
Ali
hurt
has been
right
missing.
now.
Yeah, Ali is somewhere in the dungeon right now. He's kind of licking his wounds right now.
Big Blue.
Oh
Yeah,
man,
yeah.
I don't know who this guy is, but he coming in guns blazing. Shit ain't Lou. Oh my God, Crypto! How long you stayed in the space before you started? Because it was getting out of control. I had to go to class.
Oh no, I was in there just for a little bit. I ain't staying there too long. It was like right up until the start time. Just right before 6, like 10 minutes before. And they was still in there going at each other. Color and what you call it turned up and
oh yeah, Color,
and Andy and Color and Andy. He said something to Andy. He's like, yeah, what are you coming at me for?
He He told him, "Boy, shut up." I said, "Okay, it's time to go to class. I'm out of here."
Right. I was like, oh, a
We
lot of
really need to
strays
win
going
a
on.
championship, man. We need to, because maybe that'll calm us down. I think it's just a whole bunch of everybody ready to rumble.
I don't even know
Hey,
if that's
but
therapy, to
hey,
be
check this out,
honest.
Nene. When me and Todd talk about Florida and UM, it sounds like I'm heated, but if you look at my face, I'm smiling the whole time.
Yeah, it's the same. Shake's like the only Gator fan I actually get along with, so he's cool. He's like a brother.
and Miss Pam
Well,
too.
I get along with Von Joe and Pam. They pretty cool. They pretty good.
Well, Pam's cool, yeah. So
Yeah,
I gotta say,
my brother-in-law, he's a Hurricane. Pretty much everybody in my house except for me roots for the Canes.
dude,
I mean, roots.
everybody that has a
Well,
big
you
family
grew up
in
in Coral
Florida,
Gables, right?
there's always a split between all three teams in the family. You know what I mean? You're used to it.
Mm-hmm.
See, I never grew up in Miami. I just grew up liking the football teams, the Gators and Dolphins. I mean, the
The
Canes
Gators
and
and
Dolphins.
Dolphins, yeah, damn.
Oh God.
Man.
Well, now I gotta wash my mouth out with soap. No.
Man, go get some bleach. Go get some bleach and switch it out.
Right, I gotta go
Y'all
get some
put us on the
Lysol and
schedule for next year,
everything.
right?
Yeah, the next 2 years. Yeah.
Oh, that's gonna be good.
I mean, listen. I think it should be playing every year, but
Hey,
unfortunately,
Shake.
it's the
Hey,
SEC
Shake.
that freaking made us take you out of the schedule.
Hey, Shake. When we play y'all, I'll be up. I'll be in your stream.
Oh, for sure.
You know I'll be there.
Yeah. When does the schedule come out? Or they wait after the bowl games, right after the bowl games, when they put it out.
It's gonna. Well, you have to take turns because I know Color's gonna want to be on there. There's gonna be a lot of people. Hey man, and you know what's funny is, Nene, you know what kind of a sport I am.
I'm listening.
For one time and one time only, because you know when the Canes score a touchdown,
mm-hmm.
I mean the Gators score a touchdown. I played our fight song. I loaded the Seminoles fight song and played it when they scored a touchdown for the Seminole fans who frequent my stream.
Okay.
Yeah, that's worse than y'all
as a good gesture.
Yeah. Damn.
That's worse than y'all keep singing the doggone Dolphin song, man. It drives me crazy every time I hear it. I leave the space.
But you know what's funny is,
wait a minute, Nene, you didn't want to join them in the course.
And hold on, you know what's funny, Nene? When we were winning in the first half, there were no Seminoles in my chat. Then as soon as they started winning, that's when they started popping up magically.
Oh yeah, you'll
about right.
You'll see them after then.
Hey, you just gotta load up the fight song that the Hurricanes had for the Seminoles in the old days.
Oh man.
They would do the Hurricane fans would do the tomahawk chop with the middle finger and the chanting "Fuck you, Seminoles."
Mm-hmm.
No, I thought y'all couldn't swear on here in the YouTube community.
Oh yeah, you can.
But by the way,
turn up. You can turn up.
I learned a good nickname for the Seminoles.
Crypto would have been kicked off a long time ago with his mouth the other night.
Hey, by the way, I learned a good nickname for the Seminoles. The Semen Holes.
Oh God. Oh man.
Florida State Semen Holes.
Hey, but y'all see that the transfer portal is live and popping now. Corey Flagg is leaving Miami. Chaney, the one that fumbled against Georgia Tech, he's leaving.
Oh, he's done. Yeah, they probably ran him out of there.
Well,
we have too many. Honestly, we have too many running backs. They never get to play.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I just think Mark Fletcher done solidified that spot.
Yeah, well, Mark Fletcher. We had the one guy we got from Ole Miss or something like that never played, Allen, until the end.
Oh, Citizen. Yeah, Citizen.
Yeah, Citizen hasn't played yet because he's still coming back from the surgery. Dude, we have running backs to spare.
Well, that's about the Dolphins. We need some running backs to spare, no? Because the injuries are piling up.
Hey, Nene, they still giving you shit in the Twitter space?
Nah, I mean, I'm the villain to some, but not all. Just some. There's and I think right now there's another feud going on that has something to do with me, but not really me. the inside leverage stuff.
There's only one villain up here right now, and he's in my top right. Buffalo Bill fan. That's the only villain.
Oh, you mean the one holding up your likeness, Todd?
Oh man.
Your wife would know.
Oh, I'm not married.
Lord.
I'm not married. I never went down that road.
Oh man.
So have y'all talked about the Washington game? What we looking at with that quarterback from Washington? I thought I heard you compare him to
He's
Brock
inconsistent.
Purdy.
He's
No,
inconsistent.
I was saying the way we was treating it going into the game, it's as if we were playing Brock Purdy for the first time without knowing anything about him.
Yeah, but here's the thing:
we
leads the
oughta-
NFL. He leads the NFL in sacks. He's been sacked the most. You know what I mean? He's inconsistent. You put up numbers,
Well, you have.
but at the same time, he also turns the ball over. He's a rookie quarterback. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah,
Well, no, he played last year. He's not a rookie. This is
no, but I'm saying he plays like a rookie quarterback still because he didn't get a lot of playing time last year.
That's because of Carson Wentz was taking
Well,
up the
that
whole
their
time.
O line is bad though. You thought our line was a conversation. Redskins, they were getting demolished by
I don't
the
even know how much
Cowboys.
that line.
That's
But
why
how
I'm
much?
kind of surprised.
But how much is that? Is really the testament of how Dallas defense dominates a front line versus how bad they line really is, or they just happen to be playing against a formidable defensive front. That Dallas tend to destroy a lot of offensive lines and make them look pedestrian. So
Well,
it's kind of hard to gauge.
Yeah, but you got to also
that Dallas
remember
matchup. It's kind of like when the Giants play Dallas, they can score 40 points a game.
Yeah, but Crypto, the week before the Dallas game, Washington lost to the Giants.
Yeah, they did. They lost to the Giants, but the Giants defensive line not that bad. But yeah, that's true. They did. Yeah, I don't know how many sacks he had in that one. I mean,
I don't either, but
that game. They had some turnovers. They turned
no.
them over.
You know what also screwed Washington is they got rid of their best two pass rushers at the trade deadline.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
You told me
that
they was kind of hitting the reset. When you hit the reset button like that in the middle of the season when it's not even over, that's kind of curious.
The one good thing they had was their defense was playing pretty good.
The defense, right? That's the only thing they had going for.
You trade their best two pass rushers. That hurts the defense in a big way.
Yeah, that was mysterious. I was puzzled by that move. I'm like, why both of them? I could see maybe one at a time, one lead one. Yeah, maybe one, but both. You gonna hit the reset button like that? So are you drafting two D tackles in the upcoming draft to replace them?
No, both are edge players. You got to. It was what's the first round pick?
Yeah,
or
one was just is in his fourth season, right?
Yeah, and the other one was
in his sixth season, and the other one was in his fourth season.
Yeah,
so
I'm like, what the hell y'all thinking?
Yeah, why deal away the guy that's on this rookie deal? He's still on his rookie contract.
Please stay away from
you know. I was like, hey, I was blown away by that Ron Rivera pulling that one off. I was like, okay, maybe they trying to go in a different direction.
Yeah, but both of them, that's just like, okay, we're giving up. We're not going to rush. We're going to make our corners cover for 5 seconds.
Okay, cover for 5 seconds, right? Yeah, that is interesting. They crazy.
Hey, Crypto Shake and other gentlemen on the panel, do you think?
My name's Todd, by the way, Nene.
Okay, I wonder if Mike McDaniel is gonna have a different game plan going into Washington. From what I understand, the weather's supposed to be real murky. It's been nasty up this way in North Carolina. That changing from fall to winter, that rain and that cold air.
Well, if you're going to, this would be the week, wouldn't it? Because you have an extra 2 days.
No, my question to you guys, because I didn't watch Hard Knocks, but I heard the little snippet when he said, I'm not going to change. I'm going to do what I do. Do you think that's part of the reason why he hasn't changed?
Wow.
No.
No. You would think he would have a similar game plan than he
what
did.
He means by he's not going to change is his behavior in front of the camera. It's fuck the camera. He's going to curse. He's going to do what he wants to do, say what he wants to say, and he doesn't give a damn if the camera's there. That's what he meant.
Well,
as far as this,
But it could be prescribed that it's also reflected in his game plan and what Tyreek clearly has a bum hand, and we're still throwing these screens to him and hoping for him to break like
I
this.
just
Well,
hope he doesn't get hit
here's
on
the
it.
here's
Kick him
the
out.
thing. I do think he overthinks things a lot, and that's his downfall. But when it comes to doing the game plan, I noticed something different last week in itself. We could have attacked the middle of the field. They were giving us the middle of the field, but we were attacking the edges instead. That's where both the two his picks came from, attacking outside the
On the
numbers.
edge, yeah, it was.
You
That
know,
was on
normally
the
we're
edge.
attacking the
Those are
middle of the
boundary plays.
field.
Please stay
Yeah.
away.
So I think he's trying to make defenses think that we might attack the edge. We can attack the edge. We'll attack it. But, you know,
Yeah,
we
he
can,
just kept
well, you
going.
know, we can already take your middle if you give it to us. So I think he's already starting to change things up a little bit. The big change is when we get our running back that can break it open and he stays in the game. Achan, I
Yeah,
think
that's
that's
the
going to be a
second time he
big
got
difference.
injured. Yeah, it's
Mhm.
twice. Yeah, that's kind of crazy how we get 2 injuries from him in one season.
And I honestly think, don't hold me to it. I think this might be Armstead's last year. I think he might want to retire with all
Yeah.
the injuries he's suffering.
I mean, I know. For
Well, I've been
us,
trying to
we
tell
don't want
everybody
him
to
to
be prepared
retire.
for that though, because
Here's the
he's not
thing.
consistent on the field. He's just not
Yeah,
consistent.
that was one of the things why I was upset about the whole line, and I got battered and bruised about that. He really doesn't have to do us a solid. Why would he, from a business perspective, will want to do us a solid and retire and not just get what
Well,
they
no,
agreed to?
it comes to a point where you're putting your body through too much. And he might not want to put his body through it the way it's falling apart.
Well,
You
he's not
understand?
playing anyway. He get free money anyway.
Well, he is kind
Yeah,
of going to the big paycheck.
Nene,
He
there
is
comes a
kind of
point where
earning,
you want to look like a decent person leaving the league. He's always been known as a team
Robert without a
player.
mask.
He's always been known as a team player. And you want to know something? I think, honestly, besides Butch Berry, he's the single biggest reason I think Austin Jackson improved.
Well, here's the thing.
Well, you can say that about
I'm
Leon
offering
Eichenberg
perspective
too.
that I
Remember,
think we as fans want these guys to be loyal and
No,
great
but
to the soul. Hold on,
Mhm.
let me get my point. Y'all
all
keep
right.
forgetting the most important person. It's not them, it's their agents.
Yeah.
Those are the guys that really handle like the negotiations, unless you're in a situation like Lamar Jackson when he was negotiating for himself. I just don't see an agent like why would it benefit him? He doesn't play anyway, and he's still getting paid.
Mhm.
But
I would
hey,
hope he would do
Crypto,
it, but it
the reason
doesn't
why
benefit him.
I said he helped Austin Jackson more than Eichenberg, Austin Jackson went to his camp in the off season last
Yeah,
offseason.
I hear you. They was talking about it in space like he's a coach or whatnot, but
No, but I'm saying he did a great job with Austin Jackson. But here's the
yeah.
thing. I don't think you want to look
Mhm.
at, and you can tell an agent to kiss your ass. They tell him all the time. They fire him.
Right.
But he's going on to a music career after this.
Yeah, he
You
is.
know what I mean? And producing. He doesn't want to go out looking like an asshole. I think if it came down to where he knows he couldn't do it, as an athlete, when you know you can't do it no more, you hang it up.
Mhm.
Yeah, but what I hear what you're saying, but the point is, why hang
He
it
doesn't
up?
owe it to us. No,
It's
he
not
doesn't
like
owe.
they're gonna trade him and void his contract if
Right.
he doesn't retire and they just keep putting him on the pub list or whatever list they put him on.
Yeah,
He's
but
still
that just
getting
makes
paid.
your career have a bad ending. You know what I mean? He's
I
looking at
don't know
Hall of
about
Fame.
that.
He's looking at Hall of Fame. He doesn't want to go out
Mhm.
sitting on the bench every, missing playing one game, missing two. You don't want to go out that way. And
I mean,
there is
I don't
pride.
know. He looked happy
There's
to me.
pride.
That's what I'm saying.
All
He
right,
don't
hold on.
look like he in the dumps to get it out. Every time I see
Right.
him, he's smiling and dancing. So I don't
Yeah,
think
but
he's sad at all.
I'm just saying there's pride to it though. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And that's the thing. These players are prideful.
All right.
And if it keeps up this way, I think he's going to want to take his body out of it. You know what I mean? And
Mhm.
The only way I think that is a narrative. Oh Lord, I didn't use the word. Y'all know I hate that word narrative. The only way I think this is a story is if we win the Super Bowl. Then it makes sense. Like he has nothing else to do. But if I'm just getting a free check,
He's already won a Super Bowl.
but what I'm saying to you is that would make more sense than just
Right.
retire because I'm giving the Dolphins a solid because
go
you
out
gave me
on
a
top.
bad contract.
Go out on top. You know what I mean? And I see what you mean with that. And Nene, I'm not downing your point at all. He doesn't know us anything. You know what I mean? But you would just hope that, and you would hope, okay, that if he knew he couldn't do it, he would say, "I'm stepping down." That's what I'm saying. Okay.
Hey, I just got breaking news. Tyler Van Dyke has entered his name into the transfer portal. So the rumors were true.
Did he?
Yes.
I hope he goes to Florida State.
It's a sad.
Yes.
Would you say it's a sad day in America or what?
No, I mean, I thought getting out of class was a celebration, but watching, he lost us at least 4 games this year, man. Like,
Thank you.
That's a little brutal, Nene. That's
Damn,
brutal.
listen, I think
his
I think he
completion
should have been.
percentage in a couple of those games that Nene just brought up were higher to the other team than us. Okay.
Hey,
I
and
just
one
felt
thing,
bad,
listen,
but
one thing I will say, he cost you all that Seminoles game. That
Yeah,
yes, he
November
did.
17.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
And we all knew it when he went in there.
You know what I said? I was talking to my son on the phone at the time. That when Tyler went into the game, I go, "Watch, Avery's gonna throw a pick."
I have never seen a decline of an individual so fast.
Hallelujah, there's a God. That's
And the fact that I broke the
y'all are
news
just some
color
haters.
is just
Y'all need to go
amazing.
repent. Y'all need to go repent.
Wow.
Y'all just some haters. Y'all need to go repent right now.
Listen, what
Okay,
y'all
let
should
me ask
do
you something. Let me ask you something.
Let Van Dyke be like a 10th year senior for you guys.
Hey, let me ask you a question. You say we need to go repent. You say we need to go repent. Then there's a lot more there's a lot more Giant fans out there that need to repent for what they're saying about Daniel Jones because that's about the same as Tyler Van Dyke.
Yeah, well, I don't think Van Dyke is getting $45 million. That's what else.
No,
Yeah,
but he's taking up a spot.
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess you say that. Yeah, he is taking up a spot.
But now
watch, he's going to go somewhere else. He's going to win the national championship. Watch.
You know what? You know where that does. You know where that does screw us at though.
What's that?
Nene.
Y'all listening?
Who's going to be the quarterback for the bowl game?
Ja'Cory.
Who?
Ja'Cory.
He doesn't want to play.
Nah, I don't think that was anything to do. I heard that was fake news. Ain't that what the folks say? That was fake news.
Well, you better hope he stays healthy because we ain't got nobody behind Ja'Cory.
Listen, one of the wide receivers was probably a quarterback in high school. Let's go. Let's go.
Restrepo, get back there and take some snaps.
Right.
What's going on, my brother Lewis? How you doing? Hold on. I'm up. Hold on.
The real G.
There we go.
Hey, hold on. I want to introduce the real OG, a real brother to the Finn's Tailgate community, the real OG, Chef Motherfucking Lou.
Hey, that's an intro. That's an intro. Damn it. That's an intro.
An intro that you don't deserve, but we'll give it to you anyways.
First of all, if there's one person in this community that deserves a goddamn intro like that, it's me.
Kick you and your Tampa Bay Lightning out of here.
Hey Lou. Hey Lou, did y'all stop that shenanigans over there with Andy, man? Because I had to go. It was just too much for me.
Nah, yeah, I left that. I left that as well. I was trying to finish up work. I had a horrible day, so I was trying to finish that up, but I left that.
Hey Lou, it's a pleasure seeing you again, man. It's been a while.
Always, Todd. Salute to everybody. What's up, Crypto Shake? Nene, what's good?
Yeah, what's happening?
Well, Tyler Van Dyke is no longer with the youth. Into
So
the
what do you think
transporter.
of
It's a sad day in America right now. No longer.
TBD, man.
No
Sad to see
TBD.
TBD go, man.
and
Yeah,
I
it's a
want your
sad day in
opinion.
America.
What do you think of JPP coming to the
Yeah.
Dolphins?
Hey, listen, man. I seen that JPP move. I kind of like it. I'm not gonna lie. Listen, for league minimum, that's veteran minimum is probably what we brought him in for. Again, do I think he's gonna come in here and light the world on fire? No, I do not. But as a depth piece, bro, I'll remind people in 2020, down here in Tampa Bay, he won a Super Bowl with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He had 9.5 sacks.
Yep.
Right? 3 years ago. Last year in a minimal role with Baltimore, he played 14 games, but I don't think he was starting. I think he had 3.5 sacks. So again, just as I'll pose the question like this. Out of those guys, we know Agba's going to get his role, right? Andrew Van Ginkel. But behind those guys, you had guys like Cameron Good. And again, no shot at Cameron Good. But with a guy like JPP, you get a guy with not only NFL experience, but another guy in the locker room that brings Super Bowl.
Yep. He can show you that ring.
A mindset. He won one with the Giants, won one with Tampa Bay. I'll pose a question like this. Later in the season or in a playoff run, do you trust JPP more or do you trust a guy like Cameron Good? So
JPP all day long.
That's the way I look at the move, man. Listen,
we're not bringing anybody in to replace Jason Phillips because you can't. There's nobody out there we could right now. But we do need to have some depth, and that is a good depth piece.
Man, I'll tell you one thing though.
That's definitely a depth position.
Now thinking about it though, and again, no one wanted Jalen Phillips to get hurt, right? But man, if this would, and again, I don't want it to come off like I'm being insensitive, but if this injury maybe could have happened a few weeks earlier, you maybe make that move for a guy like Chase Young. You maybe make that move for a guy like Montez Sweat, right? Like, so I get what you're saying.
Yeah, both was there. Yeah,
right.
They gave up both of them,
bro. If this injury maybe would have happened a couple weeks ago, maybe you have Chase Young, and again, not to re-sign him, but if you would have gave up a 3rd round pick for Chase Young, even if you let him walk at the end of the season, you would have got your 3rd round pick back, man. It's just it's unfortunate that it happened now.
Hey, but at the end of the day, look, all these sacks that are happening, it's no coincidence that it happened when Ramsey came back. Now everybody's starting to get sacks.
Yeah, that's true. I didn't
They talk about how Wilkins is at 6.5. Zach Seiler's at 5 sacks already.
Yep.
Yeah.
Jalen Phillips, where was he at 6?
He was at 6. Right. Quietly as kept. He was at 6.
Dude, I am telling you, the biggest addition we had at the biggest addition we did at the trade deadline was getting him back, Ramsey back.
Yeah, that was huge.
So that's why one of the reasons I kind of glad we have Pierre, because he's gonna a lot of these are gonna be coverage sacks that we're gonna be getting going forward.
Yeah,
especially whatchamacallit, man, Cater who looked good in the slot.
Dude, Cater looks like he's a monster in the slot. The way he comes up and he hits, he has no fear.
Who is JPP again?
He's the guy who played with the Giants that blew his fingers off with the fireworks.
Jason Pierre-Paul?
Yeah, he's a Dolphin.
He's still in the league? I didn't even know that.
He was a free agent. We just signed him.
He was a free agent.
I never. Okay.
Well, does this shock you that Greer went to the hospital to find somebody?
No, he wasn't. He was on the Saints. He was on the Saints practice squad. He wasn't.
No, I'm just messing, Lewis. You know he go up to the Jackson.
He does go to the infirmary room. Yeah, he always check into the infirmary and pick up.
Can you play?
He was old.
Oh, you won't believe what I heard earlier. There was nothing on YouTube. There was nothing on YouTube. So I pulled up the Buffalo Bills. What's his name to hear what he was saying? I wanted to hear him cry about losing. And all I heard 3 different times, the man bust out, "I would kill for a coach. I would die for a coach like McDaniel."
Who said that?
Well,
He said that.
The guy who's on the round table all the time.
You talking about Dan Mitchell?
Dan
Yeah.
Mitchell.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
okay.
would
Yeah.
kill for McDaniel as our head coach.
Well, now that we're speaking about Buffalo Bills fans or whatever, I reached out to Amicus on Twitter.
Uh-oh.
Amicus responded back to me. He said, "We still got to see it play out, but congratulations. Looks like the Miami Dolphins are for real." He said he will have my money if and when the Miami Dolphins win the Super Bowl. But
Right.
listen,
Super Bowl,
where is
AFC East, you mean?
AFC East.
the AFC?
Yeah.
You're
yeah,
right. Our
for the
division.
title.
But am I too late to the party? Where's Michael K? I see Michael K up here.
He was
left.
just up
He
there. He
was.
left.
He was just up here.
I need Michael K to
He
come
was.
back up here. Michael K, I need to find out what size jersey you are, because we'll be sending you a Tua Tagovailoa jersey that you will be wearing on the Finn's Tailgate Network. I can promise you that.
Oh shit!
Because your season is over. The Buffalo Bill fans are over. Where are they at? I'm looking for them. There's an APB out for
Hey,
Amicus.
You know what kills me though?
Where's Sal? Where's JC? Where's
Sal
Amicus?
is in the chat. Sal's in the chat though.
Sal's in the chat.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
he's a clown. Listen, I had three bets this year. Amicus, Michael K, and where's that guy JC? Where's JC at?
I haven't heard
JC
JC in a minute.
Yeah, I forgot about JC.
Hey,
Yeah,
hey,
where's Mark at? Where's that
You
guy
have nothing
Mark?
to Mark? You didn't get
You know what?
quadfecta?
You know what kills me is that in 2 weeks I have to root for Buffalo.
Oh, I'm never
No, we
rooting for
don't.
Buffalo. Fuck that
No,
shit.
we
Why
don't.
do we
No.
why do we got to root for Buffalo?
We don't need you no more.
KC for the
No,
number
we don't
one
need you.
seed.
I'm not worried about the number one seed.
No, we don't have to.
I
'Cause
said
we can
this.
root
I
for
said,
somebody
hey,
else to beat them.
Todd, if terrorists had my mom hostage and said the only way we'll let her live is Buffalo wins, I'm gonna tell you, Mom, I miss you. I'll miss you.
Yeah, listen. At the end of the day, I don't know how I feel about the number one seed. I don't think, to be honest, I don't think I want the number one seed. To be honest,
I would,
really
because
don't.
we play so much better at home. I'd rather have home field
But
advantage
you
throughout.
gotta think about it,
Yeah.
Todd. Once you come out of a bye week, it's kind of hard to readjust.
Yeah, I don't like that bye week.
I don't like the bye
Miami,
week either.
Miami don't play good off the bye.
I don't mean to talk about baseball, but did you see what happened to the Braves? Like after their bye week, they got waxed. So I want to keep that mojo.
The Braves got waxed because they're the Braves and they choked.
Yeah,
They only
yeah,
won one of those
If
Braves.
you
I want to
get the
keep that consistency. I want to keep bringing it. I want to keep that fire up.
If you get the number 2 seed, you get the wild card weekend at home. You'll get the divisional round at home. And in a lot of cases, especially in recent years, besides Kansas City, the number 1 seed usually falls in the divisional round. So if that would be the case, let's say if Miami had the number 2 seed, if number 1 goes down in the divisional round,
you're the next highest seed.
Miami would turn into be the number 1 seed in the AFC Championship. I think I'd much rather be the number 2 seed than the 1. As crazy as that might sound,
you keep playing,
I don't want to take a week off. Nah.
Yeah, that week off is a little precarious.
I can agree with that, Lewis.
Hey, you seen how Tua
I
played
can see that
coming
logic.
up the bye week.
Yeah, I would rather have the 2 seed because I want to be consistently playing. I don't want no breaks and no interruptions in the playoffs.
You know what I'm telling my team if we got a bye week. You know what I'm telling my team? I'm telling the guys, hey guys, let's go to the park and just play a game and we'll just play against each other.
What?
Well,
you
you have
know
to do
just
something.
keep the rhythm going.
Why there's practice?
Yeah, with Peyton Manning, they lost in the
rhythm
first
going.
round. They was 14-2, and they lost their first game because they had a bye.
Lewis, I see your point though, man. I don't know if you heard me. I see your point on that.
Yeah. Listen, we all know that this offense, right? Specifically, just with the offense, it's about rhythm and timing. Tua is a rhythm kind of guy. I don't want to give him, a week off and assuming, right? Like this is another factor we got to understand about the Dolphins. Let's say worst case scenario by week 18 when we play Buffalo, let's say the division is already locked up and Mike McDaniel decides to sit Tyreek Hill. sit Tua Tagovailoa, sit Jalen Waddle, right?
Yeah,
Let's just
then you have 2 weeks off.
now you're sitting for 2 weeks before without playing a game. Nah, bro, I don't. You
Yeah, it
know,
would be that
I
would be
just
a
don't
huge
like
gap.
that
No,
scenario.
I'm in the same. I agree with that,
Right.
Lewis. I'm in the
Yes,
same.
that's too
I
much of a
didn't
gap
even
at that
think
point.
about it like that. You're right, Lewis, on
That
that
could be as
point.
many as 2 weeks off. Yeah, that's a huge gap. To go right
Wow.
into January and start playing football right out of the gate, cold turkey. Because that other team you playing could be as high as the 4 seed that could be coming off a good victory with momentum, and then anything can happen.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah,
How can you all answer a question? How is
What's that?
Pittsburgh? How does Pittsburgh have 7 or how are they 7-4?
their
Yeah, you
defense and head coach.
they have a good head coach. That's how.
Yeah, Mike Tomlin.
Their
Yeah,
head
exactly.
coach, their defense,
Mike
and the
Tomlin.
running back. That's pretty much it. Yeah, they've been playing
If
kind of
you
good
look-
on special teams.
I'll
too.
tell you what.
They have.
If that coach, if they had Adam Gase as a head coach, they'll be
The
playing
opposite
for
record.
the first draft pick.
Yeah, if Adam Gase is a coach, I agree with that.
Oh, Shake, don't let DeVore hear you.
I'm hoping he hears me.
Yeah, don't let the boy hear
y'all
you. Yeah,
gonna
the
go
boy,
to
boy,
any
he is
games?
on Tomlin. What's up, MC?
My bad to interrupt. Are y'all going to go to any more home games this season?
I'm going to the Buffalo game.
I'll be going to the Commanders game this weekend and the Ravens game at the New Year's Eve.
Yeah, I'll be in the
Hey,
building for
hey.
Monday night for Tennessee, and I'll be in the building for Buffalo as well.
Hey, crypto. When you go to
Then we
the
need to
game,
go to
when
a
you go to
game.
the game in Washington, do not
I'm gonna go
stand
to a
underneath the drainage system.
I'm trying.
Oh yeah, I'm not.
Hey, by the way,
You
I got
you heard
I
what
got
happened.
parking
You heard
pass,
what happened, right?
Lewis. So if you want to
What
come,
what
Yeah,
what
it
game?
bursted
What game?
open.
What
They had
game? Hold on,
they had a
Shake. What
plumbing
game?
accident.
Yeah,
I
where
know-
all this raw sewage went over the
I know
fans on the
someone
lower
went-
level.
Yeah.
What happened? What happened, Shake? I didn't hear you, Shake.
I said
Yeah.
I got parking. I got the parking pass. So if you want to come scoop me up, for the game for the Buffalo game.
Oh
We'll
damn.
ride together.
Dale, we'll lock that in, Shake, for sure.
The
On my
parking
way
pass.
out there, we'll meet up or whatever, and then you can hop in the truck with me. We'll ride up there.
Yeah.
Man,
Hey,
if I
I
had
already
some
got-
time,
already
I would
got,
come. I would go to that game too.
Come
man.
on, crypto.
I want to go back down there. Go to
I
that
do
game.
too,
That'd be
man.
extra 90.
I do too. I haven't been to one game yet. That's crazy.
Yeah, that would be
Hey,
nice.
Nene.
Does it be still warm? I bet you it'd still be in the 70s.
All I
It
know
should
is I
be.
got
Oh,
the
yeah.
Who
Buffalo
called me?
Trace, baby. I haven't opened it yet.
If I recall, you were in the service, right?
Yes, I was.
You got the
Thank you for your
you got the
service.
Thank you for
Hennessy,
your service.
Buffalo Trace.
Oh,
Thank
yeah,
you.
no problem.
Hey, Nene.
What, Lewis?
Hey, don't laugh, baby girl. You know what? Hey, did I put Jason Sarney in the blender last night?
Y'all leave. I felt bad because he
Y'all
started
had
talking
some
about his
Buffalo
family.
Trace.
What happened with what Jason Starney?
Oh,
Man.
Nene,
Lewis being Lewis.
Lewis
your bro-
and
Nene-
they had a cordial conversation.
Nene, tell the truth now. Tell him
Well,
your brother put him to
I
sleep.
got it. Lewis has taught me that he don't let people bother me. He only takes so much of it before he attacks them. But Jason, because he was bringing up about Tua, and I mentioned how Tua has said himself that he's not playing to his standards, and that why we just won't believe him. Why do we always have to add a next extra storyline that, oh, he said that because he's so humble and blah 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 blah. And Jason Sarney was like, no, I know him, that he's just being a leader. And I said, well, how am I supposed to know that you know him or you're aware of him? And he kind of got offended that I was basically questioning his credibility in terms of his sources. And Lewis, I'll let you finish the rest of the story because you could tell you better than me.
Hey, listen, the only story that needs to be told is that Jason Sarney went to sleep last night. I had to put him to sleep. So that's all that happened. Listen, man, you don't think, you know it, Shake. I got sponsored by NyQuil, goddammit. The fact of the matter is, listen, everybody up here has people they talk to, right? And listen, I talk to people as well. Some guys that maybe work in the building, some guys that are just regular fans. I'm sure Crypto has, Shake Money has, maybe Todd has. I'm sure if Nene keeps doing this, she'll eventually get there, right? Like we've all done it. what I didn't like yesterday, if Jason and Nene are having a discussion or conversation, that's one thing. A healthy debate. I was in there for it. I didn't pipe up once. But when Jason Sarney came in here waving big dick, right, talking about, oh, I talked to this person and I talked to this, and bro, don't nobody give a fuck. Like, again, I'm trying to be as humble as I can here. I talk to people too. But anybody up here on this panel or anybody listening in the chat, have I ever once say, oh, I'm talking to this person. Oh, you need to bow down and kiss the ring because I talked to this person? No, I keep that shit in-house where it needs to be, right? When I speak, I just speak. Whatever comes out of that, I don't tell people, oh, my opinion's right. I don't tell people, oh, you have to dial down and listen to what I'm saying. I don't say that. You take the information I'm saying and you do what you want with it.
Hey, listen,
listen.
Powerful people don't need to flex.
Absolutely.
No,
and
exactly.
all I know again, and Todd, I'll finish up with this. All I know, what Nene said in the beginning is absolutely right. If my sister is in a situation where I feel it's starting to get uncomfortable, God damn it, you know what? Hold on, because my face has to come out here for this one. I'll be the first motherfucker in line, God damn it. You see what I'm saying? That's just how I roll. Nene, you already know what time it is.
Yeah, I know.
There we go.
Hey, look, the same way.
But to be fair, listen, if Nene and Sarney were to get in a fight, my money is definitely on Nene.
Hey, Lewis, you know,
he apologized.
Right.
He had some other stuff going on, so.
Hey, Pete's even proof. Even he has a gas station attendant.
Yeah. Listen, and again, I'm not no shot at bro, no, and I'm not trying to take a shot at Jason Sarney. I know Sarney talks to people, but again, just because you talk to people or you have certain connections, that a lot of other people might have those same connections or other ones. But just don't abuse your power and try to make it seem like you're better than somebody because you have
right.
But to be fair, he says he needs to work on it, and he said he needs to be better at doing that. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
He's working on it.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Correct.
I think it just took him by surprise is that I was like, well, I don't have to believe you. I'm going to believe what Tua said out of his own mouth, of his own standards he hold for himself. He was like, so you question my because it came out of Tua's mouth. I'm not gonna add another storyline to it, because the whole point was Lewis has said this, and I agree. We could talk so bad about other quarterbacks when they have a bad game, but when it's one of our own, and I get being loyal and protection, but sometimes you go too far. Like someone said, I ain't gonna say who, that Tua's interceptions didn't matter. It didn't affect the game, and we all know it did. So it's just like,
you know what my problem is though. Also, I have another problem with this.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I'll give you an example. Yesterday, it was brought up earlier by actually a couple people. Josh Allen had an incredible game up until the end. Remember when he couldn't drive his team down to score the touchdown? If that were to happen to Tua, he could have the most incredible team or game. But if he didn't go down and score the touchdown in overtime, it's on Tua. You know what I mean? And you don't get that. You don't get that with other quarterbacks, but it goes both ways, is what I'm saying.
Well, hey, let me tell you something real quick. One of the I never forget Lewis going off because, and I agree with him, is the fact that I'll never forget one day, that game after the Chiefs lost to Denver, Patrick Mahomes did not score one touchdown. They scored 3 field goals. Everybody who was, who always slandered Tua's name was making all kinds of excuses for Patrick Mahomes, but never made that same excuse for their own quarterback.
Yep, and that bothers me.
Yeah, it does flip.
I mean, it's extremes everywhere.
All the excuses.
Absolutely.
Mahomes wouldn't give their quarterback the same grace.
Listen, but just be honest about everybody.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter who it is. Of course, we all in line with the Miami Dolphins. We want the best for our Miami Dolphins. But I'm never going to be one of these people that are going to make excuses for people. right? Like it doesn't matter who it is. These conversations every time we have them, right? And I'm glad Nick is up here because these conversations they always gravitate towards one person, Tua. It's not a Tua issue. If Austin Jackson was playing bad, we would kill Austin Jackson. If Liam Eichenberg, we kill him all the time. Like it doesn't matter who it is. Just keep it objective. Because if I can come out and say, in my opinion, right now, watch how this works. Against the Jets, Tua had 2 awful interceptions. Does that take away anything that Tua has done this season? Does that take away the fact that Tua is still an MVP candidate? Does that take away that Tua has he's almost number 1 or number 2 in every statistical category? That doesn't take that away. But the fact of the matter is, it should be okay if I say, hey, those 2 interceptions, those are horrible decisions.
Right.
And those are horrible plays.
Hey, Louis. But if you want to get technical,
what are we talking about?
I want to speak because you reference me. I want to speak on this real quick before we move on. All those things, all those accolades you just named out for Tua, I've heard you say those accolades, right? It's some people that knows Tua have those accolades, but the only thing they talk about is the criticism part,
I would agree with that.
or all the negative stuff. Even Tua himself said he's not playing well. Well, why is it that when you speak of Tua, and Nene, this is directed to you, I understand that he's not your favorite, your number 1 choice to be the quarterback, but why when you do speak of Tua, you disregard the amazing season he has, and every time you bring it up, it's some controversial issue that's going on or perceived to be going on with Tua?
Hold on. So Lewis will tell you because you're not in the spaces with us.
You know what?
I always give Tua his credit.
Hold on, I've never heard you once come on here and say, you know what? Well, Tua is the best quarterback in the NFL. He is playing like the MVP. Or Tua is doing, or Tua has. I haven't heard you say that. What I heard you
Lewis
say
and
is,
Crypto, have y'all ever heard me say give Tua his credit on wax?
That's different.
Yes.
That's different. Anybody can say that. Nene.
Yes, I have.
Anybody can say that. Anybody
So what
can
are
say
we
that.
talking about?
But Lewis just pointed out about 5 bullet points, distinct bullet points where he has, and myself and other people have pointed out this particular accolade about Tua, or that about Tua. We don't just all encompass it and say, give Tua his flowers or Tua's playing well. No, because that's our quarterback. And whether you like him or not, you still have to give him the same positive criticism that you give him on the negative criticism. And in my opinion, and in my own personal awareness, I haven't heard you do that.
Well, do you come on Twitter?
But I have heard you criticize.
I'm in the spaces every day.
She's definitely in spaces every single day. More so
and
don't
it's
get
recorded. It's recorded. Well, not every day, but my
I'm
whole
not
point
attacking
is,
you. I'm not attacking
but
you.
my
I'm just
point
trying
is,
to
you just got
understand.
2 gentlemen that confirmed that I have said positive things about Tua.
Look,
So
again,
what's the issue?
I'm not attacking you. I'm just saying that's what made me click on the panel actually, because we're 8-3. As of yesterday, we was the number 1 seed in the AFC. Right, it's so much going on right now. So what if Tua isn't playing like Tua in week 2? He's still playing like a top 3 quarterback in the NFL.
Hey, Nick, can I ask you this quick question to you? What you trying to emphasize? Can I ask you this question though? Maybe it'll further illustrate. I'll just ask this question: if a tree falls in the forest and you're not around to hear it, does it still make a sound?
I don't even know if it fell if I'm not around to say it fell.
I can't stand you.
I'm just saying. Just because you didn't witness it doesn't mean that the sound was not produced.
That's why I emphasize it, Crypto. That's why I emphasize it that I said me personally. I didn't say she didn't do it. I just say me personally. I haven't heard her do it. And I'm not attacking her because I understand, right, that she's not 100% sold on Tua. That's cool. That's her.
But here's the thing. I don't even know if you really heard my take on Tua, and I give it to you for these 2 seconds, and I ran because I think there's some miscommunication. So here's the thing. I did not want Tua. I thought it was a mistake to draft someone who's coming back from this major injury, right? And then the whole situation with Fitzpatrick, the team, I thought it was a lot of mumbo jumbo with that foolishness. And then this season, let's just fast forward. I have been on the record to say that Tua is just not taking hits like he was season before. I said that he's getting that ball out and he's making better decisions. I definitely the 70-point game. I saw something that I haven't seen since Marino. All of that is on the record. All of that is on wax. Now, here's my thing. What I'm not a fan of. I think when people hear certain words, they group somebody on as to who and what they are. I don't think I ever discussed with you that who I wanted on this team or who I didn't want on this team. But since I said that, hey, he may need to work on this, I get grouped into people that a lot of people I don't know. One thing, that's what we are talking about on Twitter. It's a way that when people say 2 or 3 words, oh, they either a Tua hater, a Tua non, and that's so unfair. Why don't we get to know people first before we start making assumptions as to what people think, feel, or hear? And that's no disrespect to you. I'm just putting it out in the atmosphere. Thank you.
I
Hey,
don't.
by
I
the
mean,
way, let me give a shout out real
I
quick.
don't
Shout out.
think that
Hold on.
over.
Let me give a quick shout out to my man Q. What's going on, brother? How you doing? Good to see you. Go ahead, Nick. Sorry.
Like I don't take any offense to that because I don't feel like I fall in that category. And the reason I don't feel like I fall in that category because I can name many times. There was a kid on the panel that you was on, and I was on that panel. I just let him handle his business. I didn't want to intervene in y'all discussion. But he was telling you he liked Tua, and your only thing was, why do you like Tua? I mean, that was your whole thing throughout his conversation with you about Tua. Why do you like Tua? And I wasn't understanding your questioning when Tua is showing this man why he should like him. In my opinion, he's playing well. He's doing what we asked him to do. We're not worried about the quarterback position. For the first time I feel like, we're in the right direction with the players that we have. But instead of you just accepting or saying, okay, you kept going, but what if I told you this about him? Or why not this? Or why? And it was like you were just beating him down, trying to make him his second guess his fandom when it comes to Tua.
Well, I think here's the other thing that's so important to this assessment. The year isn't over yet. We still assessing
it doesn't matter. Let me ask you a question. Is Tua a franchise quarterback?
Yes.
Okay. Then what do you mean the year is not over? That's not going to change what the franchise quarterback now.
And I say this in spaces all the time. I don't take the mid-season trophy and start throwing champagne and Gatorade on myself. I've always been taught, maybe because I was in the military and how I was brought up, job got to get finished first. And I think that's what happens to our fan base on both sides of the aisle. If we lose a couple of games, people go crazy. If we win a couple of games, people get crazy. Wait until the whole body of work is completed.
You don't base someone's talent on the team accolades. You don't base his individual talent on the team's accolades. Either he's good or he's not. It doesn't matter what
that's fair. I don't think that's fair because through good and bad, there's this thing called maturation process. There's growth. There's levels that he's achieving. Same thing with Mike McDaniel. I'm not going to just put it in black and white, good or bad. I think for what I see with Tua, and we was talking about this in the space, he's growing up as a man before our eyes, not just a quarterback, as a man. And I think this black and white thing, oh, he's good or bad. No, it's okay to say that he's improving or he is in the MVP conversation. But it's also important to say if he threw 2 bad interceptions, that those interceptions were bad plays. Equal balance.
No, that's not equal balance. That's not equal balance.
Equal balance.
That's 2 plays. That's two throws in the course of 5,000 throws.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
I think you missed the first part of it. I can say that Tua is having an MVP year, right? I can acknowledge that he is doing well, but in this one game, in those 2 decisions, he made 2 bad decisions. That's not bashing him. It's being honest.
Would you, and I want you to be honest. I want you to be completely honest, because you can lie to me, you can't lie to Nene, right? I want you to be completely honest. If Patrick Mahomes win the MVP this year, are you going to say he went 3 straight games without scoring in the second half?
He did that last year.
No, but during that game, that he played bad, I'm going to mention it. Yeah.
No, he had that type of game last year, Big Nick.
But
stretches of games where he didn't score.
That proves my point. Tua had 2 picks against a top 3 defense in the NFL. He had 2 wide receivers that get 100 yards when they've only given up a 100-yard receiver only once this year, and yet we're talking about 2 interceptions that they only
but
scored
here's the
3
thing,
points
Nick,
on.
you're leaving out. The defense helped us out to make sure those 2 interceptions didn't hurt us if we were playing a better team. Yes or no?
So when that person told you that it didn't hurt us, then it's true.
But here's my point. You can't use the individual debate and then add the team and then take it away and add it when it benefits your stance. It's either a team accomplishment or an individual accomplishment if you're talking about the win possibility. And we've seen it. Tua is playing. I want to slow you down because I think this is what happens. We go too fast with missing the key
I'm not going
point.
too fast. I listen very
I'm
well.
not a hater of Tua. I'm not a hater of Tua. I didn't want him. I thought it was a whole bunch of mess, that whole thing with him and all of the other stuff. I even say that Stephen Ross, in my opinion, failed Tua more than anybody else because he was shopping for another quarterback while the man was still on the team. But that's neither here nor there. But what he's doing right now, I respect it. He clearly has taken care of himself to where he is still playing, unlike other seasons. I think he's having an MVP caliber year. However, for that one game, those 2 decisions, they were bad, and it's okay to say that.
Okay, so Nene, I'm again, and I'm not attacking you, but I feel like what you say to people that have the same mindset that you have is detrimental to the bigger point. And the reason I'm saying that is because if you're going to highlight that the defense bailed Tua out for those 2 interceptions and then turn around in the same breath and say it's a team sport, but you highlighted one particular part of the team and don't revert all the way back to season 1, game 1, when the defense gave up over 400 yards and 31 points. And
I'm talking about the New York Jets game. I'm not talking.
I know, but
I'm just talking about that one game.
Well, yeah, you could say he bailed out the defense in that game.
That's selective criticism because Tua bailed us out against against the Chargers.
But Nick, if we're talking about one particular game, the Jets game that was played on Black Friday, why would I bring up other games? That doesn't make sense.
Because in the macro, it's selective criticism.
But I'm talking about one game. We selected one game. Now, if we're talking about a whole bunch of games, that's a different conversation.
I guess those 2 picks that you're bringing up bothers me so much because of all the top quarterbacks that the Jets has faced. All of them, Mahomes, Hurts, Trash Allen, all of them. Tua by far blew their numbers out the water. And you are harping on 2 interceptions, but I don't want to say I guarantee.
Josh Allen just played that same defense last week. He put up 34 points.
I'm not going to say I guarantee this. I won't say I guarantee this, but I do believe each and every one of those quarterbacks that I named, you would take over Tua in a heartbeat.
Well, but see, I'm trying to understand what we're discussing.
But Nick, you do got to acknowledge that Josh Allen's last game against the Jets was better than any quarterback against that team.
Absolutely not. Tua got the number 1 quarterback stats than any quarterback he's played.
He has more yards. He has more yards, more touchdowns accounted for, and more total points on the board.
Not against the Jets, unless he played them twice
last
already.
game against the Jets.
But Crypto, let me ask him this. So, Big Nick, so let me.
He played them already. He played the Jets already. They don't play the Jets.
How many quarterbacks have thrown for over 300 yards against the Jets, Crypto?
No, Tua didn't throw over 300 yards. Nobody.
He had 295, right?
No. Josh Allen has the highest point total, yardage total.
What did Tua have?
He had like 240 something.
No, he had more than that.
I got the stats right here. Hold on. Tua threw for 243 yards.
Yeah, 240 something.
One touchdown, 2 interceptions. Hold on. Now
Josh
let's
Allen
go to week 11.
And the QBR of the quarterbacks versus the Jets.
Hold on, let's go for week 11. Hold on, week 11. Josh Allen threw for 275, 3 touchdowns and 1 interception.
Yeah, 3-1 touchdown ratio interception with more yards. So how's he had better performance?
Tua had a better overall quarterback.
Listen. Y'all can have this tour conversation.
PBR. Remember, I got to pull up the numbers. I got to pull
What
up
up,
the numbers.
Bonjo? What up,
What y'all
Mimi?
say?
Hey,
What
what's
up,
up, Robert?
Crypto?
What's up, Bonjo?
What up,
All I
Shay?
know,
What's going on?
we just
Listen,
found Jason
QBR,
Pierre-Paul.
QBR doesn't mean
What up,
nothing.
Nick?
3 touchdowns, 1 interception. That's what means something.
Exactly. We just found Jason Pierre-Paul. And I just want to say, let me be the first to say, you bitch ass nigga Greer, I see you. I see you working, my G. I see you.
Yeah, he signed your fellow Zoe.
Yeah, exactly. You bitch ass nigga, you Greer. I see you, boy. I see you.
So that debate is
working.
over with. Okay.
Yeah, you come in.
You're right. Greer's working.
Yeah, he'll play 5 or 6 plays every game, maybe
listen.
5 or 6 plays.
One thing I know about Jason Pierre-Paul is that he will sit there and set the goddamn edge. That's one thing he will do. He will set that edge. So again, I'm still in my square when it comes to Greer. I'm not. So we'll say, I'm still in my square. But at the same time, I ain't no hater.
I got you, Bonjo.
Because I could acknowledge when he does something well, and you bitch ass nigga Greer, I see it. I like the move. I like it. I ain't mad at all. Not one bit.
That's crazy.
He's a marionette pulling the strings, man. He's still a marionette, man.
Hey, I ain't mad at it.
Bonjo, because you sliced and diced what we were talking about. Big Nick, let me ask you one question, and I'm done with this because I got a paper to write. What was your grade for Tua's performance on Friday, A to F? A being
I don't know why you trying to act like you're gonna take long to write this 2-page paper.
No, I got like I'm in the middle of finals.
2 pages. Damn, Bonjo. Man, but she said 2 pages.
Like she can't use ChatGPT. I'm playing
not that type of school.
Those finals is brief, man. Them finals
but Big Nick, what would be your grade of Tua's performance for the Jets on Black Friday?
A B plus.
B plus. Really?
Yeah.
So what was Josh Allen's grade for yesterday against Philly?
Don't give a shit. Not my team. I didn't watch him anyway.
Come on now. You got to be fair now. We talking ball or we talking
Somebody better tell him.
So, no, are we talking football or are we talking homerism?
I'm a Miami Dolphin fan more than I'm an NFL fan.
But you can't acknowledge when somebody else plays well?
I didn't watch it down.
You didn't watch it down. Come on now. Everybody watched that game yesterday. Let's be honest. So you're giving Tua a what?
Yeah, everybody was
2 interceptions and 1 touchdown. So what is the C performance? Where's the C, D, and F?
Nene, I just told you I'm a Miami Dolphin fan more than I'm an NFL. I'm a Miami Dolphin fan more than a football fan. If the Miami Dolphins left the NFL, if the Miami Dolphins left Florida, I'm leaving the NFL.
Okay, got it. But for this grade, what you quantifying is you said a B plus, a B?
Yeah.
For 2 interceptions, 1 touchdown, 240.
Yeah.
That's a B.
Yeah.
Is that because it's Miami Dolphins or just that's your standard for a B quarterback performance?
It's because the way he handled that top rated defense and he removed the ball at will.
So if Skylar Thompson had that same number, that would have been a B? Same situation?
Well, if the queen had nuts, she'll be the king.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to understand
who
I'm having a dialogue with, so I can adjust my conversation to you.
I don't work
we
in
talking ball,
but I can't
or we talking homerism?
Skylar Thompson can never have a Tua Tagovailoa game because he's a
So as a Miami Dolphin fan, you would cheer against him if he has to play?
No, I don't remember saying anything like that.
But it sounds like
he would never have. I just said he would never have a Tua Tagovailoa type of game because he's a lesser player.
So your standards is no one else can come in a Miami Dolphin uniform and play as Tua or better.
That's what you're saying. My standard is.
No, I'm just trying to understand it because that's what exactly
don't make up scenarios. If a better quarterback lands on my roster, I'm going with the better quarterback.
So I'm gonna ask the chat because I want to see where this goes. Do you agree with Big Nick's assessment that Tua Tagovailoa's performance, 2 interceptions, 1 touchdown, and 240 yards is a B performance? And I just leave it there.
I'll put it this way, then. I'll put it this way, Nene. You about to do your finals. Since he's grading on such an extreme curve, you may want to hand in your paper to him because you're guaranteed to pass.
Oh, so I take it. So I take it you disagree with my assessment, right?
I'm gonna be fair and call it a C. I think
Hold
you
on,
can
real
I'm
see.
just
quick.
saying,
Hold on.
it sounds like you're grading on a curve. So I'm advising Nene to give her finals paper to you because she's guaranteed a successful
Real quick,
rate, passing grade,
Obviously,
regardless of what she does.
you said on a great curve, so obviously both of you guys agree with my grade, right? You guys have a different grade, right? And that's your grade. My grade is my grade.
Mm-hmm.
Right,
I
that's
don't-
what
I
I'm
don't
saying.
wanna change
Based
I don't
on
wanna
your
change
grade,
assessment of
I would
them.
advise anybody that's when they doing finals and test
Yeah,
taking,
listen. At the end
just
of the
to hand
day,
it to you. They're
my
automatically
grade,
they're gonna graduate alum cum laude.
I gotta be madly in love with their organization in order for them to get that type of favor, if there is any.
Magnum cum laude. That's guaranteed.
Hey, by the way, real quick, I just looked. According to ESPN, Tua's QBR was 34.9. Josh Allen was 40.6. His rating was RTG.
Hold on, let me find what I was looking at.
77.5. And Josh Allen
No,
was
Big Nick was looking at the first game in the beginning of the
108.
season.
So,
Forgot they just played them last week. That's what you were looking at. You were looking at the week one's performance against the Jets, not this recent one.
Well, it was a stat I ran across, and it had all those quarterbacks' names on it, and it had maybe it wasn't a QBR, maybe it was something else. But it was talking about
it was week one.
It was talking about the efficiency. If they didn't include, I didn't make up this. I didn't produce the stat. I'm just relaying the stat. If they didn't include, they played the Jets twice already.
Yeah, they only isolated that one game. Yeah, they played them twice.
Maybe they combined them a total QBR for those two games. I don't know, but from what I've seen, from what I read, those were the stats that Tua outperformed those other quarterbacks, because the narrative was the Jets are making all these top quarterbacks look like trash, but Tua had the highest numbers out of the quarterbacks that everybody says better.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that would still be kind of a curve grading if everybody's in the 30s against that same defense. That's bad.
And then not only that, but only the Buffalo Bills are a division rivalry. And you guys always say all the time that they're going to play you different. It's a division rivalry. They're going to play you different. They know you will,
Well, yeah, that's true. Yeah, most division
Josh
rivalries
Allen
are
also is
tougher.
a division rival too.
Tua's undefeated against.
Yep. Yeah, that's true.
So Tua and the only team Tua has lost to more than once is the Buffalo Bills in this division.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, well, actually, that's the only team that's won a division in this division. This is Tua been here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, that's a wrap. That's a done battle. And again, I want to say for the 100th time, because there's a narrative going out that the Miami Dolphins are going to be in cap hell next year, only for 1 year. So Von Joe, come back up here and tell me how in the hell a team with this much talent is only going to be in cap hell for 1 year and not going to lose any of its premier talent the following year.
Well, I never said the cap hell. I always said the
It's going to be bad next year. It's going to be bad.
No, I'm just saying it's just a number on the spreadsheet, the salary cap.
Yeah, it's going to be bad next year, crypto.
Yeah, we're going to have only for a brief season.
Only for a year. We're going to have a lot of veterans and a lot of undrafted free agents on this team. And every rookie is making the team next year.
Whoa, hold on. For some reason, my name was called out. Hold on. My name was called out.
Yeah, because you like to blaspheme. You like to blaspheme the GOAT, man. And I don't understand that. How you like to.
Who's the GOAT? Who's the GOAT?
Chris Greer.
Oh, bitch ass nigga Greer. Okay. How is he the GOAT?
Well, I'll start from this point, and if this doesn't convince
No. Give me the cliff notes. How easy to go?
Okay, real quick cliff note. In 2019, executives and commentators were calling for the investigation of the Miami Dolphins, putting their players on.
I said cliff notes.
Wait. Considered an unsafe work advisor. They were putting players at risk. They wanted to investigate the Miami Dolphins. Fast forward, 2023, the Miami Dolphins were just the number one team in the AFC. And by the end of the night, depending on what happens, they can be the number 4 seed or the number 3 seed. This all happened within the course of that time. If that doesn't turn it around for you, I don't know what will.
Oh, so he's a GOAT because you have low expectations. Okay, I got it. He's a GOAT compared to your low expectations. I got you. All
So
right,
I
go
have
ahead.
realistic expectations. I have realistic expectations.
Realistic,
Don't do
realistic,
that,
low,
we can both,
realistic or low. Because
we
you
don't
know
have
what's a
to
GOAT?
personally attack because we have different opinions. My
No,
expectations
sir.
are
You
fair.
called me out, sir. Because again, my
Right,
expectation
but
is
I'm not
Super Bowl
attacking
or
you. I'm
bust.
just asking you to explain that.
Okay, but again, I say Super Bowl. Hey, let's see. There's a GM out there in Philly. I mean, they got a quarterback the same time we did, right? Am I correct? They did a quick
Okay.
rebuild, right? They made it to the Super Bowl. How many Super Bowl appearances we had?
Oh, so that's what you basically
how many playoff wins we got?
Oh, okay. So that means Chris Greer's trash?
I didn't say he's trash, but he ain't no damn GOAT.
Well, to me, can he be my GOAT?
What are we talking about?
Can he be my GOAT?
Goats? Yeah, he could be your goat. He could be your cat. He could be your puppy. He could be your damn lizard for all I care.
So you're about to dictate what GOATs are?
Brother, I just sat there and told you, again, if that's your expectation, no playoff wins and just playoff
It has nothing to
appearances,
do with that.
hey, by all means.
I'm talking about my team building. Just because we haven't won the playoffs doesn't mean that we don't have a fucking great team.
You are what you are. You are what your results are. What are we talking about here?
That's true. But results don't always
you know, if that's the case, you know what? The Jets got a great team. The Jets got a great team. That Jets GM is amazing. Because you know what? You look at a paper, they look great on paper. But guess what? Their results are absolutely trash. You know, the Bills GM is a great GM as well. They look great on paper. What are the results?
How many passes have a GM caught, buddy? How many passes have a GM caught?
Come on. I don't care how many passes you catch. You put the team together,
I know you don't. How many touchdowns have a GM scored? How many interceptions? How many run stops?
So what is a GM for?
To put the talent together.
Oh, okay. And if your talent is not getting results, who does that fall on?
The coaching.
Okay, and who hires the coaching?
The GM.
Again, if your coaching is not getting results, who does that fall on?
Well, that falls on the GM.
Okay, then. So what are we talking about here? Come on, man. Stop playing with me.
That has nothing to do with whether the GM is good or not.
What?
That has nothing to do with that. That has nothing to do with it.
Yo, make it make sense. Am I tripping right here? The rest of the panel, am I tripping?
So let me give you an example. The
responsibility falls on the GM, but it doesn't matter what the GM does.
Let me give you an analogy that makes it close to home, right? Mm-hmm. Whatever your label is, whatever your title is at your company, whatever your title is at your company, right? Mm-hmm. If you have people under you and you interview those people and you see their body of work, you read their resume, and you give them the opportunity to go out there and prove themselves. And for whatever circumstances, whether it's a bad fit, whether it's matchup problems within your organization, does that reflect on you because that person didn't fit when it was time for him to get in there?
No, that does fall on me.
It does. How?
Because I interviewed that person, and I am in charge of that person's performance, and his talent evaluation is all on me. I brought him into the organization.
Talent evaluation is on you, but the talent
I brought him into
is on the person.
No. All the bucks. Listen, at the end of the day, it all falls with me. Because again, because the thing is, I've been in management. I've run teams, right? So what I've done is, if I hire a manager to run a team, I have to check my expectations, right? You have to check what you expect. I double back around. I look at hey, this is the performance. This is what's going on in the team. Hey, what's going on? Manager, what are you doing? All right, where are we falling short? What adjustments need to be made so we could get success? No, at the end of the day, the buck stops at me.
Then you compared it to, say, Philadelphia, right? They drafted their quarterback at the same time we did. Not mentioning that we took our team down to the bare bones, and they were just coming off a Super Bowl appearance about 2 years earlier.
Yep. And
2 or
on
3
top
years.
of that, and
So,
how many?
so
Yep.
the
And how many
comparison,
first round picks they
the
got even after
comparison
that?
isn't even fair.
That GM
The
there is
comparison
working.
isn't even fair because there's no evidence that you presented that Philly has stripped their team down to the bare bones and rebuilt it in that same time frame.
Oh
Like the
no.
Miami
The
Dolphins.
comparison is the comparison is fully fair because at the end of the day, how many first round picks that they had in the last pick in the last draft?
I don't know. I don't follow Philly.
All right,
So what we
one
talking
second.
about? So hold on.
That year we had
You
what,
brought
10
up
picks?
Philly.
We could
On Joe
criticize.
Crypto,
You
one
brought
second.
up
I'm gonna get
Philly.
in here for a second.
So we could
You
criticize,
brought up Philly.
but we
Not me.
can't. But you can't. How you gonna do comparisons if you don't follow what's going on and what you're comparing
You
to?
brought up a comparison.
Okay, hold up one sec. You don't even have to compare. You absolutely don't.
Go
So
ahead,
if
Robert.
you're
How
in
you doing
charge
today,
of
Robert? How you doing this fine evening?
I'm doing all right, Von Joe. Yourself?
I'm doing fabulous. Just came from the gym. About to go kick back and relax, get some Epsom salt, and take a soak with my wife with a glass of wine. It's a beautiful
That
world.
is a win, my man. That is the win.
Hey, what kind of wine? You know, I gotta ask
There
you,
you
what
go.
kind of wine
Good
you
old
drinking?
wine.
I got this
Yeah, I need-
wine
I
from
need a
Cooper's
glass.
Hawk,
After
and it's a Grateful Red. Their seasonal wine, red wine. It's a red blend.
What's up?
It's a little bit of
Okay.
it's a little bit of a Merlot, and
Oh man.
what's the other wine
Merlot.
that they have here? Yeah, it's a mix of Merlot and something else.
fucking
What's up?
Go
blends
ahead.
are great. I do love them. All right, so real quick, what I was gonna say, it regardless if you are in charge of something, you have a responsibility and accountability to make sure that what you're in charge of succeeds. It is your requirement. It is your job. It is your duty. If it fails because you didn't take the necessary actions to correct it, instruct it, or make the appropriate changes to bring it up to snuff. That is your decisions and that's on you. It is about accountability and understanding your role and position. So if you hire a coach that can't get the job done, or you structure a team that has fundamental issues, that is on you. Or if you hire a coach and he hires coaches under him that can't bring up talent underneath him, that's still your fault because you weren't going and correcting the coach and saying, hey, you need to fix this here. You're responsible.
Talk to him, Robert.
No, that's too many absolutes. You can't. I mean, that's. I disagree with that completely. I understand your premise, but I disagree with that too many because it's too many moving parts, and that's too absolute.
No.
What you're saying, you're assuming
No,
that the GM
this is
won't
how
do that.
organizations run.
But you're assuming the GM doesn't do that.
You're telling me GMs don't sit there and fire coaches and don't sit there and talk to coaches and tell them like, hey, you felt here, here, and here, and you need to
Yeah,
fix
that's
this.
not what you
Otherwise,
said.
I
Though. You
will.
said if he don't
Yes,
do
it
that.
is.
You said if he don't do that.
Right.
Right.
So when we're talking about hiring a coach and the coach fails and he brings in a staff that can't sit there and train up people and get the team moving in the right direction, you said that's not on the GM. I'm telling you, I fundamentally disagree with you on that because the GM has ultimate responsibility in that regard. He is the head of the shed. He is responsible for the running of the organization and how that behaves.
Absolutely.
And if he can't get that right, then that's on that GM. Regardless of if the head coach screwed up, sub coaches screwed up, he drafted poorly, his scouting department was bad, all that is on the GM.
You remember the Super Bowl in Seattle when
Thank
they
you,
decided
Robert.
to throw the
I
ball
appreciate
instead of run the
you
ball?
siding with me, sir.
Remember that when instead of giving Marshawn Lynch the ball to score the game winning touchdown,
Yeah, the Pete Carroll debacle.
and it was picked off.
Mm-hmm.
Was that the fault of the general managers? That was a fail.
Technically, yes.
Oh man,
Yes.
Come on, man.
We're going to be honest about it, Big Nick. Did he put that coach in place?
Yeah,
Well,
he put the coach in place, did he
Well,
not?
first of all, it don't matter because the GM built the team to get him to the Super Bowl in the first place to make that boneheaded play, which I think
That's
is Von
true,
Joe's
Shake. But
point.
if we're talking about why they lost, he put a head coach in place that made that decision. He has responsibility for
Darren
that.
Bevel, our quarterback coach, made
Let me
that
ask you a
decision.
question. So all game, this coach, who's a coach
Isn't Pete Carroll the GM and head coach?
But
I think he had dual duties.
coach,
Yeah,
this
good
head
point.
coach,
I
right?
forgot about that. He does.
That head coach that made that boneheaded
Y'all
play
wow.
was the boss of a multi-billion. He's the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar product, right? He's been out there this whole game watching this other team play, picking up tendencies, knowing tendencies. So based on those tendencies, he decided to throw the ball based on tendencies.
Then he
However,
made an error in judgment, and he has
wow,
culpability for
no,
that.
maybe the other guy made a great play.
He still made an error
Maybe
in
the other
judgment.
guy
Right
went above and
was to run the
beyond.
ball.
Okay, well, if he'd have run the ball and fumbled, then he would have been on his fault too for the play
Now, are
call.
we going to play the what if game? You asked me a question of if the GM has culpability. Yes, the GM
Yeah,
has
because what you're
culpability.
doing
Are we
now,
debating if we should have passed and run now with Marshawn Lynch?
Hey, but at the end
Well,
of the
we
day,
all know
the
that. That's
GM,
no
the
debate.
GM
We all know they
built
should have ran the
a
ball.
Super Bowl roster.
I'm
So
not
he did his
disputing that,
job.
and I'm not saying he did a horrible job, Shake Money. The question was, does the GM have culpability in that situation? My
so
answer to that is
I don't
yes.
think he does. At the end of the day,
because
GM
the
can't
Then
CEO
we're
on
going to
the field,
disagree on it.
because
Good
the
and bad, he
CEO
still
on
has
the field,
accountability.
because the
Sorry,
CEO
Joe.
on the field
If that's what you
decided
feel, that's how you
to
feel.
throw the
It
ball.
is what it is.
That's on the GM.
So if I put someone in a position, I trust them to make smart decisions. If they make a bad decision, I am responsible for their bad decision because I gave them the authority to sit there and act with
Well, all I
autonomy.
know is I would love to
They
work for
won a
Big Nick's
Super.
company.
They won a Super Bowl the year before, and they were
Okay.
one play away from losing. It was one play away from losing.
Did I
So
call
don't-
him a bad
that-
coach?
No,
What
but
I
you're saying
said
the
is,
GM's
I don't have to
what
take no
I
accountability.
said is the GM has culpability in that
Yeah, the
circumstance.
GM.
I don't. That's not always. That's not to me. That's not true at all. I mean,
Big Nick.
there's so many circumstances
Big
that.
Nick.
Okay,
Big Nick, I'm just saying for a YouTube channel called Accountability, you love past not putting accountability where it's supposed to be.
no.
If
Goddamn.
you are the head of an organization, you
I
have
don't,
responsibility and
Bonzi, I don't really
accountability for the
get
actions
into
of that
those types of things
organization,
because
period.
that, I mean, let's not do that, Bonzi. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole with you. But I'm trying to have a real discussion here, right? I'm not trying to throw shots at anybody. I didn't say anything. I
No,
didn't
I'm
say.
not taking a shot.
Where you're good.
To me, that
I'm
was
not taking a shot at you.
yeah,
If
that
you
was
took
a
it as
little
a shot,
shot.
I apologize, but it wasn't taking a shot. It's just jokes. That's all.
But here's the deal, Rob.
Yeah.
Right.
The Bears are up 3-0.
Michael Jordan had the ball with 6 seconds left. He passed the ball to Steve Kerr. He made the shot. If Steve Kerr would have missed that shot and they would have lost to the Jazz, would that have been on the general manager?
Did the general manager put Steve Kerr on that team, which ended up in Steve Kerr being on the field at that point? Answer that question, then I'll answer yours.
The general manager signed Steve Kerr. Yes, sir.
Okay, so yes, the general manager had something to do with Steve Kerr being there to miss
The
that
same
shot.
general manager, the same Steve Kerr that led the NBA in 3-point percentage that year. That same Steve Kerr.
Still had some culpability in that decision.
No, Lewis, bring your ass up here, Lewis. You got to come and join the fun with Sharif.
We can agree to disagree, man.
Stop typing, Lewis. Get up, panel with Sharif.
I think he's excellent at his job, and I don't think he's been able to fulfill a team of 53 All-Stars, so you guys don't like that.
No, I don't have an issue with the team Greer's built. I'm just saying he has culpability for things like the hiring of Flo, some of the poor decisions that have been made regarding signing players that have been hurt, or contracts that have been overpaid. That doesn't mean he's a bad GM. That just means he has some accountability in those decisions. That's what I'm saying.
He's not 100%.
And you're not giving him any accountability in that regard.
And the players,
that's where the disagreement is.
Well, it's not that I'm not giving him accountability. I'm not giving him total culpability.
I didn't say it was all on him. I said
right.
he has accountability and he's still at fault.
Say that. I understand you didn't say that. I do understand that. Right. I'm not taking away any account. I think the Flores move was a bad decision by Chris Grier. I do. I think drafting Austin Jackson out of need, not drafting Austin Jackson, but drafting him out of need, put us in a bad position to pick at 18. Right, that was a bad decision from him. Anytime you draft out of need, it's a bad decision, a bad position to be in. I do hold him responsible for some things, but when I take a look at the NFL, people were trying to get the NFL to investigate this team for unsafe work environment. And now we're one of the people favorite to make the Super Bowl. I can't trash that, man.
No, I'm not trying to trash him. like, let's be real clear on this. I don't think Chris Greer is a bad GM. I think most GMs are decent if they hit on 40% of their picks. I think the majority of GMs are lucky to hit on 40% of their picks, if we're being honest. I think a lot of GMs make some bad signings. And I think a lot of teams just have piss poor management or piss poor coaching somewhere on the staff.
What do you say, Chris Greer? What do you say, Chris Greer's success rate drafting since he's been in charge?
I think I've looked at it recently, and I think it's
40%.
around 40% or higher.
It's higher than 40%. I can promise you that.
Okay. What's the number?
I don't know the
I don't
exact
know the number off the top of my head.
I have to.
Like, I'm not
remember
saying
he
he's
had
bad at
his
drafting.
first year. He had like 14 picks that he had to wheel and deal around.
And you're also sitting there talking about, like, say Austin Jackson didn't work out this year. That very much so changes the complexion of that Laramie Tunsil
Yeah,
trade.
but it did. But it has.
I agree with you, but that's also partly because he changed the coaching staff too.
I would say, in the picks that matter, the picks that everybody's all, enamored about, he's only missed out on one.
So you're saying Noah?
And that was Noah, and Noah's still in the league. So has he missed out?
Yeah, because Noah's still not a good player.
Until he proves something in Dallas. Even though he scored a touchdown, but it wasn't for us.
That doesn't mean you're a good player. Like, you got Bailey Zappi in the league. You have Mac Jones in the league. That doesn't make them good. Hell, you have Zach Wilson in the league. You have Tim Boyle in the league. You have Trevor Siemian in the league. And that's just talking about QBs that are easy to talk about.
It makes them one of the best 1,500. It makes him one of the best 1,500 football players in the world.
That's not true. Like Trevor Siemian's not one of the best.
There's not a better football player. There's not a better football player in the world on the streets today.
Hold on, Big Nick. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Can you argue that Colin Kaepernick is better than Trevor Siemian?
No.
Really?
No. If you guys
right now, Colin hasn't played for how many years?
If you want to play the game,
is it 4?
Wait,
I don't care if he ain't played that many years. He's still better than Trevor Siemian.
Wait, Robert. Let me tell you why I say no. If you're gonna say that the GM gets the total shit in the pie in the face, right? If you're gonna stick with that, then I'm gonna stick with mine and say no, he's not better because he's not in the league. If he was better, he'd be in the league.
I don't think that's absolutely true, though.
Right. I don't think it's absolutely true about the GM.
But there are good players that are better than Trevor Siemian that just aren't playing right now because
this is one for to get you. This is one for to kill you, Big Nick. Is Dan Marino today better than Zach Wilson?
Dan Marino is better than every man walking the planet except one.
Okay, who was the one?
Me. What's wrong with you?
Here's another one. Tom Brady.
But there's another player that's not playing that's good, better than everybody in the league.
Crypto, we can go even easier. Would Tom Brady beat out Trevor Siemian? Would Tom Brady beat out Tim Boyle? Would Tom Brady beat out Zach Wilson?
No.
Would Tom Brady beat?
No.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you. Because
you don't think Tom Brady would beat out any of those QBs?
No, because that's how the system Tom Brady will play in and excel in. You don't know if he's better in that system than what Tim Boyle is. You don't know that.
Yes, we do. Big Nick, you are lying to yourself. You are lying to yourself and yourself
They'll be talking Super Bowl if Tom Brady was
conversation in earnest. You aren't having a conversation in earnest.
Are you saying he's a better talent? He has more talent, or he's a better player?
I'm calling him a better player in QB flat out.
Who has more talent? Lamar Jackson or Tua Tagovailoa?
I like Tua more than Lamar Jackson because I don't trust.
No, who has more talent?
I'm trying to
talk about talent, and it would be Lamar.
Right, but I think
Lamar has more talent, thing, and I will explain why if I can finish. Let me explain
why. I think Tua is a better player.
Big Nick, it would be nice if you let people finish when they're trying to answer your
So
question.
Crypto said something. I just said I responded
You
to
cut
Crypto.
me off in the middle of trying to respond to you, and then Crypto
Damn,
chimed
but
in.
there's 5 people in here. Like, let the next guy speak. There's someone else just
I
came
got
in.
asked a
You
When are
question.
and
you
I
gonna
have
say
a
that?
conversation. You want us to stop our conversation so you can come
You
up
can
with
take
a
it to the
summary
back
time?
channels. For all I
Wait your
care.
turn.
Go ahead.
Wait your turn.
Hold on, Sheree.
So, Big Nick, I will answer this, and I'll pass it off to someone else.
Yeah, me too.
So, Lamar Jackson is more athletic. Lamar Jackson has an issue turning the ball over, and I don't trust him to the playoffs.
You see why me and Robert can't have a discussion because we both love Tua.
No, I'm telling you where I sit on it straight out. Tua's anticipation is definitely better than Lamar Jackson's. But if you're
He's a
talking
better
athletic
player.
talent,
Yeah,
Lamar Jackson is straight up more athletically talented than Tua.
yeah.
That's not a question.
But
If you're
Tua is a
talking
better
a
player.
better player,
Right.
I think Tua's a better player.
All right. And at this point, I think Trevor Simeon is a better player than old ass Tom Brady.
I don't understand why, but I do want to cede the floor to Sharif rather than drive down to something that we just go back and forth on.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, man. I just wanna. I looked at the all 22, and I have a concern.
See, that's why we ain't pass you the mic. Come out of here. We the number 3 team in the NFL. You talking about you concerned? Bye, man. Y'all have a good one. That's why we ain't pass you the mic.
Go ahead,
throw
Sharif. What's the
20-yard
concern?
out.
The defense or the offense?
No, Tua can't throw an out, bro.
Oh no. Okay,
He
you talking
can't
about
throw
offense.
an out.
Okay.
He's not throwing it hard enough. I'm just gonna let the guy finish, get the floor while I
Go ahead.
I try to get to
Go ahead. Let him finish, Nick. Go ahead. What's your rationale? Your rationale? You say he's not getting enough velocity behind the ball. You kind of low. I'm
He's
trying to
not
hear what you're
getting
saying.
enough velocity on the ball to attempt an out.
On
Hence,
out patterns.
Two easy picks. Easy picks. Right? And by average,
What do you
below
think that's
average
causing
guy.
that problem? You think it's something as
I
the
think
season goes on, a wear tear of the season, or
no,
just
I
something
just
that
think Tua is one part of Tua's game he has to work on. He's been working on running out of the pocket. I appreciate that in Tua. That's
Hey, Tua, hey, Crypto,
But-
tell him the greatest pass you ever saw Tua make. Your number one pass by Tua. Tell him which one that was.
Damn, bro.
Well, actually, it's the Gasecki pass. To me, against Kansas City 3 years ago.
So, like I said, he never had good velocity on the out, and I think it was 2 years ago that we realized that most of the fan base realized that he can't throw an out with enough velocity to beat the corner. He can't, and in NFL, if you could make 80% of your throws, but you can't make an out, the coach now has to compensate for you can't making that throw.
I got you, Sharif. I think Lewis said he wanted to come up here and have a cordial conversation with you about this topic.
So
what pisses me off is McDaniel knows, right? He's not getting the velocity on the ball. And what is happening is it's that the cornerbacks has chance to turn his body, turn his head, put his 2 arms in front. That's not enough velocity. I don't know what's so funny. I really don't. Because I'm concerned about my fucking face. I don't know.
Wait, you got a all 22 release early? I thought it come out Monday night, but so we got it early this year. I mean this week. Oh, because we played on Friday.
It's been out from 4 p.m. But the
Oh,
thing is,
okay. I'm just wondering. I thought it came out on Tuesdays, Bill. Go ahead, Robert. My bad.
But
No,
the thing
fine.
is, right?
1 second, Sharif.
Yeah, go ahead. You want to rebuttal or?
I do. Before you move the point further down the line. That's the only reason I'm interrupting you right now, and I apologize for that. But I know it's going to go further down the line. I want to kind of hit one thing here. When you look at his passing chart, and you look at where he's actually throwing the ball, he's still throwing it to the outside. He's still completing passes there. He's not really having an issue there. Like passing across the field, he's pretty well distributed and pretty consistent. So I don't see the same issue you're seeing, and when you look at the passing charts, they don't tend to back it up.
The passing charge is where the ball is landed. You realize that, right?
No, it's where you're
That's
throwing
where
the
the
ball.
ball is caught.
It's
It's
the
where you're
area.
throwing it.
The passing chart shows where the ball trajectory went from his arm to where it's going,
To
right?
where it's
It's
caught,
where you're
which is
throwing
what
the
I
ball.
just
You
said.
would see a doodle pen mark showing where it left his left arm and where
Yeah,
it's
I
head.
know what they look like,
That
Sharif. They
has
don't
nothing
support
to
your
do with
claim.
velocity. Moving on. Don't interrupt me
Sharif,
anymore, please. Please don't interrupt
Sharif,
me anymore.
No, that's the dumbest shit
It
you
has
just
nothing to
said
do
right
with
there.
velocity. Your
That's the
hold
chart
on.
dumbest
has
thing.
nothing to do with
Hold
velocity.
It
on.
has nothing to do with
You
velocity.
just
You
said
just
Hold on.
he's
One at a
fast
time.
Just to
there.
stop me from making my point, then I need to
No,
just step off the panel, man, because I'm not finished making my freaking point,
all
bro.
right.
It's a
I will shut
dumbass
up and
point.
let you
Okay.
finish, and I will go back and
We'll
talk
go.
to you again. So please finish.
All right, go ahead and finish out, and then we'll rebut after that. Go ahead.
All right, so from what I've seen, this has been going on for 3 years now. The out route is a problem for Tua. All right, whether uh, it's just clear that trying to make that play with McDaniel and running a 10-yard out, that's run 10 yards and then cut straight to the sideline. Tua is not effective enough yet to make that kind of pass because it's not that he's looking at the receivers. Both of the guys, he looked off. It's the fact of the matter is your velocity can't push the receiver to the sideline fast enough and give him the opportunity to catch the ball and slide out of bounds.
Man, think we
It's
throwing the
just not enough
Devontae Parker.
velocity.
This man think we throwing the Devontae Parker.
It's just not enough velocity. And so, once again, and if Tua is going to improve his game, yes, he is improved by running out of the pocket and sliding and getting yards that way and not letting third down end with just that. He's actually fighting for his yardage by running. I appreciate that. But another level of his game needs to be worked on is that out, bro. That out. You're failing immensely at that out. The out pattern.
We got you. Now,
All right.
Robert, you brought up
Hold
the
on,
passing
Nick.
charge.
Hold on a second, Nick.
Okay.
All right. So are you finished, Sharif?
Take off.
Yeah, he on mute.
All right. I just want to be sure. So, if your argument is you don't like his out passes because you want more velocity on it, fine.
Argument, bro. The video showed that that's a fact. Argument.
I will rephrase it. If your statement is you
I'm
don't like
cool,
his
bro.
out route passes and you want more velocity on him, that's fine. I'm not going to say he throws the fastest ball, but to sit there and come across in a fashion, because the way I initially took what you were saying is that
That's
he
why I
can't
pointed out the two plays. So
Hold
you
on.
disagree. The two plays that he made are
Sharif,
good velocity.
I'm trying to sit there and express my point.
You're sitting there and saying the two plays he made that were picked.
That is not
It's
what I
good
said,
velocity.
Sharif. You haven't let me finish. So please
Let him
let me
rebut,
finish.
Sharif.
Because I'm talking about the two plays, bro. I'm not talking about your
Okay,
damn
if it's
chart.
2 plays out of everything, I don't give a fuck. Every QB has 2 bad plays. If you're going to complain about 2 plays, I don't give a fuck about 2 plays.
2 outs? 2 out routes?
If it's 2 plays, I don't
It's 2
care.
out routes, bro.
I still don't care. He threw the ball 30 times.
Yes, he didn't
If
throw
you
an
wanna
out
talk
anymore.
about his
He didn't.
ability
He
to
didn't throw
complete
an out anymore. I hope you noticed that.
Hold on,
He
Robert.
didn't throw an out anymore.
Robert, I
Sharif,
promise I'll let you finish. I'll let you
One
finish.
second. One second, Big
Real
Nick.
quick.
1 second. If you want to talk about his ability to complete passes and complete out route passes, we've seen him do it this season. And one of the passes you're talking about, a cornerback just made a damn good play, and he threw it a little bit behind Tyreek. That had nothing to do with velocity. The pick 6 was an absolute fucking duck. The other one, no, the cornerback just made a good play.
So, I did see the highlights from last night's game. And I saw Josh Allen got picked off in a crucial moment of the game throwing what kind of pass that was? What kind of route that was? When the quarterback stepped in front of him, what was that route? That was an out route. And he got picked. He stepped in front of the pass. Does he have velocity problems too? Josh Allen?
Yeah, he's gone.
Crypto, does that make Josh Allen have velocity problems?
No, it just mean the defense made a play on the ball.
Right.
He had a strong enough arm to get it there. Just the defense was faster.
Now, Robert, back to you. You said you made a very good point, Robert. You said about the passing chart that Tua's all over the passing chart, and he said he's not talking about the passing chart. That means nothing. He's talking about velocity. All right. With those passes that take velocity to throw, does the passing chart show that he's throwing those passes?
The passes
the chart
still
would
show
illustrate the direction that it went in the area of the field. That's all the chart does.
It'll show you where it went and whether or not it was completed.
Right, and some of those completed on a passing throw meant that was one of those types of throws that requires velocity to get there.
Yeah.
Oh man,
especially if it's out routes.
And they all over the field. He uses the whole passing chart, right? That is some of the most debunked stuff in the NFL by people that was claiming Tua's arm strength has now debunked that same theory, narrative that they were saying. It's not about his arm strength anymore. Again, from the beginning of the season, the only thing they can say about Tua is health-wise. And they're not even talking about that anymore.
I'm like, Tua's not perfect. Let's
Man,
be real honest.
Sharif already left. Robert, real quick, because I'm going to be real quick, but I wanted to catch Sharif up here.
I'm sorry, bud.
This has to be some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life.
What I said?
No, not what you said, Robert. What Sharif was saying about the out routes and Tua needs to work on those. Do we realize that we've seen almost every throw that Tua's made as a Miami Dolphin? At least I have. Do we realize that in Jalen Waddle's rookie season, remember when Waddle was our only legitimate weapon? Most of the throws Tua was throwing to Waddle was 5, 6 yard, 7 yard, 10 yard out routes. And again, Jalen Waddle had a league leading over 100 some catches, like a little bit over 1,000 yards, right? On nothing but out routes. What the fuck is Sharif talking about?
He was a possession receiver that year. Good point. Good point.
Yeah.
Like what is Sharif talking about when Sharif says he has to work on his out routes? That's all he used to throw to Jalen Waddle in his rookie season.
First season.
Well, and he's still completing
They did treat him like he was a possession receiver.
I don't care if it's 60 miles an hour or 20 miles an hour. If you complete the pass, you did your damn job.
And not only that, you got the two fastest receivers in the NFL running those out routes.
Why are you making other points other than the guy threw an out and it got picked?
Yeah, because that's 2 plays from the leading metric quarterback in the NFL. That's 2 plays from the top-rated quarterback in the NFL.
And what you talking about, I'm not even speaking to. I'm speaking about 2 plays he needs to work on, bro. 2 plays.
One of them, the cornerback.
What you trying to do? You're trying to come up here and win an argument by winning arguments in general. You're talking about in general what we have as a QB, a franchise QB. I'm talking about how do you fucking step up your game, bro. You can't make the fucking throw, okay? You can't. You can't make
Sharif,
easy picks by nobody corners.
You got to work on working on. You got to step up your game, Sharif, when you come up on these goddamn panels. I'm just saying.
I'm only half the OG.
Hey, this man said about nobody corners. 2 years ago, that nobody corner did what to Tua, Crypto?
Nobody corner sticking off his out.
Nobody corner. What did he do 2 years ago to Tua?
Damn, the dude had one pick in his career. The only pick he have it as a career is against Tua.
So that makes Tua trash.
The only damn pick that the kid has in the career is against damn Tua.
Oh my God!
You know what? I'm out. Hey,
wait, Lewis.
Panel killers unite! God damn it!
Wait, Lewis, the only wins in
Hey,
the NFL now.
it's called have your own damn
Hey,
opinion. And
Lewis.
if you don't like it, come out of
Hey, Lewis.
America,
Panel
bro.
The only
killers
win.
unite.
Are you in Haiti? Because looks
Hey,
like you're not in America where
This is Panel
Constitution gives
Killers
you
101 right here.
this.
Panel
Lewis,
Killer
This is me having
101.
my
Hey, Lewis.
Constitution to
Check
bullshit
this out,
you.
Lewis.
My
The only wins
Constitution,
in the
bullshitter.
NFL that Bill Belichick has against everybody else and not against Tua. He must front.
Hey, all I gotta say, I'm gonna leave you guys with this. Panel Killer 101, classes in session.
And I'm gonna leave you with this: you
Panel
can't
Killer
be half an
101.
OG. You got to be a full OG.
Sharif sounded like
Trust me,
Belichick
I'm the
never
only
beat Tua.
goddamn OG in this
What up,
community.
feller?
damn for the first
Belichick
time.
never beat Tua. Does that make him a bad coach?
Lewis, I never backed off from what I am. Not once.
Yeah, man. I'm fed up with the trying to make these passes and they're so slow.
Panel Killer 101.
If you don't like
I
the
looked at
velocity
it.
on his passes, yeah, he
I
can
looked
improve
at
his
Josh
velocity
Allen
off
the other night, right? Josh Allen made an out throw, 38 yards. That was a freaking bullet, right? 15-yard line. The dude stepped out of bounds, and I was like, man, that's an out throw.
Hey, Sharif, who leads the NFL? Who leads the NFL in turnover since 2019?
Don't make that throw, man. If Tua, I know you're listening to me. Don't make that throw. You can't.
Crypto, who
not
leads the
answer the
Not with
NFL
the
in
big
turnover?
boys yet. You're not with
Who
the
leads the
big boys.
NFL in turnover since 2019, Crypto?
Not with
Allen
the, you're
right
not
now.
with the big boys
Allen
yet.
right
That's
now.
all I'm saying. You trying to look like you. Goddamn, stay within your wheel. Stay within your hamster wheel, too. Don't come out your hamster wheel, man. You know that ain't your wheel.
But Sharif, you are incorrect to sit there and say he doesn't complete out routes. Because he does.
It's 3-3.
You
Bears,
can ask
Bears
Reason. Me and Reason agree on that. He has to work on that, bro. He doesn't
I
have the
didn't say he
velocity.
doesn't
Why
have
does
to work on
everybody
that
come up here like
What the fuck? Are you
acting like
doubling
we
back?
give a shit what
routes
Reason
just
says,
fine.
man?
Yeah, that's what he
God,
just
man.
said. Like, who the fuck is Reason?
Like I give a fuck what Lewis says.
Me and Robert is on. Me and Robert agrees with me. So does that give him any more weight? What we agree
No,
on?
somebody else in the chat earlier said, "Oh, so and so broke down the video every throw." It's like, the fuck, I care. I I got time to watch that.
Yeah.
And like 2 bad throws does not mean that he always throws those 2
So
passes.
I'm sorry. I couldn't judge my own eye test until so and so broke down every throw. Like, I watched the fucking game.
Color. What was your favorite?
Everybody has a
You
television.
say it all the time, Color. You say it all the time. What was the best throw you ever saw Tua make?
That fucking
The
one
one
that was a
Gesicki.
paper whip from the guy's helmet,
Yeah.
bro, against
That
the
wasn't an
Chargers.
out route, was it? That
Oh
wasn't an out route.
yeah. The one Gesicki for me when they come back with the Ravens, man,
Sort
that
of.
one.
I mean, it was
That
sort
was
of like
one
a
of them.
corner
That was
route
an
to
out
the
route.
end
He
zone.
ran it out to the
The Gesicki
sideline.
pass against Kansas City.
He ran it out to the sideline.
Right. I know Tua was falling away when he made
And
that
the one
throw,
against
so
the
he
Car-
had
and the one
plenty of
against the
arm
Cardinals in
strength.
the back of
I
the end
mean,
zone.
And Crypto,
Winston
the
Hill.
one that you're talking about, that was nothing but velocity. He had to be velocity to get there where Gesicki
Right.
was.
Right. It was a combination of everything. Right. That's why I say it's the most complete throw he's ever made in my book.
I still say the one.
that one he just threw Friday was like, bro, if that thing is 2 picoseconds later, it's intercepted.
I
Or
still say
knocked
the
away.
one he threw to Waddle.
Color, don't worry about them. They don't want their quarterback to.
You're right. That would have been an interception. You're right.
Exactly. They just want to sit on laurels that we're seed and the percentage is 88%. Bro, the guy has to work.
Yeah, but that was like a 25-yard out. He was on the run when he threw that.
Hey, Sharif, how did that velocity work out for Drew Brees and Joe Montana?
All I'm saying is McDaniel needs
Not
to
too
dial
well.
down
They
the
helped
out
Joe
route
Montana to 4 Super Bowls.
because he's not
So
helping.
That's
So
about
how
it.
did that velocity work for Drew Brees?
Only one.
McDaniel is not helping Tua by calling those outs, bro.
How
Not
did
helping.
that velocity work for Pro Bowl quarterback Chad Pennington?
One
He
was a
had no
pick
velocity.
six, and
You
the
talking about
other.
somebody with no velocity. That's Chad Pennington.
I
I'll
know
tell you
one
that
was
much.
a pick
And he was
damn
a Pro
six.
Bowler. You're right. He was a Pro Bowl. He actually was number 2 in the MVP behind Peyton
By the
Manning.
way, I just killed 2 birds
Wasn't he
with
an
1
All-Pro
stone.
once?
Hold on, Big Nick. You're going to like this. I just killed 2 birds with 1 stone. I just pointed out a play that Tua made off script.
Aha.
On top of having enough velocity to get there, albeit if it's a picosecond later, it's intercepted. But so what? The ball was complete.
Right.
Facts.
I'm saying, but for us to be 8-3, leading the division, third in the conference, for us to be talking about our quarterback's arm talent, who's probably in the top 3 of MVP, that's kind of picky to me, man. That's like you're looking for pessimism.
Who's speaking
What's with all
about
these
that?
pessimistic
Tell
ass
me who's
people?
speaking. Are you listening? Tell me who's speaking about that on this panel. Because I pointed out 2 plays. What the fuck are y'all talking
You
about?
didn't point out two. Now, see, now you want to move the
You want to
goalpost.
argue for
No, 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 no,
argument's
no, no, no,
sake. You ain't
no,
Lewis to
no,
be
no, no,
here,
no, no, no,
bro.
no, no. Nobody's gonna let you
Pointed
do
out
that.
2
Now
plays.
you're talking about 2 plays, but you
You
said
want
that
to
he needs
argue.
to work on
You
his
know what?
velocity to the
Mike
out
is
route.
yours, bro.
You said he
Mike
can't
is
throw the
yours.
out route. You weren't talking about 2 plays when you started that bullshit take. You said he can't throw the out route and he needs to work on his velocity. That's what you said. Then when we corrected you on all the plays that he throw to the out, you said those 2 plays.
I'm
Come
not
on,
even
man.
speaking to
We
you,
listen
bro.
here.
But I'm
We
not
listen
even.
on
No,
this time.
Sharif, you're not, because you said we shouldn't run out routes anymore because Tua can't throw.
We
He's not
listen on
healthy
this
to do it.
panel,
You
buddy.
literally just said that.
We
If
listen
I'm
on this
speaking to
panel.
you, I would direct it at you. I wanted to give a take on all 22 that I watched, which is
Man,
basically
if you would have came in and said those 2 throws he got to do better, it'd be a different
guys.
conversation. But you
These.
didn't say that until
I
we called
realize
you
this is
out.
therapy for these guys. Y'all
You
need
didn't say that till we
someone to
called you out.
argue with, and you're
See
home
this right
alone in
here,
the
but see
dark.
this right here is the reason that
Whenever we
people
push
wanted
back,
him
we're
down.
You're home
Hold
arguing.
on,
alone in the darkness, and you need to
hold
We
argue.
on.
Go
I
push
just
ahead,
back,
want to
not
bro.
an
point out
argument.
that when people were saying, when people were making the or implication that those interceptions didn't matter, this is the reason they were doing that, because we're hard. We've spent like hours today talking about 2 freaking interceptions on the whole season.
I
Like
said that an hour
seriously.
ago, Colin. I said that an hour ago.
And I'm not saying they didn't affect the game, but they
It
didn't
didn't.
affect the outcome of the game because
Right.
we got the dub.
Right. They scored 3 points off of those 2 picks.
One was a pick 6, sir.
I'm sorry. They scored 6 points
I'm
off
not
of those
saying
2.
I
No,
like the fact that
your
6
we.
points.
mind is so
I'm not
driven on
saying I
proving me
like the fact
wrong.
that we handed the
That's
6
game
points.
back to
go
the
ahead,
Jets
man.
twice right there, but we took it back from them. What
But
am I
wait,
gonna do?
after
They're
that,
2 plays, bro.
after that pick 6, we had a net gain of 1 because they got 6, we went and got 7. So we had a net gain.
And bro, and if those 2, well, one of them did cause points. The other one I don't remember, maybe 3.
No,
Point
it
I'm
didn't
trying
cost
to make is
anything.
if we lost the game by that number of points, then I could understand us sitting here nitpicking those 2 plays and dissecting them from stem to stern. You know what I
You
mean?
mean like the Tyreek fumble?
Well,
You
it's
mean like
really
the
not
Tyreek fumble
dissecting
against
them. It's
But
Kansas
we're
just
City?
getting to week 12 now, and we're 8-3, and
this is
we're
a
talking
3-year
about 2
problem.
interceptions in a divisional game against one of the
In my
better
opinion,
defenses
this
in
is
the
a
league.
3-year
So
problem,
there's
color.
a
Three-year
saying.
problem.
Can we finally decide whether the
Color.
Jets was a good defense or not, so we can stop this? Because the fact of it is, they have a good defense.
You know what a parable is, right? Color, a parable.
Yeah, we discussed it.
So the Lone Ranger and Tonto, they was riding across the desert and they got surrounded by all of these Indians, right? All of these Native Americans surrounded them and they had blood in their eyes. And the Lone Ranger looked at Tonto and said, Tonto, we're in trouble. Tonto looked at the Lone Ranger and said, what you mean we, white man? So don't say we, Color, say him.
Yeah, I mean, bro, the Jets beat the Eagles. Are the Eagles fans sitting there harping about why they lost to the Jets? We beat the Jets.
Not since they only lost one game.
When did a 30 burger become not a blowout?
Because when Tua throws the ball.
Like, seriously, we're expecting 30-some points now. We're going to act like we didn't blow this team out?
Well, let's be fair. It was only 27, Color. It was only 27.
Okay, but team-wise, as a team complimentary performance, we blew the freaking pants off.
So I must translate my evaluation to just settling for your blowout.
No.
No, it's not
No,
settling for my
I'm asking
blowout, bro.
color,
It's
sir.
it's
I'm not
reminding
talking.
ourselves that we're not in the NBA.
your
Just because
evaluation
y'all
should be
think
based.
that this is a high scoring league doesn't mean that 30 some points is like, oh, well, we should have done better. Yeah, of course we should have. We should be
Your
scoring
evaluation,
70 every game. That's the standard we set for ourselves.
your evaluation should be based on the
Well,
other
to be honest, everybody's picking
4,998 passes
us to
he
score
threw,
40
and
in
not the
every game.
two.
Every time we do picks, to be honest. I mean,
Did
to
you
be
all
fair,
happen to
everybody's
notice the
definitely
last
picking
time we
more than
played the
20.
Jets, what the outcome was?
We had to kick, we had to kick a game-winning field goal. We had to kick a game-winning field goal.
It was 10-9.
Did everybody forget that
11,
this is the very first time that this combination okay, if you're talking about the Mike McDaniel reset, from that moment on, this is the first time Tua has faced this Jets defense with what we now have scheme-wise and offensively.
What was different about this defense last year, Color? When we had to kick a game-winning field goal last year, what was different about this defense now? What's different about the defense? Isn't it the same defense that we had to kick a last-second game-winning field goal on?
Well, Big Nick, as Sharif astutely pointed out earlier, even though it was to make what point, I don't know. The very last time Tua faced this defense, the same thing happened. I was sitting right above the play clock when homeboy intercepted the ball and practically ran up and handed me the ball.
The same guy. The same
guy.
But
I'm sorry if I'm like not shocked that it happened again.
But that makes Tua trash because that guy is trash, according to Sharif.
I don't know who you're talking to, and I don't know what are you talking about. But obviously, you're.
I can see a lot of bravado at play here. Hold on, I can see a lot of bravado at play here. I can see Tua wanting to correct that mistake. I can see Tua wanting to prove to the guy that he can beat him, and it just didn't happen. The guy beat him again.
You're talking I don't know who you're talking to, Color, but I'm not even speaking to your point. Your point is an overall, we blow them out, be happy. I'm evaluating two plays.
No. My point wasn't to say be happy and shut up. That's not my point. My point is the interception, at least even the pick six, is like water under the bridge. You know what I mean?
Not. No, it's not, because it's a 3-year problem. That's my evaluation. That's my opinion. I live in America.
What?
Are you asserting that Tua's throwing a pick six every year?
I'm just simply saying, Sharif, if we're going to be hoisting the Lombardi Trophy, it is not going to be dependent whatsoever on whether Tua would have threw that pick six last week or not.
I don't know what that was about.
Yeah, I don't. That's not the first time he said it. He said it earlier, but I just let it go. But what does that mean? Because I served for America proudly for 6 years. What does that mean?
That mean I let
because it sounds like I'm chilling. It sounds like I'm trying to chill his speech, and I'm not. I'm just simply saying it's water under the bridge to talk about those two interceptions right now. To me,
speech on YouTube. You don't. Freedom of speech is not on YouTube. Freedom of speech is between the government and you, not on YouTube. This is their space. They don't want you to talk. They don't have to let you talk. You don't have freedom of speech.
Yeah, but wait a minute. We present ourselves as champions of free speech, so I'm not gonna fall the I'm not trying to chill his speech.
Based on the actual,
you don't have freedom of speech on saying here. There's not. There's not freedom of speech.
You would rather argue about Steve Kerr and Jordan, so I'm a.
It was called an analogy. See, in America, we use analogies in America.
Yeah.
Especially for people who can correlate the two.
We have a Second Amendment too.
We have a 14th Amendment as well.
Like, we have to remember that these guys are human, Sharif. And I'm pretty sure there's a certain amount of bravado involved when it comes to Tua wanting to beat that guy on an out route.
I guarantee you, the only thing you know about the Second Amendment, the only thing you know about the Second Amendment is that you can have a gun.
And to me, that's life and that's football. So it doesn't bother me, bro.
A lot of people remember. They don't forget about the well-regulated part of the state.
They don't understand that the well-regulated part.
Oh, we ain't gonna have this discussion right now. They also forget about the comma too, so whatever. But I ain't gonna have this discussion right now.
I just think it's
We'll
one
let
of the
sleeping
things.
dogs lie on that one.
One of the things that Tua has to work on is
His height. He needs to get taller.
he just needs to get his. I
He
think
needs to
Tua's
get
footwork.
taller. Oh my God, Big Nick. We get shorter as we get older, right?
At this point,
You're not growing unless you're under
when
25.
he's number two in the MVP race, that's the only thing we can say. Like he needs to get taller.
When you watch the all 22,
Now,
you
Big
get to
Nick, that's
watch.
that's where I stand at the edge of the cliff
When
and
you
watch
when you
watch
watch
you run right off because I can't stand this MVP talk the way people are about it, bro. It's like just let things happen and see what happens and where the chips fall. And if he deserves the honor, he gets the honor.
But I'm different.
I've watched so much
love the
all
Miami
22
Dolphins, not the NFL.
to the point
You
where
love the
I know,
NFL.
bro. I know how you are. That's why it don't bother me as much from
You
you.
love
You
the
know what I mean?
NFL. I love the Miami Dolphins.
It bothers me from some of these sycophants, bro, that are just like right from the moment he throws one touchdown, oh MVP. It's like, come on, guys. You know what I mean? Like,
That's real reflexive. That's real reflexive thing to do.
I watch the techniques. And
I mean, the guy hasn't even been to the playoffs yet. And when they start talking MVP, it makes me have to say
you're
that,
trying to
and I
kill
don't
my
like
take.
saying that.
You don't want me to speak color?
I don't relish the idea of saying that
techniques,
Tua
man.
ain't been to the playoffs
talking
yet.
about techniques, man.
You're trying to drown my point by bringing up a new one?
Now you're going too far.
Two-stage process.
You're trying to drown my point by bringing up a new one, color?
You're going too far.
No, go ahead, Sharif. If you need to make a point, go ahead.
Because my only thing is, right, I've watched so much all 22 where you can see to his toes pointing in the right direction of where he's making his deep throws. And the top of his drop, I don't even know if hardly I know some of you know what that means.
Oh my God.
These kind of things I noticed because I watched the tape. So the top of his drop has improved a lot. He's not second guessing anymore like that.
And he's also not breaking down his mechanics as much anymore. When that happens, yes, he comes up lame in his throw.
It's weak and it's
everybody does that, bro.
You know what else, Color?
Everybody does that.
He doesn't have 5 guys in his face every time he throw the ball.
There's only one guy right now that has the arm strength.
Do you know he got no pressure when he made 2 of those picks?
Hold on, Sharif.
He had no pressure when he made 2 picks.
Sharif, you made a point, and I want to rebut the point you made first. Before you make 5 other points, before you make 5 other points,
one mic.
Before you make five other points, let me rebut the 1 point you made. There are only 2, in my estimation, there are only 2 quarterbacks in this league that can make strong throws when their mechanics break down. That is Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. Those are the only 2.
I agree.
So I'm not going to sit here and roast my quarterback because when his mechanics break down on a play for whatever reason, pressure from the defense, whatever it might be,
they're not listening. I said he improved his scrambling. Keep it up. I also said he needs to work on his out route. And I also said McDaniel needs to protect him. Where am I ripping him?
Where am I
ripping him?
If you would have said he needs to work on his out route, he needs to work on his out routes against the Jets, I would agree with you.
But where am I ripping my quarterback?
You came in.
All right. So hold on a second. Sharif, the discussion and the disagreement was on the thought process of we can't throw routes.
Absolutely.
Coach McDaniel needs to stop calling those because he's not helping Tua and Tua is not able to complete him. That was the argument.
That's a fact.
By the way, 2 in ears. That's how you make your argument, 2 in ears. I do offer my services for money.
I don't even think they care about
just
that.
let me know.
That's a fact. That's not an argument. That's not an opinion.
Okay.
That's a fact
So
from what
that
it's
is
seen on
where that is Sharif. 2 passes do not mean he's incapable of it. That is where statistics don't match you, passing charts don't match you, his play doesn't match you, and your evaluation is just off.
And the coach doesn't match. The play calling doesn't match.
Why should I be
we
mad
are
at your
completing
opinion?
out routes. We are completing out routes. We are completing.
Why should I be mad at your opinion?
It's
when
not
I'm
an
speaking
opinion.
facts?
You aren't talking facts. The facts don't back your statement up.
I said he had 2 interceptions. Where am I wrong?
No,
God.
that's not
You know
what
what,
you
Color?
said,
I'm going to step
Sharif.
down because I believe you have some guys up here horny to argue. I truly believe that.
Sharif, you literally
I
just
truly
said
believe that. I'm
2
going to step
seconds
down. I'm going to hear
ago
you guys.
we shouldn't throw
Dime is about.
out passes. Coach McDaniel shouldn't call them because Tua can't complete them. You literally just agreed with that 2 minutes ago. That's not talking about 2 passes. That's talking about the ability to do it, period. It's not my fault. You lump them together and group 2 statements together that are not the same.
And I quote, I have concerns. And Crypto said, what are your concerns about, Sharif? So he had an opportunity and he said what he was concerned about, that Tua needs to, he doesn't have the velocity and he can't throw the out route. When we pushed back on that, number one, we was arguing only because we pushed back. And number two, he changed from he cannot throw the out route to those 2 picks.
The back that he can't throw out routes. Like, he's not being consistent with it.
Yeah, we listen on this channel right here because we love to debate.
Now if we go 0-6, we go 0-6 in the next 6, and every one of those games is lost because of an out route pick 6,
he's right.
then I'll agree with Sharif.
Totally. I'm perfectly good with the statement of I don't
then
like
that
his
statement
velocity,
will be true at that point. Yeah.
and like I'm good with the
if we
statement
make
of
the
I
playoff,
don't
we
like his
still have a chance to
velocity
become a
and he needs to
franchise
improve
quarterback
his
if he wins.
velocity. I'm
Tua
also
has
good with
what?
the statement of I don't like his out route passes and I want him to improve on it. That's
Tua has
fine.
what? 15 interceptions, right? 15
One second,
interceptions.
Nick. One second, Nick.
I thought you was done.
The problem set with the statement was Tua can't throw out route passes. We shouldn't call them anymore. The coach isn't helping him. That is an inaccurate statement that drives a narrative that is false.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Now,
you can't fold up your playbook just because of 2 mistakes.
Tua has 15 interceptions, if I'm not mistaken, this year.
No, he's at
How
10
many?
right now.
Like if y'all knew how many times they ran that play in camp,
How many
you
interceptions?
wouldn't be thinking that. You'd be thinking, yeah, there's
10
no
and
problem there.
10 and 4.
He has 10 interceptions?
Yeah.
Yes, and then 4 fumbles.
Oh, okay, that's what.
Well, 5
Okay,
fumbles or something like that. Yeah.
So 10 interceptions.
So, like I said,
Out
if
of those
y'all
10
would have seen, if
color,
y'all were
out
have
of
been
those
able to
10
see how many
interceptions-
times they've run that play in camp
an out route.
successfully,
Out of those 10 interceptions,
you
how many was
just
in the
wouldn't
middle?
be agreeing with Sharif.
In the middle, maybe half.
I don't
Maybe
even have to see it from camp,
maybe 6,
Keller.
7.
I just don't agree with that thought process.
It was probably half.
Well, I'm just saying, Robert, as
Yeah.
far as taking it out of the playbook or whatever. No, like that's one of the most commonly run plays we run in camp.
It's the number one.
There is no problem completing that play. Yes, it breaks down sometimes. Yes, shit happens.
Yeah, you got to have time.
And when
to
shit
throw it, 'cause
happens
you
on
gotta
that
let it
play,
develop.
you get burned big time. Yes, that's the way
So
it is.
the Miami Dolphins, and everybody in the NFL know the Miami Dolphins have their one go-to play. That's the wheel route combination with the short flat and the tall flat across the middle. That's their number one. That's their number one. How many times has he thrown that out route to the wheel? A lot.
Yeah, it's either the fullback or Tyreek or Waddle on the wheel route. Yeah.
What he never
don't
takes.
forget,
What he never takes. He
earlier
never
in the
takes that
season, didn't
underneath
he
route.
scramble out and throw it off kilter to Barrios right there on that out?
Hit him right between the zero. Hit him right in the hit him right in the chest. Hit
Well,
him
it
right
was
in the
kind of
chest.
low and away, but it needed to be because of the defender's position.
Well, I'm talking about the one he hit him in the chest with, right in the zero.
Oh,
I'm
bouncing off
thinking
his
of this
chest?
one
You
where
talking
he
about Waddle?
I'm thinking
No,
of
you
this
talking about
one where he
Burial.
sidestepped
Burial.
I'm thinking of this one where he sidestepped the pass rush out to the flat and just like armed it out to Barrios.
The
Could have
one
been
I'm talking
another
about.
receiver.
The one I'm talking about, he was actually going to his right when he hit Burial. So you might be talking about another one.
Yeah, he had leaked out to
Yeah,
the left.
they don't run it too
And
much.
kind of
that
just
side.
armed it out to Barrios, and it looked like it looked like it could be challenged, but Barrios had plenty of glove underneath the ball.
So that route to Waddle, where everybody in the living room, everybody in the living room, every Dolphin fan in the world said, "No, yes, that wasn't an out route."
Oh my God, Big Nick, that it was, and it was a pretty deep one too. And Tua was also leaking out of the pocket on that throw too.
Going to Yeah.
But really quick, Big Nick. I wanted to say for the record on our network, because I've been saying it on Twitter today, but that was an absolute terrible decision, but an absolute gorgeous throw, bro. Like both can be true. You know what I mean?
I can't say it was a terrible throw because obviously he beat the underneath man.
No, I said
had
terrible
chance.
decision. I said terrible decision, but
Oh.
gorgeous throw.
Yeah, because he beat the. See, but if you go back and
Like
look at it, he
the
But
throw
yeah, Brett Favre had a
he
lot
made
of
up
bad
for the
throws,
bad
but
decision, bro.
I
I'm
mean,
just
decision,
saying, man.
he beat the underneath man. So I can see what he was doing. That's his favorite throw, the anticipation to beat the underneath man. He
But
did
again,
do that.
I've said it all year, though, Big
But
Nick.
he didn't break
When
fingers
people
with the
ask why
throw.
he throws into triple coverage like that or double coverage,
He
I
beat
try
the
to tell
underneath man
people,
every
because
time.
that's where the money throws are if you can make them. That's where the actual big boy throws are that produce the points. You see what I'm saying?
You beat that under
yeah, and that also
underdog.
gets your QBR up too, because
That's what makes a quarterback get to that elite level. Like, I'm not saying he's elite because of that throw. What I'm saying is, like, yeah, you can just take this sure thing over here for 15 yards, or you can get 30 on this one, maybe even a touchdown. You know what I mean? Like, but you got to beat that double, triple coverage, or you got to make that tighter throw, that bigger boy throw. You know what I mean?
Name a quarterback, even Mahomes, that owns the underneath guy. Name a quarterback that owns that underneath guy that he beats him every single freaking time, besides Tua.
Well, how many? I don't even
So
know how
hey,
many
Color,
people
real
throw it.
quick, did you get my message in Twitter earlier today?
The last time I replied was the last time I checked my DMs. I'm bad about it, Robert. Just
No,
so
you're
you're
good,
aware,
man.
it's nothing personal.
No, I don't take it that way. It was more of a
I'll get
thank
back
you
on
for
it here in a
anything.
second.
You're good, dude. It was more of a thank you.
Oh, no problem.
It's too much. I haven't been on X in so long, man. It's too much Hitler love on X.
Yeah, it is actually.
I can't go on that. I'll be arguing with
but you know
everyone.
what else there is too? Without using the H word, because people don't like the word, sociologically speaking. But there is a lot of, hey, that guy liked pizza. You like pizza too, so you must be like, you know what I mean? There is a lot of that going on too, Big Nick.
It's a lot of ass selling on there too. I'm so tired of opening my shit and Rhonda from wherever wants me to watch her video. Fuck you, Rhonda.
See, I don't get. I'm not lucky, and I don't get all that. They must think I don't like women or something. I don't know,
what
man.
you call
I
it?
don't know why you don't
It's
get
all
them.
based
Color.
on the followings. It's all based on your following.
I'm sick of them.
And whatever you click on and like, it automatically start feeding whatever's closest to it to you. It's based on your likes.
All in my inbox. All in my inbox.
Yeah,
see
that's
my
how they-
news.
they'll
See my
feed it to you.
news. Every time.
Well,
see
we know
my
what
news.
you put on there, Big Nick.
Twitter is just an extension of OnlyFans now.
So okay, so this is full disclosure, right? Because of my social media presence and because of my successful YouTube channel, when I go to other social media sites and I use Big Nick South Florida Accountability and people will send me a request or whatever, I'm thinking there's somebody that follows me. So blindly I put friend back or follow back, right? And a lot of times I didn't know the bots just sent out friend or request, hey, this person added you. So that was my downfall. I selected add back or whatever the shit is on Twitter, and that's when they come. Well, hi, how are you? I'm Lillian. And then when I don't respond to that, then another one come in, added you.
Hello, Big Nick. I'm Lillian.
Right.
Yeah, but be careful because you might get
A lot of
named
my
for a lack of
troll
followers.
bots.
Say what?
I'm being a fucking troll.
Yeah, I don't. But I'm terrible with my.
See if Shake's good enough to get this reference. Have you ever had any of them tell you, I was Joan of Arc in a former life?
Yes.
What is that from?
Shake knows what it's from. That's a real nuanced one right there. That's somebody, only somebody that's seen that movie 1,000 times knows that reference, man.
Look at the screen.
Yeah,
Coming to America.
You got it, Big Nick. You got it.
Look, Color, look.
Nice.
She had the light on her hand.
Hey, Shake. Hey, Shake. What about this?
And The
Nope,
look on
that's not
Arsenio's
ringing a
face
bell.
was just priceless, man. He's like,
But this is the
How you
one.
been, by
This
the
is
way?
the one right
It's
here.
been a hot minute,
I
man.
This is the one right
It
here.
is.
I just want to eat you up, and your friend,
friend
too.
and your
I want to
friend
tear you
too.
apart.
Yeah, that's what I guess. Yeah, and your friend too.
Right.
As a matter of fact, I watched it last night.
Yo, that was Arsenio too, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Damn, man, that shit was good, man. That
The quote
has
you
to
made
be the
earlier
I love when
today
they play
for war
multiple roles
games.
in one
I don't know.
movie.
What do you guys think? Eddie and Arsenio in that movie is a comedy duo, or Will Smith and Martin
Eddie
in Bad
and
Boys
Arsenio.
2.
Eddie and
Eddie
Arsenio.
Arsenio.
Eddie and
Yeah,
Arsenio.
I go with that.
You want me to tell
They're
you why?
pioneers, man.
Let me tell you why. Because probably about 75% of that movie wasn't scripted.
Wow.
That was all
They had
improv.
templates. They had templates, and then they go from the template. Okay, this scene here we're gonna be, and then they let them go.
I'm pretty sure, though, to their credit, I'm pretty sure that doorstep scene with his daughter's boyfriend had to be ad lib, dude. They had to have ad libbed that, bro.
I know that. I know that.
Going down the stairs shit again on me.
Hey, who the fuck is Reggie?
When he did that song, "To Be Loved," that was all improv. That was all
Oh yeah, and
improv.
you hear the resonance in the background. Shut the fuck up.
yes, you do. In the face.
Oh man.
That's
How many of us would
Oh, the best cast was
you
Harlem
wouldn't
Nights.
have jumped up at the game. You wouldn't have did that at that basketball game if her sister would have did that to you. I would have kept my ass there and got comfortable.
He goes, who
Man,
was
that
that?
is an
Just the
epic
man that met
freaking
in the
movie,
restroom.
man. God, that is a great movie. I'm not gonna lie. I must have seen that movie 20,000
I watched
times.
it last night, man.
Yeah, I can't watch it. I mean, that's not one of the movies I stop and watch. We already know my movie, like Kung Fu Hustle and Ace Ventura. I'm stopping every time.
That movie even has what's his name in it. I can't remember the guy's name.
Samuel L. Jackson.
No, well that too, but also the kid behind the counter, the short fat white dude. What was his name?
Louis Anderson.
Louis Anderson. Right.
You know he had his own cartoon, right? You know he had the
Yeah, that's what made me think about it. Louis, Life with Louis. Is that what
he was the host of The Price is Right too at one time.
Yeah, he
Louis
did
was a big deal, man. Louis was a
that's
big
why he
deal.
did do that.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah, he
Jim
was.
Carrey took over.
All fat Canadian comedians are a big deal. They all pass away, unfortunately.
Right. John Candy was one, right? And yeah, Chris Farley.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was Sam a Canadian too? Sam Kinison?
No, I think he's from Minnesota, actually.
Right. Well, that's close enough, man. I mean,
right. Yeah.
Are you shaming people because it's fucking cold outside and that bat keeps them warmer?
no, it's because you both pronounce the word lutefisk the same way.
Dude, I don't even know if I can pronounce that. Say that shit again.
Lutefisk? Isn't that a Minnesotan dish?
Yeah, I'm not from Minnesota.
Hey, where is Pete so he can come get? Where's Pete so he can come scare me about Sam Howell? I need to be scared about Sam Howell. Where's Pete?
He was in.
I don't know.
I mean, the guy is not a slouch, but he's still,
he was here
bro.
earlier.
I mean, bro, they got a 30 burger put up by the Giants on him, man. Come on, man.
That is not the most ridiculous thing Pete said today, though.
Dallas has outscored them something like 80 to 10. Dallas has outscored them like 80 to 10.
The only badges of the only feathers that Washington has in their cap this year are both losses, and that's because both times they scored 31 points on the Eagles.
By the way, Robert, I like how you
bro.
Hey, by the way, Robert, I like how you prefaced the most ridiculous thing he said today.
Well, I mean,
yeah,
so
today.
I went into JetSpace this morning because there's nothing else going on, and I just needed
And
some
you hit
background
yourself?
noise. No, because it's comical. But when I went in there, fucking, I heard Pete sitting there going, "The Jets are the most dangerous team because they're going to do a run and then get in the playoffs, and Aaron Rodgers is going to be back now that Aaron Rodgers is back in practice. And even the Jets fans couldn't take it, in all honesty. But that was absurd that you were
Here
viewing
it
the
comes.
Jets
Here
as
it
the most
comes.
dangerous team.
I see Shake changing the brand.
inside.
Here it comes.
I think that'll be.
NFL.
I don't. Is he back at practice? Wouldn't that be the biggest news story? I haven't heard that.
I know. I didn't hear that either.
Wouldn't that be the biggest news story in sports? If he was
Yeah,
back at practice?
I would have thought. But yo, listen though. Last night after the okay, so we all look. Shout out to Dre. Y'all remember Andrevius, right? He ain't been around YouTube in a while, but he held a space like all day yesterday and all night, right? And we all watched the Bills and Eagles together, and we all watched like Chargers and Ravens. It was going pretty late last night, right? When it finally ended, it was like almost 2 in the morning, and I just popped over, noticed that Bills Mafia space was still going. I'm like, wow, it's pretty late. They're really heartbroken, right? So I popped in there for a minute just to listen, and they didn't bounce me, so that was cool. But
yeah, they stopped bouncing people after a while.
Howard, did you catch the other space that occurred?
So check this out. So check this out. You would think they'd be like in there going, well, if we make a run and Miami loses a couple, we can still this and that, right? No. They were already scoreboard watching, talking about the Browns and the Steelers. I'm like, oh, this is priceless. I'm loving it. This is us like 3 years ago. I'm loving it. I'm like, I just had to laugh my ass off.
It was us last year. We was scoreboard watching.
So after that, I left the space and I went to bed and I slept really well.
Yeah. It's good to finally see them scoreboard watch.
But it was who they were talking about, Crypto. They're like, if we can get right and go on a run and the Steelers do this and the Browns do that, I'm like, oh, this is great. This is freaking great.
Then you do the hokey pokey and shake it all about.
Yeah. Yeah, they only have one mathematical. They only have one path to this.
Yo, I'm sorry to be so like, you know, I know how people think about pumping the brakes and jinxes and all that, but bro, it's week 12 and we got a 3-game lead on their asses, people. What the fuck? If the situation was reversed, we would be like, well, might as well go for the wild card now. We wouldn't be thinking about coming after them. So why should we worry about collapsing to them?
No.
And you know,
No. Last year we were when they had a 3-game lead on us, we were thinking about them losing the last 3 and contemplating them losing.
And what happened though? Well,
they didn't. We kept losing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So what evidence last year was there that they were going to start losing and we were going to win? None.
Yeah.
Just like this year, there's no evidence they're going to start winning and we're going to start losing.
To the point where we was rooting for them to lose a home game to the Bears.
So this local guy that used to be on the local sports station here, he's now a YouTuber, right? And he was saying the best scenario, right, is for the Buffalo Bills to get in position where they come to the last game needed to get into the playoffs. After, of course, the Dolphins are already clinched. They come to the Dolphins. They need this game to get into the playoffs, and we beat the shit out of them.
In a Skylar Thompson revenge game because we're resting all of our players.
Yeah, you're going to need the backup.
Y'all can stop that rest kid. Tyreek trying to get 2,000. Y'all can cancel that.
No, he won't rest.
Skylar can throw him his 2,000, man. You know it. Don't lie.
Yeah. Teddy Bridgewater gave him his highest point.
We can take our masks off for a minute, bro. You know, don't you know?
You forget, Big Nick, that Tyreek's highest yardage came against the backups in the Minnesota game.
Yeah, but he didn't get in the end zone.
Well, yeah, but he don't need the. You just want the yards, right? We'll get him the yards.
Right, you can get the yards. He's just trying to get the
yards.
Think
about it, though. I mean, I know how people feel about Skylar Thompson, but think about if we're resting our QB1 and Skylar burns them and keeps them out of the playoffs. That would be priceless. That would just be absolutely priceless.
Especially if it's keeping them out. Oh, yeah, that would be.
Hey, by the way,
they bragging about beating them in a playoff game in their own building by only 3 points. So imagine if he kept them out.
By the way, and I told you, behind the scenes, Color, that I talk shit about Skylar Thompson just to troll Pete. But I think Pete, he's a capable quarterback.
Well, I mean,
not to the level Pete does, but
and I've come around to the middle too, where it's like I don't think he's ever going to be a world beater.
Field goal.
I think the guy's still got great talent. I think he's got great talent more than people want to admit. That's where I'm at with him. And the fact of it is, I mean, look, and I'm not trying to blame Waddle. I'm just trying to say, if a couple more catches are made that game, it's a whole different outcome and a whole different box score for Skylar Thompson that day.
Mm-hmm.
Let's be real here. And I'm just saying that if we're facing Buffalo again, trying to keep them out of the playoffs, and we're already clinched, if Skylar's in there, what a hell of a revenge game is all I'm saying if Waddle catches everything thrown to him.
I know you're saying you're not trying to throw shade, Color, at Waddle. I know you're saying that. But every time you guys bring up Waddle dropping the ball against that game.
You didn't hear the last part of what I said, Big Nick. I'm trying to say that if you're talking about a return visit where Skylar gets another shot at them, all Waddle needs to do is just, hey, have a better game, catch 2 of those, bro, and we got the win.
Again, all I'm saying is people going to bring up Waddle's performance in that game with Skylar as the quarterback and he dropped the pass, then we got to bring up that 4th and 3 and we throw it to Mike Gesicki on a crazy out when Waddle's running wide open across the middle to the would have been a touchdown. We got to bring that shit up too.
Okay, fair enough. And I'll also point out, which people have said I don't, but all year this year I pointed out how many times Tua's passes have been clearly dropped.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, I ain't letting no. All I was trying to say was, look, I believe in Waddle. So all I'm trying to say is if there's another scenario where Skylar's playing Buffalo, Waddle ain't dropping those again. And Skylar's day will likely be better. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Gonna sit on Mike White, huh?
I don't know how he did against.
Well, if Mike White's our QB2, then what you do is you elevate Skylar for that game to QB2, put Mike White as reserve, and that way you don't. Because if you believe in Mike White over Skylar, and it's obvious they do, you know what I mean? Then you want Mike White to be healthy for the playoffs too. So you temporarily elevate Skylar to 2, put Mike White as 3, or even Tua as 3, so you can't even play him if you wanted to. You know what I mean? Unless everybody got injured. And then you roll in with Skylar in that nothing game. You know what I mean?
It don't matter who's back there, none of them getting touched.
That's because we gotta like him.
I don't trust Buffalo not to. I ain't gonna say it, but it is Matt Milano, bro.
Just put together line. Just put together.
Milano's out for the season, isn't he?
No, I think he's coming back.
No, he was in yesterday.
Yeah, he's back.
I thought he was out for the season. My bad.
Nah, he's playing well too.
Yeah, he's back.
Yeah, and I just don't like the prospects of
he's a
Matt Milano coming at either of the quarterbacks that we want for the playoffs. Whoever they decide those quarterbacks are.
So they might have to sit the quarterback because they want to protect him. He's a dirty player.
I mean, I would like Mike White to get some real action besides just playing Denver in junk time.
Yeah, and I understand what you guys are saying, but I just remember it might have been 3 years ago. How long ago it was, I don't know. But I do remember that the Buffalo Bills had already clinched. They was already AFC East champions. Their standings wasn't going to move up, right? Either way it go, win or loss, they wasn't going to move from the position they're in. The Miami Dolphins to Buffalo, needing that game in order to make the playoff. I think it was a 10-win season. They played Josh Allen for 3 quarters, and they beat the
shit out of him. And they torched us with 56 points.
Right.
Well, 56, I was going to say 40.
Yeah. I mentioned that game. A lot of people fail to realize we let that game.
It depends on the philosophy of the coach. I mean, if McDaniel may not sit everybody that game.
Say what you want, Big Nick. We had a chance to win that game.
No, not that game. Not the game. Not the last game of the year. Crypto, we didn't.
Hey, anytime you have a lead in the ball game, my philosophy, you should win that game. You got a shot,
bro. We got smoked that game, bro.
That's because the freaking wheels fall off the wagon after we took the lead. We led in that game.
Right.
What I remember,
what happened.
What I remember, there was no need for Josh Allen to play that game, and he played to the fourth quarter. And how many points did they score? I thought it was 48, but I just heard 56.
Big Nick, did they have the first round bye that year?
No,
they were stuck in a position. They didn't have that game.
I don't think they had the
because
first
that's
round
the
bye.
thing. People were talking about
the first round bye.
Well, I heard people talk. I heard the subject get brought up earlier about the first round bye, and people were no. I want the first round bye. I don't care what anybody says, because the fact of it is, you can't take the risk, okay, that you get yourself beat all up, and then Kansas City doesn't lose, so you got to go into Arrowhead all beat up because you didn't take the opportunity to heal up in that bye week. I don't like the prospects of that.
It didn't hurt Philly or Kansas City last year.
Well, maybe, but generally speaking, over my lifetime, it's usually the team that's the big dog that ends up just coasting through, bro. All I'm saying is if we end up getting the top seed, okay, well, hold on. If we end up getting the top seed, for those that might be concerned about rust, then you would say, okay, well, if we're going to get a bye in the first round of the playoffs, then you do want to play your starters in the Buffalo game. You see what I'm saying? Because you want to minimize. You don't want 2 weeks in a row like some suggested in the earlier conversation. You know what I mean? No, you wouldn't go 2 weeks in a row. You'd play your starters against Buffalo.
Or you can say the Miami Dolphins at that point would be 20 out of the last 21 at home winning. You know what I'm saying? Oh, no. 20,
right. And here's the other thing, though. Here's the other thing. I understand that people think we don't play well coming off a bye, but that's only been the last 2 times. It's not like, look, we came off of the entire offseason bye and still beat the Chargers and the Patriots in consecutive weeks. You know what I mean? So I'm not like, okay, I get all that. But at the same time, first of all, if we're affected by rust against some team that might have eked through into the divisional round, then we don't deserve to be there in the first place.
When the last time we lost coming out of a bye? Was it 2019?
Well, we won 10 games that year. I don't know. Like, we went on a little bit of a winning streak.
But we didn't. But here's the thing, Big Nick. In both games after our bye, hold on, though, Big Nick. In both games after our bye, we kind of struggled on offense, like especially against the Steelers last year, and this year you could argue against the Raiders, we kind of got off to a slow start. So that's what people are concerned about. Now, the other thing is, look at who we're playing. Look at the teams that are ended up getting better records than when we played them. Those are the same teams they are when we played them, and we can beat them. I don't care what anybody says. Oh, Broncos are all of a sudden better because they're over 500 or whatever. And it's like, but then they want to turn around and say, oh, well, they weren't 500 when we beat them. Okay, but they're still the same team. They just started winning.
How many teams has the Bills?
So what I'm trying to say is, if a team like the Broncos falls into the playoffs, which if you notice, everybody's starting to get bunched up at like 5 or 6 wins, just like I predicted. Okay, and if a team like the Broncos ekes in, and we're facing them in the divisional round, I'm not concerned. I don't care if we are on a bye week and they got rust or not.
That would mean they would have to knock off a top seed if we're not the top seed.
Hey, wait a minute, Crypto.
The only thing I'd be concerned about is Russell Wilson having playoff experience.
Wait a minute, Crypto.
That's
Wait a minute,
another
fella.
team.
Out
A
of
brand
out
new
of
team.
all the
Yeah.
teams, out of all the teams in the AFC that are now bunched up fighting for those last one or two playoff positions, what team in the NFL or in the AFC is personally responsible for that jumbo shit down there? Let's see. You got the Raiders, you got the Broncos, you got the Chargers. Who else is in that jumbled mess down there in the
We got a
AFC?
lot of teams in other divisions.
Broncos,
Like
as I pointed out, the Broncos. You
the
got
Texans, the Colts,
Browns, Texans.
No, but we're personally responsible for 3 of those teams being in that jumbled mess.
Exactly. That's why I don't understand this. Oh, we can't give ourselves credit for putting 70 on a team that is now over 500.
Hey, I'm just pointing out the obvious.
With a
man.
Super Bowl champion quarterback.
Look, we're not the 2016 Miami Dolphins. We're not the 2017 Miami Dolphins, man.
We're not, but we're eerily similar to last year's Miami Dolphins. Matter of fact, last year's Miami Dolphins was ranked higher in the AFC than we were this year.
But Crypto, you know what, bro? It just is based on what you're saying, right? Look, it boils down to us executing, as I keep saying for the last 2 freaking seasons, man. It is simply up to us to execute. If we execute at a high level, it doesn't matter who the team is. We're putting over 30 points on them, and sometimes 70.
And I got to push back against that, Crypto. We're exactly 8-3. And our defense is in a better spot. So we're actually better than we were last year at this point.
No, you talk about raw defensive numbers versus offense. I'm talking about where we were in the conference. We were in a better pole position in the conference this time last year than we are now.
I don't think so.
Yes, we were. We ranked number 4, and we were the 2nd seed at this time last year.
Yeah, this time last year, Dolphins were 8-3, Buffalo was 8-3, and Jets were 7-4.
And we owned the tiebreaker, for Buffalo because we had beat them early in the season, which automatically puts us as a 2 seed.
Right. And we actually, if we would have beat Sanford, it wasn't just going to be San Francisco. If we would have beat San Francisco and LA, we could have lost to Buffalo and still got the top seed that year.
But wait a minute, Crypto. Baltimore has not had their bye week. That's the only reason why we'll be number 4 after the night, if whatever wins, right? Or if we're number 4 now. That's because Baltimore has not had their bye week. And also,
no, the games tonight don't affect us at all. It's Minnesota and Chicago. Last night, I think, is what you're thinking of, Big Nick.
They haven't had their bye week. That's the only reason they're number 1. And Jacksonville is fucking Jacksonville. Come on, man, stop.
It don't matter.
I'm with you on Jacksonville. I have little faith that they're gonna. Look, I am convinced that Jacksonville is going to lose a few more games.
How is Jacksonville? They've been to the AFC Championship twice.
I got you, but the way they've been playing
last year,
the way they've been playing this year, for my eye test, I am convinced that Jacksonville is going to lose a couple more games. That's just me, and that's just an opinion.
Losing in the future, that doesn't negate the fact that we are in a different spot than we were last year.
It's just we're in a different spot because of the fact. The bottom line is our strength of schedule in these next 2 games is far lesser than it was when we were in this spot last year.
But also, you guys don't
but
agree.
what I'm pointing out is that last year's team was in a better position than this year.
Well, the conference is weaker.
Better position for the top seed this early, Crypto, but for the division,
at this point last year,
I've already called it, bro. Again, now that we're up on the Finn's Tailgate Network Crypto Show, appreciate you, Crypto. I'm going to go ahead and call it again. Color commentary.
Well, I've already did it.
Color commentary is reporting that the Miami Dolphins have won the AFC East. And if I'm wrong, I'm just gonna memory hole it like the AP does on election night. How about that? The Miami Dolphins have won the AFC East, ladies and gentlemen.
Ago already, when the Bills lost their 3rd game.
I don't need no letter next to our name. I don't need none of that. Color commentary has made the call. The Dolphins have won the AFC East.
So, Shake, to your point, why Jacksonville? You said why Jacksonville? You guys won't agree with this, but this is just the way I feel. The tallest midget is still a midget. You know what I'm saying? So you can be 8-3 in that division. I just don't respect it. I'm sorry, I just don't.
They have just as many winning teams in that division
Bro, we're
than we
like
have in ours combined.
Crypto.
What are you talking
What
about?
are we like? We're like 3 moves away from cornering their king, bro.
Matter of fact, as Jacksonville speak, I think they have 2 teams, almost 3 teams in playoff seeding.
We're 3 moves away from cornering their king. If they make one wrong move, we got it. Checkmate.
Yeah, they only got one bad team in the division. Everybody's still mathematically alive. Tennessee's the only team not alive.
That second place team in that division got 5 losses.
Yes, and we got 3. That's only a 2-game spread. Any 3-game slide and a 2-game win by them,
dude. That's a lot in the NFL this time of year, bro.
It was a lot last year, as I illustrated at the beginning of my show. At the beginning, when I put down every team, the 7th seed, the 7th place seed, it's only 2-game separation in the loss column from the top seed. Any decision is in one team.
It's going to surprise you, Crypto, but it's going to surprise you to hear this, Crypto, but fair enough, man. Well, what can I say to that?
We'll be 9-2 in that division.
The 7th seed is only 2 games separated in the loss column from the very top seed. And that team lost to the 7th seed. The Colts lost to the Ravens.
It's like that every year this time of year, bro.
That's all I'm trying to illustrate. It's the same. It's not dramatically different.
But the teams that are, bro,
dude, we'll be 4-0 in that division
only
right
3 new
now.
quarterbacks.
We're 3-1.
It's only 3 new participants. Is the difference.
I don't.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
The only way it goes different. The only way that it goes the same as last year is if we collapse like we did last year, and I just don't see that. I'm not convinced that's going to happen.
It will. I'm just saying we're in the same position at the starting
We got
point.
too much depth on this team to have that collapse. We have way too much depth to have that collapse.
We're the same.
Don't
We
challenge it.
We have learned how to win in so many other ways now.
If that's the case,
we've learned how to win. We've learned how to win when it's rough. You know, I mean, look, man, I don't know. I just feel different. Yeah, I'm in my feelings. Yeah, that's right. I'm in my feelings, bro. I feel different this year.
Our weakest backup. Our weakest backup is in the quarterback room. That's our only weakest link on this team, in my opinion. Everywhere else, we just as good across the board. Everywhere else.
The line is kind of weak too now, especially
now that we're on the 8th and 9th. Now that we're on the 9th and 10th.
I may be in my feelings, but at least I'm giving objective reasons why I feel that way.
Oh, okay.
Shake, we're on our 9th and 10th guy. How can you say that, Shake, when we're on our 9th and 10th guy?
Yeah, exactly. And if we get any more injuries, we're gonna be on our 12th and 13th guy.
Oh, well, yeah, of course. Absolutely.
Yeah, right. That's why it's a 53-man roster, Dick. You know it's about the 53.
You're not going overall. You're going to be right fucking now.
Well,
I think our offensive line is starting to hit its stride at the right time. I think we're about to roll, guys. I really do.
The only thing is to make sure you don't repeat what last year, because remember, at this time last year, we also was playing a team in the 49ers that wasn't as good as we think they were as they are now.
I don't know. I heard you say that earlier, but I heard
is
you
not
say
the same.
Okay, Crypto, I heard you say that earlier, but I personally am not one of those ones that was talking down the Niners last year. I knew exactly what that game meant. I called it a big game moment for Tua, a checkbox moment. You know I did. You know what I mean?
You did. I was just saying the psyche of the fan base was almost identical with the same situation.
All I know,
that was the game for me that was supposed to get that Tua was supposed to earn my faith. Remember?
I think Purdy has beat. I think Purdy has beaten the same amount of good teams as Tua has.
No, he's probably won more now. Winning streak.
I don't count Seattle. I think the only good team they probably.
Well, you got to go by what their records were.
Say what?
But Purdy, remember, it was our game that launched the Brock Purdy era. You do realize that?
No, yeah. He became a yeah.
It was launched by on the hands of us.
Let
We
me tell you
started the Brock Purdy
I
era.
was going to push back. Let me tell you I was going to push back because you slicking it a bit, Crypto. You said our game instead of saying our team. See, I was getting ready to push back. You said our team, but you said our game. Okay, I go with that.
That's what I'm saying. It does that.
But see,
I'm dead serious.
even with that crypto, I feel like we've overcome that this year. I mean, we had a couple. Look, we had Bryce Young. We had let's see who else could
Yeah,
have
but
got right
he
on us,
wasn't the
bro.
third string that we annihilated their first string
Oh,
quarterback.
okay, but I'm talking about
the game.
quarterbacks that were supposed to get right on us with this. What you're talking about, where it launches them, like
No, he
Russell
didn't get
Wilson.
right. It was just a
Russell
simple
Wilson
injury.
was supposed to get back to being Russell Wilson against us. All
No, it
kinds
wasn't
of
about to
shit
get
this
right.
year.
It was about everybody saying that it was an automatic victory because of Jimmy Garoppolo, and then all of a sudden they guaranteed victory once he got hurt.
But I'm talking about the superstition of quarterbacks launching against us like that. I just think it's a coincidence, bro, is all I'm saying. Because it hasn't happened this year, bro. Like there's been plenty of quarterbacks that were supposed to get right on us.
We haven't played we haven't played the Brock Purdy type quarterback situation.
But I'm saying that there was been quarterbacks that were supposed to show out or get right on us. It just happened with the Raiders. They were talking about what about this Aiden O'Connell guard?
Because the get right game didn't
They're
happen
doing
until
it.
the
They're doing it with Sam Howell already, bro. What about Sam Howell?
Well, that will be the only appropriate time to do it because
And they did it with Russell
Wilson.
Wilson, and they did it with Russell Wilson and Sean Payton. They were saying, take the 6.5. Take the 6.5. You'd be stupid not to take 6.5. And we freaking
it was too early in the season to do it at that time because that game hadn't occurred.
I understand, but that's not what the smart money and the experts were saying, bro, is all I'm saying. They were saying take the 6.5 for Denver. Even though they're going to lose the game,
those same people, like I questioned before, how many times has that happened consecutively in a win? When I questioned them when they did that foolishness against the Raiders, when they duped everybody to taking the same bet.
Yeah, but there was only 6.5 with the Broncos, dude.
But yeah, it was
and the
twice
spread
that
ended
amount.
up being 50.
Right, but it was twice that amount against the Raiders, and they had won way more games than the Broncos at that time.
Right, but the spread for the Broncos ended up being 50, not 6.5.
Yes, you're talking about the final spread. I'm talking about they tried it again and failed miserably.
I know what you're saying, but they were right this time.
Yeah.
Were they not?
No, they were. No, I'm talking about the Raiders.
We didn't win by 10 against. How much did we win by against the Raiders?
Mm-hmm.
Did you guys just catch that play?
The hit?
No. How much did we win by against the Raiders?
Yeah, the one hit. You talking about the hit to the sideline? They didn't.
Can somebody answer? Did we cover the Raiders? Did we cover the Raiders? I don't think we covered the spread.
No, we didn't cover the Raiders spread.
Right. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's what I said. Vegas duped everybody into that. They try to make their money back. That's what they do.
Right. But I'm just trying to say that back when we played the Broncos, the reason the experts were saying to take the 6.5 was, despite probably losing to Miami, that Russell Wilson and Sean Payton had too much talent and bravado and whatever else to not correct their 0-2 or 0-3 star, 1-3 start or whatever the fuck it was.
Yeah.
That's why they were saying to take the 6.5. The actual spread ended up being 50.
Yeah, I get that part, and that's why I was telling people was so foolish.
So they were grossly wrong. Those, not Vegas, the smart money experts telling you to take the 6.5 were grossly wrong in their estimation about Russell Wilson getting right on the Miami Dolphins.
And they were grossly wrong, even though they made the money back because they duped everybody on a 14
Okay, that's fine,
spread.
but I'm just trying to illustrate that they were wrong about Russell Wilson getting right on us.
Well, I don't know about
that's all I was trying to illustrate. Has nothing to do with the Raiders and Vegas getting their money back. I agree with you on all that. I'm just saying that the superstition of quarterbacks getting right on us and launching off of us has not happened this year.
No, it's because we still got 6 games left.
Fair enough. But I'm saying the evidence that something like that's not gonna happen is favoring that it's not gonna happen.
Right, and that's all I'm arguing, that the same favorability was going into the same week this time last year, that it wasn't going to happen because it hadn't happened.
Not really, because we were still riding on 20 years of that same superstition at that point.
No, I'm just saying it hadn't happened at this point last year neither.
But there was no case of that. Maybe Kenny Pickett, you could argue, you know. Kenny Pickett could have had his launch game on us, I guess, last year, but that was about the only one I could think of.
Yeah, but that was the one day freaking Noah Benogany tried to actually wake up and play a game.
Right. That was the Noah closeout game. Right. Yes.
And I'm just saying it hasn't happened this year. I'm saying it hasn't happened. There's been like 3 opportunities for some quarterback to do his thing against us, bros, with that superstition, and it hasn't happened. We've overcome it this year, is all I'm saying. So far. I stress so far because I want to be fair to you, Crypto.
No, it hasn't. That's why I was saying this is.
But I mean, we're at 11 games and we got 6 to go. So, you know, I'm going with the numbers here is all I'm doing, man. Like I said, if I'm wrong, I'll just memory hole it like the AP does, bro. I mean, why not, right? CNN, Fox News, Reuters, they all memory hole it when they're wrong, don't they? When they call the elections too early, bro.
Oh, you can call a division because it's definitely more likely the division to happen.
No, I ain't near calling the top seed yet, bro. I'm just pointing out pathways to get it. I don't think we're at 24% right now for the top seed. I ain't calling nothing near calling that.
Oh
I don't think we'll end up with it if I'm being honest.
Yeah, it's gonna be a harder path now.
It's really hard to land that 2 seed. You either go for the top or you're getting 4. That's usually how it works out. Like 2 and 3 ends up being total luck for whoever gets those spots.
Yeah, 2 and 3 is kind of it's kind of tricky because you gotta win.
And I just learned in poker, you don't go. I just learned in poker when you're sitting at the poker table and there's only 3 of you left, right? And you're sitting with the third largest stack.
Oh wow,
you don't go after the second place guy. You go after the first because the difference between third and second in the payout is much lower than the difference between third and first. So you don't even fuck with the second place guy. You go right after the first guy.
Yeah, because let the chips fall where they may, you know. You just let them, you know, if you don't get the first, you might.
I mean, that's a real thing in poker. Like you talk to the experts, they'll tell you that. If you're sitting there's 3 guys left at the poker table in a tournament, and you're in third place on the chip stack, you go after the first place guy. You don't fuck with trying to take the second place guy and become the head-to-head. No, you go after the first place guy. And usually what happens is you take them both out at the same time and win the damn tournament.
Right.
Or you go home with third place money. But again, the difference between third place and second place money is very minimal compared to the difference between third place and first place money. So you don't fuck with the second place guy. You've already got your money in third place. Now go for the first place money. That's the whole idea behind it.
All right. So question for my website. Doing black and white as a theme. Do you want to go black and white icons or do you want to go color icons?
Wait a minute, say that again. What was the question?
So I have a website that has projects, my resume, some blog post stuff, and like an about me thing that I'm putting together. And it's like a black and white terminal theme. Question is, do I go black and white icons for like social media stuff or do I go color icons? I know it's a random question. I know it's not football.
No, that's fine. It's cool. Back in the day, I used to fiddle around with websites, designs.
Just go with the
egg. No, I would say black and white if it's different shades. Can you do like different shades of it?
Yeah, like it'll be more than easily
like layer.
readable. It's like a black and gray, and they're all very clear. They're all SVG graphics. And I will never change the egg. I find it freaking hilarious that it gets under so many people's skin.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised people people do keep bothered by it. Yeah, what's up, Shake Money?
How much longer you finna go?
Only a couple of minutes. I mean, I'm pretty much we
I got you.
discussed everything about the real season begins coming. We had pretty much an 11 game preseason. Everybody was waiting to this moment to get rid of our December woes, and now it's upon us.
Now that I agree with. Now that
we had an 11 game
statement,
preseason, and now the season started.
The title of the show, I completely agree with, and it's time to go 6-0. It's really that simple. Just go 6-0.
Yep. Our magic
season
number
starting
is
now.
4.
Go 6-0. Start off 6-0.
Yeah, or just hit the magic number of 4, or a combination of wins and losses. There's got to be 4 games made up, and that's our magic number, 4, fellas. And then we on our way.
Hey, you know what I find funny is people would rather have more big regular season victories than big playoff wins. Who gives a shit about what teams you win to or lose to in the regular season? At the end of the day, it's all about beating teams in the playoffs.
Exactly.
Frankly, Shake, I just want to be entertained.
God, I want that championship game in Hard Rock so bad. I don't care about the bye. I want that championship game in Hard Rock so bad, man. Ugh.
You know the most annoying thing, Color?
Even if we don't get it, we could get it through the back door, right?
So out of Dolphins games, I have been to 2 and my wife. It's the only opportunity I've had to get to. One was a preseason game out in Tampa Bay. I don't remember what year that was. Would have been like 2007, 2000, sometime
the
between
old
2007,
Buccaneer Stadium.
Yeah.
Okay, Raymond James.
Yep. And then the other one was a damn 2008 Wildcat playoff loss to the Ravens.
Oh shit. That game, I remember exactly where I was at when that game was being played.
God, I was pissed.
I had moved from Chicago to Ashburn, Virginia, and I was in my first apartment. And I was sitting there on the floor, and I was like, damn, Pennington has got the least amount of turnovers out of any quarterback in the league.
And he threw like 4 that game, if I remember
turned over
right.
the ball 4 times. Yeah, it's like 4 of them. He turned over the ball like 4 or 5 times. Like, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah,
now he picks this game to have his worst ever performance of the whole season. The entire season in one game.
But let's be real, that defense, man. That defense.
Oh, man, I was heartbroken. I was like, we're going to do it. As long as he can keep the turnovers down, I had a really feeling that we can go to the AFC Championship game, all because we played smart football, We wasn't turning over the ball, and people couldn't stop our Wildcats.
Side note, the Vikings just took the lead, which is what we want, because I want the Patriots to suffer in QB purgatory forever.
Right. We need the Vikings to win that game. Yep. Addison, I think Justin Jefferson will be back in a couple of weeks. So they sitting pretty good now. They've won 6 out of 7 if they hold on, and they got a chance for that wild card. I think they're sitting at number 6 right now, or 7. So
they might be.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. This game is so boring.
I don't disagree with you.
It bores me to even hear an update about it. Like my level of boredom just rose.
Oh man. Yeah, it's just one of those games. Every game was meaningful in a way this weekend. Our game, the Bills game, every game, the Patriot game being, they lost, so they got closer to getting a higher pick. But then again, the Bears lose, they still kind of keep the Patriots up. Then we
I
got
thought I loved football
weekend.
that much, but I guess this is one of those games where you're like, you know what? If it was off season right now, you'd take it.
Yeah.
But
well, that would be if the season was suspended and they froze us in time, like during the COVID year when they just ceased all sports and said, "Okay, you guys got to play the playoffs. You got to wherever your seed is at, just start there." Boom. I told everybody I'm gonna give everybody an update every week on who we will be playing if the season ended. If Roger Goodell, call down and say, "Hey,
That's it.
The season's over. That's it. You guys got to start the playoffs.
For some
So
reason, right now, we're going with half game tiebreakers and everything, man.
And all that's good stuff. So we're looking at, we will be at home at Hard Rock against the Steelers. So that'll be our matchup we'll be most likely a Saturday game. We will be playing Saturday at 1 p.m. against the Steelers.
Well, no wonder Bill's Mafia was talking about the Steelers needing to lose.
Exactly. Because had they lost and they won, it would be them playing us.
I know they want to play us in the playoffs so bad, bro.
It would be actually them.
That's who they want in the first round. They want us. They think they can beat us, man.
Right? They want us. Yeah.
Which is probably true, and another reason why I want the damn bye week.
It's like we need the Steelers to get out of there. But yeah, Duke Tomlinson. Hey, remember my ties, man. I want some ties and some slacks, man. So remember the homie Duke Tomlinson. He's gonna hook you up the latest in men's wear. So we're looking for to look sharp for your next night out. Speak to Duke Tomlinson.
They call him Dapper Duke. They call him Dapper Duke. He'll hook you up.
Dapper Duke. He gonna hook you up. Man, Shinko came in. He gave us a late update. But yeah, everybody, we appreciate y'all stopping by, everybody. You got anything, Shake and Robert?
No, man. Thanks for having me up.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, man. Can't wait for
appreciate having you.
This week on Insomnia, we're working on getting Brandon the bookie. So hopefully we can get that.
Oh,
that
cool.
goes through.
Brandon the bookie. Yep. And we had a live edition last week, so we're gonna have him on.
The quality of picks should go up.
Yeah. I had a bad week, I'm sure, this week. I probably lost like 9 games this week.
I think I got
I have the update for you right now.
Oh, okay.
I think I can go 10 and
this is going to be my worst week. It should be one of my worst weeks.
I can go.
I was all over the board.
I think I can go 10-6 this week if the Bears win. Shit. I got the Bears tonight.
Yeah, you know what? Did I even pick the Bears? No, I think I picked I picked the Vikings. So maybe the Vikings will get me back above 500.
Right now, you're sitting at 9-5.
Oh,
I'm
shit.
10-4. And EM is 11-3.
So I must be 10. I must be 9-5 right now.
EM's coming out clean in this one.
Yeah, I'm 9-5.
Damn, right, I actually won 9 games. I thought I was with like 4 wins.
You know what's funny is we're on all the games that we agreed on, we're undefeated. It's the games that we disagreed on is where.
I got you. So, okay. Yeah, I was like, I missed that Brown one. I was like, maybe they'll play good enough defense. But yeah, they really, really did need their quarterback to pull that one out. Yep. But yeah, guys, we appreciate you guys.
While I'm doing good in the macro, like a 78% is pretty damn good. You know what I mean? But not gonna lie, Miss Finns is absolutely taking me to the woodshed this year. I mean, she's like 4 games ahead of me, and she's like, I don't want to talk about that.
What's her record?
I'm not sure, but it's like up there. She's got well over 100 wins, like well before I did, but. I'm closing the gap. I'm closing the gap. But it's
Right now, crypto is at 107. I'm at 103. I cut in. I got a 4-game. I cut into that 5-game lead by 1. So
I was in the Christmas spirit. Shake money. I was in the Christmas spirit.
I've got to pick my underdogs carefully, and I've got to pick against her underdogs carefully. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's the only way I can come back. It's doable.
Yeah.
6 games left. I could still come back, but I've been hovering right around 10. I've been hovering right around 10th or 12th place in her pigskin pick'em for like all year.
Mm-hmm.
She's got like 20 some people, so I'm right around average.
Yeah, I've been kind of lazy on the pigskin pick'em. I missed like 2 weeks. I skipped like 2 weeks to add my picks on it. I started the league and then I forget to freaking enter him. I'm like, damn.
Sometimes it helps to like not pick a couple games. You know what I mean? Because you can raise your percentage without
Yeah. I'm like, man, I'm missing a whole bunch of freaking games here. And I forget. I'm supposed to get up at
I
11
picked
o'clock.
100% this year, so I actually couldn't I could abstain a couple games if I wanted to because I picked 100% so far.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
and
I
like I
missed
said,
week 3,
we have
week
6
7,
weeks.
and week 9.
And we still have 6 weeks, and like I said, it's gonna be it's coming soon. It's gonna be Top of the Tailgate versus Insomnia Battle of the AMs.
Yep, Battle of the AMs. We got you at 3 o'clock, and Top of the Tailgate got you at 6.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, the Battle of the AMs, the AM battle.
Mm-hmm.
Not Texas A&M, but the Tailgate A&M.
So, all right, man. So,
all right,
Robert,
you guys.
any final thoughts?
We appreciate you
No,
for
I'm
coming.
good, man.
But Robert, yeah, we appreciate you coming, man. And
All good,
likewise,
bud.
Color, for helping out and on the panel today.
Pleasure as always, bro.
And again, I'm gonna play a clip of Sean McDermott's press conference today. It was pretty. I like what he said.
What's that? Playoffs? Don't talk about it. Playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
With that being said,
that was classic. Fins up, everybody. That was classic.